Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma. Welcome. Oh, let me start this to another stream. All right, so okay. Actually, first thing we're gonna do is lower this. I've been walking around all day. Yeah, and this is coming off immediately because it's way too hot. So, yeah. All right. How are we getting started here? Okay. I first be finding my words and what I actually want to say and the order in which I want to say it. So, for people who are new here, we finished last stream a thing. Last couple streams we've been working on this game. No time to think. This like 9-day challenge or whatever. We finished it. It's done now. We can move on. So this is like my first stream in a while of now not doing that. So we finished that thing. Now we're moving on to other stuff. I did a whole bunch of rambling last stream about what potential things I want to do. In general, making Unity things is the idea. But to what extent that means is still sort of figuring that out. I have this list that I'm still planning out. Still missing a lot of things to be reordered and better explained of things that we're going to be doing over the next little bit that I think will be cool, with sort of the big goal in the future of getting back to working on my big game that I was working on, the Handyman with the Unicycle. But there's lots of things, way more than this, that I want to do beforehand. Now, before I get into a lot of these things that I want to be doing, so, well, I guess the short-term goal of what I want to be working towards next is, so I make YouTube videos. Main thing I want to be making is Unity tutorials. I made some other things, but I kind of now want to just focus on making Unity tutorials while making them look visually good, and while I'm making visually cool Unity stuff, also sort of on the side making just like little Unity animated shorts. To both, they're going to overlap a lot in terms of stuff that I'm making for them, and just improving my own skills at making stuff in Unity, both, especially if things that visually look cool, and in Unity, not just like Blender or whatever, like making stuff that looks visually good in a game context. Yeah, so that's stuff that we're gonna be kind of working towards. But to before we do this, me sort of planning this next tutorial that I want to make, we're doing something experimental today that I don't know how it's gonna go. It might go cool, it might go terrible. We're going to see. But I wanted to do a little bit of tinkering with my actual stream setup, so in my OBS settings and all that kind of thing. And I thought I'd stream. Well, I don't know to what extent I'll be able to stream some things, because if I'm messing with OBS things, that might pose some problems. But part of some of the things that I want to do are involving making some stuff in Unity, making some like visual things in Unity. So I think that's more going to be the focus of the stream. But then actually swapping stuff out might need to happen when I'm not live. We're going to see. This is all very experimental. We're going to try stuff and see how it works. So even like some ideas that I have, I am not great at explaining things sometimes, and I don't know how to the best way to just sort of describe what it is that I want to do. I have ideas for things that I want to try and just play around and see how things are going to go. One thing I did as a bit of safety precaution is in OBS, enjoy infinite recursion here. Sorry. In OBS, there's like I have all these different scenes that I have for just different things. So me being on the right, me being on the left, full desktop. Am I hearing? Oh, that's what. Hold on, 1 second. One second. I have audio happening over here. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. I thought I was hearing something. I thought it was coming out of like my headphones, maybe, like the background music that's happening. But no, what's happening? That's the background music. It's fine. It's fine. Is that going through? Yep, it is. Okay. Anyways, so I have a few different things here. That like full me. This was for maybe for potential YouTube stuff, just the same thing but without chat. Left, right. This was like a temporary thing if I needed to, for some reason, show the whole screen uninterrupted, like unblocked by me. But I've never actually like used this. Oh, if I do that, then you can't hear me anymore. Yeah, so I have different things. And I have a not here and a stream starting soon screen. Editing stuff like that might be tricky because then you won't be able to hear or see me, but you know, we'll see. Yeah, so okay. So with that's how I have some things set up currently. I mean, if you look at any people on Twitch, I can quickly just go blah da 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 da. This mute and over here. Let me just go to the software and game development tab. Yeah, okay. I find that as in general in the last couple streams, whenever I first start, it always takes me a bit to get going. I like struggle to talk at the beginning. I'm like, what am I saying? How do I make sentences? But then eventually I kind of get into a groove. So bear with me in that. Anyways, if I just go to software and game development, don't mind my own stream there. I mean, yeah, it's just it's generally the case for anybody who does Twitch stuff. They have their own setup, so just different ways. Hey, look, there's me. Well, I know that guy anywhere. Different ways that people have different stuff set up of like what corner they're in. People, top right, top left, like just on the side, how much real estate screen your webcam takes up versus the screen, whether or you having like the background being real or just green screened out so you only see like the person. All these different things. Some people, like I have a little like cyan border around just because basically, yeah, lots of different things that, people do. I just want to experiment with stuff that potentially look cooler for me, for what improving my own stream setup. What can look different like setups can have different like pros and cons and whatever. And I just want to try some stuff. But what I was saying is that I did before I'm about to start any messing around, I did export this sort of scene collection thing. So if we mess up catastrophically, I can revert back to now, and hopefully that won't be a big problem. Oh, Desoul says hello. I definitely struggled coming up with good stream setups. Me too. It took even a while to get to where I am, like how things currently are, have it look decent. Because there's like there's two sides of thing. One, sometimes a very simple setup can look good and not be too distracting. Especially if you're playing a game or like whatever. You don't want to distract too much of what's on the screen. But then sometimes it can look cool to have more detailed things. But if stuff is too detailed or there's too much stuff going on, that can be a problem as well. It's too chaotic. Have essentially a 6-monitor setup, making sure what I'm doing is on stream is definitely challenging. Oh, that's a whole other thing that is a thing. Yeah, I have 3 monitors. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and I'm only showing 1 monitor, so that's a whole separate thing. If I wanted to, because I do definitely code a little bit differently on stream versus on stream. I have to, for the sake of the stream, I have Unity on one screen, Visual Studios on the same screen. I go back and forth, but outside of streams, I'd have them on 2 different monitors. It's usually like Unity coding Googling or something like that. Yeah. So actually, I didn't even think about that. I have some ideas in my head of stuff that I want to try. All that was on the basis of a single monitor setup. I could potentially, I have different scenes, right? Like I could make a scene that has a setup for like a 2-monitor thing. Whoa, don't move that. The problem with that is trying to show 2 screens at once on the same screen. You make stuff smaller, right? Like I take this, make it half the size, like I was gonna fit a whole second screen down there. It's then so small it can be hard to see stuff. But like, I could make such a scene if like there's some scenario where I really need to show both screens for some reason. But yeah, mostly. Also, hello. I don't know if I said hello. Hi, Desoul says hello. Welcome. I ended up setting up auto scene switching, so I have a Visual Studio on a separate monitor. Oh, that is a thing you can do, right? Where it's like, what's like, it can detect like what screen you're on, and if I click over on here, then it'll automatically switch to like that being the one that shows. That's interesting. Can you like control that to some degree? Because there are some times where I want to be clicking buttons off screen and not necessarily have that be on stream. Like, for example, if I'm going over and messing with OBS stuff or like pressing buttons with chat or whatever, I don't necessarily want that to switch to OBS or whatever. Yeah, it detects what app you most recently clicked on and switches based on that. That is neat. That is cool. If it has some kind of like as I said, like throttling, where you can have it be like only switch to specific things, sometimes don't switch. Like that's something I could look into, but you have to manually set up on a per app basis. Oh, on a per app basis. Ooh. I mean, that gets potentially tricky. That's interesting. Like it's that kind of stuff that I can add on the list of things to potentially look into, whether I do or don't. So if you haven't set up for that, they don't want to detect it. Oh, okay, yeah. So do you happen to, since you also do game stuff, if I'm using literally like different Unity projects, do you know if I'd have to somehow like set it up per that, or does Unity count as one thing? But then if I build a game and then I'm running that would be a new app. So I don't know how annoying that would get to like set it up each time, but so that's something I could look into, but yeah. So I mean, I don't necessarily think that during the course of this stream we're gonna do all these improvements. I mean, it depends on just how long I have. It could be the case that so today I have some ideas that I want to experiment with. We'll see how they go. But then over the next couple streams of just doing whatever else we're doing, I could go, ooh, here's an idea, and then we experiment with stuff. I don't know. And I could do all this attempting at improving stuff off stream. I just think it can be interesting. Do it on stream, because why not? One thing is like chat, for example. I have a kind of unique, not unique necessarily, but I'm sure someone else has used this template that I found. The way that chat is, the style where it's like that has the name and then it's in a whole like box or whatever. You do get less messages on screen, but because I'm a super small Twitch streamer, that's fine. It actually kind of like, the fact that one message takes up so much real estate with like the box and all that, it makes the chat look more filled up even when there's only like 2 messages. But if I got to a point where I'm more consistently getting like a lot of messages, that would be the point where I convert to like probably the more standard thing that people have with their chat, where it's just like name, message, and it's like a lot more condensed. But I had that at the beginning, like around when I first started, but like then it's like, oh, even if there's like 5 messages, it's like, oh, it takes up barely any of, I don't know. Having that be more like filled up, I guess, I don't know, looks slightly better. Have only sort of played with it from what I've seen. It's based on app titles, say different projects mess it up. I have mine set up to where if it doesn't match anything, it defaults to a specific scene. So I can show things like filled. Oh yeah, oh okay. So if it doesn't detect anything, it could just be on the main screen, but only when I go to specifically Visual Studios, jump over to the other one. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, that is cool. Should I be making a physical list of things to look at? Nah, not right now. Maybe at some point. But yeah. So some of like stuff like that we can definitely experiment with. Oh yeah, I completely forgot that. So one thing I might get at some point, not right this second, but it's I did Google what the name of this thing is before I say the wrong thing. It is a Stream Deck. Yeah. One of these. The idea of getting one of these that, like, if I set up complex OBS things that then I have it, I can press buttons to make specific things happen, that could be neat. And yeah, you can set up, like, I can use keyboard hotkeys, but I don't want to be like typing code and accidentally triggering stuff. I mean, it could be like, Control Alt plus or whatever, but if it's its own like separate thing, that would be I would like that better. I know that I only actually discovered recently that apparently you can set up Stream Deck like on your phone, having an app that like has the buttons. So I mean, I could experiment with that as like an intermediate kind of a thing, but I haven't even like done that yet, so won't do that right now. But those kind of things. So like right now, what I want to do is experiment with that kind of thing to make the stream experience better for you guys. One thing that, like, especially for me, sort of looking at so in terms of like as I said, different like styles of stream setup things have certain pros and cons with them. But it also depends on the type of content that you're doing. Like making a game, they're doing this like, I'd say that the streams that I do are generally like slower paced. We're just slowly like developing, game stuff. Can spend an entire stream just programming like one little thing, or I'm doing some tedious animation, or like, copying a bunch of game objects around. There's definitely a lot of stuff in game development that can be, tedious. Whereas, if you have people who are doing like high action games or whatever, where the focus is the game, all this crazy stuff happening all the time. Yeah, two different like styles that, are things. I also, as you may notice right now, I have this habit of rambling a lot. So it would be cool if during times when I'm just sitting back and rambling and not actually doing anything, or when I'm doing something that's like super tedious, like okay, you know, type in this thing in like 100 different places on like 100 game objects or whatever. It'd be cool if more could be happening on screen that's like visually interesting to look at while I'm not doing anything. That's something that would be cool. And I have an idea for that. I basically, so as far as like, I guess those are two, see, okay, I have ideas. I'm really bad at explaining them. I have like in my head thing that I potentially want of how I want things to look, and it could be cool. But I know that like getting there's gonna be some intermediate steps where if I want stream to look like this, we're gonna do this as like a first step and experiment and see how that works, and then like slowly get there. So it's probably not gonna look super good here, but ideally, you know, as we polish things, they get to the point where it looks extra cool. But also, yeah, even trying to explain what it is that I want to do is gonna be tricky. But I do think that in general, I want to potentially change to a stream format more like this, different than this. Basically, the difference between the monitor, my monitor is covering up the entire screen, but I'm blocking some of it, versus you always see 100% of the screen. I have no worry of blocking it. I keep having situations where I keep blocking stuff on the screen, and or I'll like sometimes I'll like, oh, I'm gonna move to this side to show something over there, and then I forget to move me back, and then I spend a while like coding and blocking stuff. Or even just if I want to show stuff happening in the inspector and it's like, oh, down there you can't see stuff super well. It keeps causing a lot of problems, and especially when I get to the point where I'm like testing stuff with my games where, like for example, like, Hanging with the Unicycle has UI on both sides. It's like, okay, well, how do I handle that? I want to experiment with potentially not converting exactly like this. Where was that thing? Not exactly like this. I'm not saying we go with this going forward, but something like this, or like an in-between. I might potentially do something where it's like I'm blocking a little bit of the screen, but not like as much or something, and then using this to but then part of that requires like, okay, making some graphics that are going in the spots down there and way down in there in that diagonal. But then that gives me an excuse to maybe make stuff that looks visually interesting down there, so you have something cool to look at while I'm rambling about nonsense. But also I want to keep in mind that the smaller I make this, you know, the harder it can be for people to see. If it's this small, if you're on mobile, then you can't see it so well. So the idea is I want to see if I can find a sweet spot where you see the whole desktop, but like it's just a little bit smaller, so that's like I'm blocking less of it. Ideally, I'm blocking none of it, but I don't know if it's, I don't know if this is too small. There's also the idea that I could shrink myself, because I don't know how big I really need to be on the screen. I don't know how important that is, but we can play around with this kind of stuff. And then chat as well, I could potentially change so chat is longer and thinner, and see how that works. Maybe even reduce the font size of chat. I can also, so in terms of the box that I fit in, I could also to make this work better, I can do this where I'm more of a square. And I'd have to like do, like, this is the kind of stuff where like, I'm not just gonna be making these like quick I can make these quick 2-second changes as like a as we're messing around with ideas, but in practice, in theory, I would actually, you know, I'm gonna properly line things up, count the pixels and like all that kind of stuff. And this part's gonna be coming more at the end. Ideally, we're gonna design more of what we want this to look like in like Photoshop or something, so that I'm not having the stream itself look broken for most of it. And then once we have something that we are happy with, then I do all the conversions like kind of at once in theory. Or I would maybe do that off screen depending on how that ends up going. But one thing I could do actually, if I am smaller, or not smaller, I can be bigger but taller essentially. Blocking less of the screen is possible. Oh, not like that, but you know, what I'm trying to say is that there's options. There's like potential things we can do. That something like things that are better or worse, that have pros and cons to them, and we're gonna experiment with hopefully making stuff that looks cool. I'm gonna go back to this for right now, but yeah. So, but there's more than that. There's actually more than just that. I wanna shrink this a little bit. Hold on, where is it? There's more than just resizing. There's an additional thing that might be really dumb, or might look terrible, but it has a chance of looking mildly cool. And if it can be half as interesting looking as I have planned in my head, it can potentially just make my stream look a lot better. So we're gonna experiment with stuff. So first thing that I'm gonna do is in this like Unity scene that I have here. So one is that I work better in Photoshop, or I work way better in Unity as far as making visual stuff, as opposed to like Photoshop or I mean Blender to a degree. So I'm more inclined to like try to make visual things in Unity and then either converting that, like essentially then like saving that out as an image, or rendering out like a little video kind of a thing. If I wanted like a looping animation. For example, actually another thing that's sort of going to be bundled into this. So I'm not leaving, I'm just showing off the screen for a second. Here is one of the scenes I have in OBS. That screen there. I have that be right back screen, and then there's the same one when I'm starting the stream. It's like stream starting soon. I want to make new of those that also are just some visually interesting, like looping Unity animation. Like that's another thing that's sort of on the list. That's not like as important, but like it's just something I think would be cool to experiment around with, play around with ideas. So that's one thing is that where I'm going to be using Unity to make some kind of just and not just a picture. That's the also thing. Not going from picture to an actual, I guess, like a looping animation, which, okay, actually there's like two things. Either looping animation, therefore it's just a video file that I put in. It'd be really cool if somehow I had like constantly running a Unity project that's doing like, I don't know, if it was like procedurally generated maze or whatever, and you just get to see that like go while I'm on that screen. But then I would need that running like 24/7, so I don't know how that would work, but I do have a second computer, so if there was some crazy world where I could have it, something program like that that's running on a second computer that somehow is fed into OBS in some way, I don't know. Some of the crazy stuff that I want to try and do, I don't know how much of it is going to be just Unity stuff that becomes a video that I put in the background of OBS on some scene somewhere, and how much of it is going to potentially might potentially look into like how you mess with like the OBS API and how to like do stuff, but we'll see. This is a stream about experimentation and trying and learning, and if it doesn't go well, then it's a learning experience, and that's okay. Anyways, so first thing I do before anything else, there's like all the like when you first load up this project in the Universal Render pipeline, there's all these like default stuff. So first of all, I think I can delete the entire tutorial info folder if memory serves me right. That's not gonna just break everything. This README file then gets to go away. Hold on, yeah, nah. Just like okay, URP stuff. Just dump that in there, just so we're looking at more of a clean slate. Next thing is I'm just gonna make some of the standard folders that I tend to have with the things, prefabs. Not that. Scripts. And I guess others will make as we go. So where do I want to start with this? One thing I want to do, I actually want to pull up a different project for reasons. Is that the right one? Yeah. This is the grid game that we were working on yesterday, which by the way is it's a thing. We finished that challenge and it's on itch.io. We will be returning to this someday, but not right now. I have other things that I want to do more in the meantime. Okay, so also I preemptively brought up Stream Elements. I had to remember like how exactly I got to this, but we can potentially tinker with this as well. Although it feels a bit more destructive. Actually, wait, I can go copy this and yeah, okay, so I can do it. For any changes that I make today, ideally I want to do stuff that's not going to stuff that's reversible in case things go catastrophic. So this is something. This is a project that I might duplicate some assets from into the other thing. I was considering actually just working in this project, but I think it'd be cleaner to have it be separated. So I guess I'll go over quickly what this is, because I just think it's cool and it semi relates to what we're doing now, very tangentially. So you notice how we're not in you notice how we aren't in play mode and yet stuff is moving? Wow. This has been a sort of custom tool that I'm working on, which I think calling it a custom tool makes it sound way more ambitious than it is. I mean, it's kind of ambitious, but yeah. Does this make you think of Pac-Man? the dots. So I said that one thing I want to do is make like little Unity animations and then also making tutorials in Unity. Part of that is that I want to make more visually interesting stuff in Unity, where a lot of it having, I'm bringing up an example. You're gonna hear a second of my video. Wow. As I quickly get to things that I want to get to. Hold on. Blah. Where is, I'm looking for this guy over here. So I'm repeating the ramble of the end of the last stream, but I'm just gonna play like 5 seconds of this video. We're just gonna quickly, I'm gonna pause you. I think this is gonna be quiet, but what I'm saying isn't super important. So let me just play the first few seconds. That. So, specifically this clip that happens right here, this isn't part of the tutorial. It changes nothing about the tutorial itself. This was just like, oh, as a funny gag at the beginning, I programmed a custom thing for the submarine to just like fly away. That's not an animation. I forget exactly how I did that, but somehow, because this submarine moves with like a rigid body, I was just like, I turned off his normal movement and then was like, when I press a button, like apply movement in a random like direction, but it did it like locally, but then also apply some random spin, tweaked a bunch of numbers, and then was able to get like a clip of it flying away in a way that I liked, to then put in this. I want to go hard on stuff like this in my sort of future videos, future tutorials, is like having this visual flair of sort of custom coded stuff that has nothing to do with necessarily what the tutorial is actually teaching, just things that look visually cool. Even this is just like a thing that like moves in an interesting way. Woo! Stuff moving as a result of physics just can look cool. It's basically more stuff like that I want to build sort of the tools to make more things like that. Like that's almost, I mean, in a way, that's almost like an rendered in Unity little animation just for visual flair. So it's stuff like that I kind of want to lean more into. And this is a sort of a way of doing that. Is having, even though that's a video that's like, it has clips of stuff happening in Unity and stuff happening in, live action, me talking directly into the camera. And it goes back and forth between Unity things and code or whatever, has a lot of editing in Adobe Premiere. Sorry, where was the end of that sentence going? That was an example. Okay, I forget how I was trying to lead to the point I was trying to make. But basically, I want to have more, like almost rendered in Unity, things as part of the animation. One, I just enjoy doing that more. I enjoy making something like that entirely in Unity, programming in C# more than I do editing in Adobe Premiere. Especially, I'm not great at it. I don't know how like the big YouTubers and yet hire editors, even the editors that work for big YouTubers, how they make the videos that they do in such short time. I don't understand. I don't comprehend. Even like stuff like that. That's just like my other video. That's just just clips edited together and like nothing super crazy. Still took me a really, really long time. I barely knew what I was doing. But anyway, so let me go to. Is this gonna work? We're here. Yeah, it is. So that's very bright, but yeah. So this is an example of some stuff that I whipped up where basically I'm making a kind of cutscene maker in Unity. And before anyone says anyway, well, I think I'm fully aware that like the animator exists and you can use animator and timeline and all that. I'm aware of that, and I'm also aware that Unity has this like the Cinema Machine timeline stuff. I'm aware that those things exist. I just purposely haven't used that for this stuff yet, because reasons. But this is, it also is just cool to just experiment to see if I could program such a thing, just for the sake of learning. So here's a camera that is moving through a scene, that has like, rather than just animating the oh right, why is the rotation of this broken? It's supposed to be turning. Right. This was working at one point, but this was like an old test scene. Actually, don't remember exactly why it's not working. Follow path. Can I quickly debug things? Because I think... Look at target, none, transform. Look at you. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay. I don't know how that got unreferenced, but sure. There we go. Yeah, okay, no, this is, yeah. So as just an example, I know the camera isn't just moving by, so one thing I wasn't able to figure out how to do in Cinema Machine, or not easily anyway, but I can do here, that is kind of a bonus of my current custom sort of camera rig, is rather than animating the camera to like be here looking this way, then be here looking this way, then here looking this way, I move the camera by like having it just physically like move between these green dots at certain times. But then I have these focal points where it's, look at this game object, and I can, have those move around. And I think just the camera looks a lot better to do that. Okay, this camera movement is very linear. It's just going between the points. I do have some stuff kind of to have it like be more rounded, but that's also stuff that's sort of still in development. But yeah, this is an example of, yeah, camera doing, like it's moving, and then, so this red thing is the thing that it's looking at. The fact that that's moving around, I think just has more interesting camera movement. So I think this was reason number one of this isn't as easily done in, like Cinema Machine, as far as I'm aware. So that's one thing, but that's just one thing mixed with a lot of other things. Other things that so this like, I have here this custom window that I made. This is like cutscene time manager that just has like a time field that goes up, and then I have all these game objects that's like trigger this thing to happen based on this time. This is an example. This is a super simple thing. It's just at whatever time I just have a game object. Game objects can teleport between different points. So there's that, but that still took a while to get working, because again, all this is happening outside of play mode, so that's a thing. This is just at a certain time change the material on an object. Just different behaviors I was messing with. Right, okay, so some of this is going to be broken because of when I was making this cutscene manager, I then went into a new scene to then start actually making something that wasn't just a test thing. But then I changed some underlying code of how the cutscene time manager even works. So I think some of this is broken, but like I can ramble as if some of this was still working, because this is something I'm going to get back to at some point. And I'll also explain why I paused working on this for right now. Yeah. So this was a thing of, this was supposed to be just the material was going like a rainbow shift at a certain speed. So that's what that's supposed to be doing. Both of these were supposed to be, they just changed from one material to another. This, I don't think this is going to work. No, so not everything is actually hooked up to, actually, I will go into play mode for this. Eventually all of this will be hooked up that it can work outside of play mode, but some of these things actually require things to be in play mode, but they're still kind of in sync. Okay, yeah, now these are changing. So this, or actually even this can go back in time. Whoops. This is a physics thing. These are all like physics stuff with like hinge joints, which building this is my first time even using hinge joints, so that was also just a learning experience doing that. If I press play mode, then it's like at a certain point in time, part of an animation, I just have it snap and then this falls. This, I don't like, some of these it's like building some generic things that I could use in a lot of scenarios. This was a very specific thing of just more have a complicated physics sort of scenario. But it's still just something I wanted to do just because, for the sake of learning, and more learning how hinge joints worked in the first place, something I'd never used. This is, at a certain point, an explosion happens. And a lot of this is going to be in sync as long as the bar, like as long as this is moving up at a normal rate. When I back up, there are some things that aren't in sync, mostly with physics. Physics doesn't like play in reverse right now or anything like that. It is just, I mean, I do have it like, when I go back before the point of the explosion, everything just teleports back to sort of where it started. And then, yeah, when it crosses this point, it just triggers this. It was just to have a bunch of stuff explode. This is having stuff spin. So there's some things where I can do a bit of scrubbing, but some things I can't. So that's something. Oh, this was a weird example of just at a certain point, this becomes parented under this. Just that I can change the parenting relation, the parent-child relationship of game objects with this thing. Now this gets warped because of just the way the scaling is with the fact that this is scaled, but that's not like a super big issue. This sound isn't playing under this one, right? Let me double check. You should be muted. You are, okay. Oh, when did I paused the background music? I never unpaused it. No. Oh well, it's fine. Okay, so back over here. This is an example of like, so this is something where I actually have a. These aren't supposed to be the same thing, I don't think. This is like one of my the random YouTube videos of just some like a music thing that I made, but this is able to be able to actually just play a video inside of Unity, and have that like work with this thing where it starts at a certain time and then goes. Although I thought these were supposed to be two different videos, I think that broke it or something, but whatever, that's not super important. Though this is the big boy. This is the big super cool thing. Actually, first I'm just gonna skip ahead to this. These aren't anything. These are just literally just images. Like I literally just screen grabbed the inspector, the project window, and the hierarchy. This is the ability to show the hierarchy, project window, or inspector in Unity. But these are just images. Like I could have an image slide on screen and be like, hey, here's a thing. This is the cool thing. Are you currently functional? Kind of. This still needs work. But do you see what this is? It's typing code, but like as part of an animation. Ooh, it's not perfect. It has flaws. But it's still, it's still in development, I guess. Yeah. Oh, actually, it's still typing. So this is a random example of just stuff. Now you see all of this is all custom colored. This isn't grabbing. This is not a video. You might think that like this could have potentially been like, oh, I just literally recorded myself typing code or whatever, and I could have done that. But I wanted to try actually making like I just pass in like sort of the code file before and the code file after of like here's what basically looks like a script, and then here's what it wants to become, and like go from here to here, delete like. Letter by letter, add, like type out each letter or like backspace out each letter to go from like one point to another to sort of have this sort of adding stuff. And then the coloring itself is actually done automatically. I pass in a text file it's just text. There's no coloring attached. And then I have a dictionary of that certain words. Just like I basically just copied what I believe Visual Studios just does, where certain words get certain colors, basically. Sort of. I didn't go into like the compiler of things, but I basically like I hard coded like mono behavior is this color, public is this color. I have this whole dictionary that well, it is a bit hard coded, like it works at the moment and is covering like most keywords that are a thing in Unity, and it's like the default, like if it doesn't recognize it just goes with black. And like if there's a // then everything to the end of that line is green, stuff like that. There's some things I haven't done, like I didn't put in the this faded color, because there are some cases where the same word in two scenarios, I guess, be different colors. Didn't do that at the moment, but can I find the dictionary that is specifically this? Yeah, I did this, but this actually didn't take that long to set up. Or to just fill in just a bunch of words that cover each thing. But oh, and then I have one special like hijack thing where if it has the word class, then whatever after it, the immediate next word automatically gets this color. So I didn't have to put in like every class name. So there's like a few things like that. So yeah, this is cool, and I'll continue to develop it and make, because there's actually a lot of hard coding or a lot of like setup that has to be very particular for this to not just completely break. Ideally, that is stuff that I'm more so cleaning up. But so there's two parts to this. It's like entire code wall, but then over here, there's this. There is this. What's actually a little slice of thing that is code, but then it scrolls. It has scrolling, and that's a whole thing. But yeah, and then the thing can fly away. So similar thing, but yeah, very, very cool. These, I guess I'm just gonna continue just quickly recapping stuff that I made, and then explain more of the why afterwards. This was just having objects move between stuff, but then also the possibility it can move and kind of teleport, like that was allowed. This thing is very cool. This is physics. So this blue cube here has a rigid body on it, and it's just falling at a certain point, and like that's it. It's just physics. These aren't doing that. These three cubes don't have rigid bodies on them at all, and you can actually notice they can kind of play in reverse. They can, yeah. basically what I did is I have this like where was it? This like physics baking thing, bake physics, where I put a rigid body on this, put this bake physics thing on this, and then put some parameters, and then I go into play mode, let the physics of this run, and then it records the transform and I think rotation. I don't think I put in scale yet, but I could, and that wouldn't be too hard. It records the position and rotation of how this thing moves every single frame, and then from this point to this point, and then outputs that to a text file. So then it's just a text file that's just a whole bunch of positions and rotations. And then these guys are these like physics replay things, where then they just read in that text file, and then basically do physics for very, like, not a lot of performance. And then they can have like offsets where like all three of these things are reading in from the same physics, and they're able to have offsets. I put that, like, this thing isn't actually bouncing off of anything. That was just to showcase that of like, it's not like it's doing the motion, but like no even colliders are required, and that's a thing that I think is cool. And then these can actually, you know, go back and forth because of how the cutscene manager works, where the thing that's actually going by proper physics cannot. So I just think that's cool. And now I guess there's the trade-off of that these can't like respond to physics, like they're baked in their movement. They couldn't you know, change if something hits them, but like that's okay. These would be used in a scenario where that's not the case, and the fact that I can have one thing be applied to like I could like if I had like a field of 100 things that need to all like move the same way, you know, that's just, this is cool, I think. And some of the code that's making some of these things happen could be applied in some of my like games. Like this bake and replay physics thing could potentially be used in like as some part of like some background stuff happening in like the Handyman with the Unicycle. This is part of the, you know, background level visual flair. This I think is, if I remember correctly, this is like you're gonna move thing that moves, but then also once it gets to here, I'm like activate physics. You have a rigid body, and that was just turning that on and off. So it has sort of the combined behavior of it can move and then get physics. Over here is a second camera. I forget exactly why. Oh, this is so the first camera is entirely linear. I think over here I set up a camera. This is where I was starting to have, or unless I'm mistaken, camera rig spline. Yeah. This was an attempt at having a more, like a more spline-y camera. Let's see if this is actually working. It might not be. No. Okay, hold on. This. You just need that. This is gonna get undone when I go out of play mode, but like that's okay. So let's see if this is actually gonna work. This is stuff that I haven't touched in quite a while. So, yeah. So, no, wait, maybe not. Or. It's okay, things might not be set up right, but this was, at one point, this was experimenting with stuff actually moving in more of like a rounded way. But I think I rewrote, like, I have the other scene where I rewrote some of the camera stuff. Oh, yeah, these are all set to linear. Oh, let me just mess with this. I don't know if this is gonna work necessarily. Let's find out together, shall we? Is this gonna suddenly... I don't think in play mode. Okay, there's a bit of roundedness. A little bit, but in play mode this might not be working as well as the other thing. Anyway, so this is stuff. This is all these little cases of animation. Basically, these are tools that will help me if I want to be making little animated Unity shorts, little bits that are going to help with making that, and doing a lot of it automated by code rather than manually animating stuff to do a lot of what these things do, because I like coding more than I like 3D modeling and, you know, dealing with animator timeline stuff. So just doing this a lot by code was just more fun for me to do and mess around with. Especially when I have some of this combined with like rigid body things that activate or deactivate. But then also, part of this is going to be used with, I used the example of the submarine video that had like, here's a custom coded thing that like, you know, does things. I want more of that, and this is gonna be kind of tools to do some of that within like the fancy camera rig. That's actually being the more like, the camera rig is being the more complicated thing of any of this, other than maybe the code wall. The code wall is being super complicated. The rest of this while complicated, wasn't like super complicated to set up. They're more just examples of applications of this tool. The camera rig is being the most complicated thing, which has had its issues. After I had developed a bunch of these, I then wanted to make a test animation that was going to be using some of this stuff. So I actually have plans I'll get back to for 2 animations I was going to make in this style. One was called Test Flight, and one's called Hello World. Although the name of this might change. Just Hello World because it's the coding thing. When you start coding, it's called Hello World, whatever. Because this was going to be like I call it Test Flight because it was going to be like a more test proof of concept thing, and this was going to be the first sort of real animation. That's why it's called Hello World. And I like the name Test Flight has 2 meanings. One thing I think is funny, when you have the start of a TV show, a first episode of a TV show, you usually call it a pilot. Test Flight is like very close to that without being that, and that made me chuckle. But then also over here, I don't need to save anything here. I didn't delete anything. Or no, I fixed the one camera. Yeah, I'll save just so I can actually come back to it. Yeah, this one. This was Test Flight, which was 90% going to be just this monitor thing flying around to test out the camera rig. And I thought this was going to be like, oh, this is just a small, super condensed situation. Oh, also, I forgot to say that I can visualize the path more than just these points, which also makes it very nice to play around with. So this has a few different things going on. Whoa, things open. This was going to have a pre-recorded video of me just saying stuff. There's a camera. Well, I have a camera. The camera could move around and whatnot. I have this like the platform that it raised doing stuff. So yeah, this moving around. Oh, you notice how it's not just moving. It has this like wibbly wobbliness to it. I didn't even mention that. That's this whole other separate thing that I was developing, is just having this thing move around to these different points, but having this extra whoa to it that I can like adjust like how strong or mild the jittering is. Yeah, so this is something. Actually, I believe I can kind of visualize path that is on. Oh, that's the path of like the actual path. So, okay, this might make things run slow. We'll see. Haha, of course that's not gonna work. Blah. Visualizing the path of how it's like wibbly wobbling around. Currently looks like this, which a bunch of dots just because that's just how I did it. Yeah, so this is like over the course of the whole animation, this is how it decides to wibble wobble based on I actually pass in a seed, so I can give it different seeds for how it does this. This is the seed for the movement. It can't really visualize the seed or the rotating super well. And it has like it has a thing for movement and a thing for rotation, and they both have different stuff. So this is very cool. The problem with this is the camera rig is not set up to do this. I thought that so at first it was like, okay, here's all this stuff I have to make like an animation. I'm gonna make a super simple one that's just gonna be the camera flying around to kind of just show proof of concept of that. But I kind of underestimated that the camera stuff as being like the most complicated thing out of all of this. So this maybe wasn't the best move. To start with something that's just focused on sort of this camera movement. So I almost want to potentially start it with something even smaller, as more of a proof of concept, just some like these small little test animations that are more about the stuff in the scene than just the camera stuff, while I'm still developing the camera stuff. Also, this environment I'm just not happy with. I was experimenting with ideas, but this needs work with like the lighting. One thing that's difficult with this in regards to baking the lights is that I want it to start like a pitch black room that then the top opens up and then it's lit up, so it's hard to like bake lighting into this. But I'm sure that there's like ways with like light probes and stuff that I can potentially do stuff. But also purposely the aesthetics of some of these, at least these early on test animations, I wanted it to, rather than looking like an environment like, oh, it's a forest or something, I wanted to purposely have it look like a Unity scene in a way. I wanted to have it purposely look like you're in an unfinished test level of a game or something. I wanted that to be the aesthetic on purpose and have that look visually good for being, this like environment of these like grid lines and that kind of thing, but still ideally having really good lighting. Yeah, and also a lot of this is black and white because this stuff isn't, but I wanted to also experiment with making stuff that's black and white, but still, or black, white, and different shades of gray, grayscale, while still looking visually good. And doing that by focusing a lot more on lighting and shadows and post-processing and all that in environments where color isn't as present, because that's a whole separate thing I just want to get better at. Because I think like if I can have an environment that looks really, really good without color, then when I add color, in theory, it'll look extra good. It's kind of, that's a whole step. That applies both this animation stuff and even my games in general. I almost want to kind of first design environments having color kind of in mind, but like, yeah, if it can look good in black and white with just a lot of cool, the lighting and the shadows and whatnot, yeah, then color would just that extra thing. Anyway, so all that to say, where was I going with any of this? This was like the start of me trying to make these sort of custom animation stuff, whatever. So this is stuff I'm going to be getting back to at some point. Well, ideally I'm going to figure out some of this like sort of on the way to the next tutorial that I want to make, even if I don't fully make some stuff in between while these tools aren't ready yet, sort of, basically. But yeah, so this stuff I'll get back to at some point. But that's actually not what we're doing here. I gave all that ramble, but none of that is, yeah, what we're doing. What we are doing not instead. Actually, I might potentially copy some of these assets over. Mainly just as a quick starting ground, this like grid that I made, I'm just gonna copy that over really quick, which that is over, where are you? I mean material, but then I made some shaders. Where's the shaders? I'm just gonna put this on my other screen, which you can't see right now, just so I can drag stuff back and forth. Oh, also the other scene, actually these scenes, I have a better skybox. I don't like Unity's default skybox at all. I've issues with it, and changing it is hard. But I set up, just from looking at some tutorials with some modifications, I have shader that's like this, or it's just a gradient, and it works good. So we're just gonna take that. This is at least a better default than not having that way. Oh, Pay Watch Twitch, what are you making? Hello, welcome. So, for the last, how long? It's been 53 minutes. I literally spent the last 53 minutes just kind of explaining what we're doing, and we haven't actually started making anything yet. Short version is, I have some ideas for things I want to do that are hard to explain, so you're kind of just going to see it happen as I make stuff. But I want to make we're making some things in Unity, some stuff in Unity that's gonna visually improve the stream. That's not a good way of explaining it. I'm bad at explaining, and I'm having a hard time explaining specifically what I'm wanting to do here. But we're experimenting with some ideas of things that I want to just try making, and either it's gonna go well or it won't. But as an example of one thing that I want to make new, I'm gonna switch to this scene in OBS for a second. I'm not actually going anywhere, just that scene, I want to make a better background for it, where instead of just a static image of like my logo things, having like a Unity scene with some visually interesting stuff going on that's like a looping animation, as an example, and have that be what, like, swap it out for that. Like, that's an example of one thing that we're hopefully doing. Doing it today is more like if we get to it based on like the other things that I want to do. But yeah, so making Unity stuff to improve the visuals of the stream is kind of the idea, while also some assets that we make might be used with some stuff I'm doing with some of the tutorials that I'm going to make. So cross usage. This Unity project is from some Unity animations that I was trying to make before with this custom cutscene maker thingy that I was developing. And it's something we'll kind of get back to at some point. I just kind of re-plan some stuff I was doing with that. Basically, I made a bunch of test things as I was building this tool, and then I was like, let's make a super small test animation focusing on just this one part of it, mainly the camera rig, but that's not ready yet, but a bunch of other stuff is. So I kind of want to basically re-plan a better first little test animation that isn't focused on the thing that's not ready yet. Kind of. Anyway, so what I was doing just now, though, is shaders. I'm copying over some assets from this project. That's just going to make starting this faster. Actually, you. What was glow? I don't remember what glow was, but oh, you're right. No, you're. I'm going to copy all of you. Yeah, hold on. This. Can I just drag and drop? Please tell me it'll work. Yes. Oh, you okay? You're not happy, but internal shader error. Oh no. Well, because I dragged these over at the same time, any chance that like now that I got in the other one, can I go custom? Where's why am I not seeing? Am I not seeing? Whoops, that's not even what I wanted. Hold on. Or are you having some issues? These are two slightly different versions of Unity, but they're not that far off. This is 2022.2.21. This is 2022.3.7. So, like, in theory, I shouldn't be having issues with, like, actual version stuff. Hey, let me just do something. Let me delete this. And then now that this is here, and just maybe import it itself. Okay, I was going to try dragging it in again to see if that would fix anything. Okay, wasn't expecting to be stumped by this early on. Why is this shader not wanting to... Oh, is it... It's just this. Oh, okay. Fix itself. I thought you, I don't think I wrote this, if I remember correctly. I believe I directly just copied this from some quick, like, YouTube video or something. Just because I wanted to just have the skybox be a gradient and not, this. So if I just kind of go, whoa, that. Better. Oh, right, because post-processing and whatnot, this looks better than this currently does. But having a gradient is just easier to work with. Just be like, make the top some color, make the bottom some other color, ta-da. And then I think, yeah, I have stuff that like affects kind of how much. So I don't know what these are actually gonna be, but we'll come back to that. This is just a better like starting point. Wonder if that shader has the same problem as the built-in skybox, or if it, has the same problem as the built-in skybox, or if it's just kind of hiding the normal one. What do you mean? I mean, yeah, the built-in skybox has a lot of issues. I personally think. I don't know what problems you're referring to specifically. We're just gonna turn off some of that post-processing right now. Maybe tiny bit of vignette, less. Kind of too early to really be dealing with post-processing. We'll get to stuff. I make just a cube, go around. Blah, 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 turn off you. Oh, I made it. I thought I made a cube, not an empty game object, and was confused why I couldn't see anything. Yeah, that doesn't... Good. But Skyblock can affect colors of all objects in your scene. Yes. Yeah. You know, if you make a new game object, everything... Create a new project and create an object, that object looks slightly gray instead of pure white. Yes, okay, so yeah, that is... I mean, that can be on purpose sometimes, that you might sometimes want that, but yeah, this does need, okay, new lighting settings. And we just go, whoa, no. Clear baked data. But yeah, so that helps a bit, but also post-processing was definitely affecting that somewhat. If I turn off post-processing completely, if I turn off lighting, this should go, I mean, it's not black, but it's taking in some of that green. I can do stuff to affect, so right now, so environment lighting, yeah. So to I guess sort of start from fresh. Right now, environment lighting is coming in from the sky to some degree. Oh, hey, here's an example of the exact problem, something that I wanted to solve. I was just editing settings behind my head. That's you know, thing that I want to address to have that happen less often. If I just set environment lighting to just color and 0, it's now taking in no ambient lighting, which should mean that it's completely black. The fact that it's not completely black means it is still getting sources. Oh, well, okay. Environment reflections. Yeah, okay, that's going for that. So now, if I do this, now game objects aren't taking in anything from... They're going to only be taking in stuff from lighting, which... I mean, I'll readdress that in a second, I guess. This... if I have a pure white light... I mean, okay, we're still, like... I'm potentially doing this step way too early, but, yeah, let's just like start with pure white for right now. I'll put back on the post-processing, but that affects things that much. But crazy how much the tone mapping is making the skybox look way worse than I would like it to. But we'll come back to that. Well, actually, let's start with like a decent light that's making this appear mostly white. Wow, a cube. Okay, this is not where we're actually, where I want to be starting with all this. But okay, we go, I didn't even hit you. Oh, we got this. Usually I don't like sample scene as a name. I usually call it main until I actually name something proper. Hey, I didn't put me back on the other side yet again. Okay. It's fine. Let's call it main lighting. Was it lighting settings? Main lighting settings or something. Is Unity a lot simpler than making it yourself? I've never used it. Making what specifically? Depends on what you're making. For making a game rather than making a game completely from scratch? Oh yeah. Depending on what you're making. Like, I'm making some visuals in Unity where I could potentially use Photoshop or Blender, but I just like Unity more to make this kind of thing, even though it does have its own stuff I struggle with. But I just prefer coding more than Photoshopping or just pure animating in Blender. Although we will potentially be doing some Blender stuff here today to bring into Unity, but yeah. But people have seen the last couple streams where I was doing even just the most basic of Photoshopping. I was really struggling with it. So, yeah. Okay, where was I? So okay, what do I actually what am I actually doing? So one, I can close this. Actually, I can close. I can close that until we get to actually properly coding stuff. So I haven't copied everything I wanted to copy. I copied this grid shader, but I want the actual. I have like a grid material from this that I just want to find real quick, but we'll probably be modifying it. Blah. Except be in materials and then actually use shader graphs grid. And if I apply you to you, okay, you're getting way more glow than you should be. What the heck? I mean, that's okay. That's just a bloom here. Other thing that we'll readdress at some point. Oh, and even you are very super bright. That's because of the light. I guess now I turned down the light. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. So cool thing with this grid material that I made, which I might make a better one, is that it does this. Right? Or if I scale it on one axis, it does this, where it like as I scale, it's like a procedural material where it doesn't stretch the material. It like you see what it's doing. I don't know how to visually describe it. Yeah. So that's a cool thing. Yeah. But the actual grid itself, like I mean, I have basically thick lines and some thin lines in the middle. I might experiment with like making a different, better grid texture. If you look at like Pro Builder, so Unity has a thing, a package asset thingy, whatever the correct word is, called Pro Builder, that effectively allows you to do rudimentary like 3D modeling, more for like level design in Unity, which is pretty cool. But it has like a default like texture, and it does the same thing where the texture can kind of like move as you're making stuff. But it has like a kind of default like grid that it has that frankly looks better than my grid. But for this thing I wanted to make, I didn't want to specifically copy the Pro Builder grid specifically, because I want to have something that's slightly more mine, I guess. But potentially making a grid kind of thing that's more detailed than just lines is something we could do at one point. But that's I guess I want to more focus on the actual like modeling of stuff that I want to be doing. So okay, so now we did the most basic of just setup stuff that I could have done before the stream, and eons and eons of explanation. So now wait a minute, is this new? This has like a material symbol beside it. Is it new? And this has this is a material, but the material, so I guess it should be over there. Oh, Skybox materials could potentially be its own folder, whatever. So what are we making first? Okay, so I gotta figure out how to like, describe what it is that I want to be doing. Basically, okay, we're gonna be making, so I want to basically rough out like placeholders for something that's probably gonna look really bad, but then we're gonna see if then I can get it to look less bad is the idea. So I actually don't need this ground. Well, actually, whatever. The camera. just go like 45 and up. Just put it up like, or even like 30. This doesn't matter that much. The actual thing that I want to make is actually gonna be more of an interior scene, I believe. But just having the not the default Unity skybox is gonna, I think, look better for us. So actually, before I do too much else, I'm actually just gonna go like, you're gonna be like 20 by 20. I'm gonna just make a little room. Environ. I could spell environment. And then bleh. And then ground, you're gonna go in there, and then I just need to make like a wall. Ta-da! The most spectacular thing that you've ever seen in your lives. And also, right now, we're gonna, as I say, kind of be working in black and white, but then sort of adding color later. My kind of brand colors are like a cyan, magenta, yellow. So in theory, that'll be involved in this somewhere, somehow, while not overusing it too much in theory. I might specifically, I don't just use cyan, magenta, yellow. I have very specific hex codes of my logo colors that I will potentially grab to make sure that it's exact. It's specifically, it's like a cyan that is, like if you look at a color wheel, it is a cyan that is ever so slightly towards green. It is a magenta that is ever so slightly towards red. And then it is a yellow that is ever so slightly towards green. Those just happen to be the colors that look nice for my logo things. Anyways, so ground, I guess I'll call you wall. I will, for now, expand. That's not expand. I'm just gonna basically just cover the back wall. It's not super important just yet. I might actually, so this is all super bright. I might actually, now that I have the grid in here, make it something that's like less bright. Going with something that's like, if I really want to, I do have like the two grid colors I can set. I could make it like inverted. I don't think that's the direction I want to go. We're gonna experiment with stuff, is what we're gonna do. I think I might start with something that's more like this, having gray and white lines rather than white and black. But I mean, we have, I could, like that, stuff like that kind of looks cool. But, I want to work in grayscale for right now, to more so focus on the contrast and whatnot. Have you thought about making the scene interactive with chat if you're making it for stream? So, stuff like that is the very far-reaching kind of wish list ideas that I have. In theory, yeah, that would be super cool to have something that's that complexly set up. Like, I have a Unity scene that's running in like the corner of the stream where if people type stuff, it changes what's actually happening somehow. Like, even just like a little character that's like running around, even just a little like cube guy that's like running around in the bottom, and you type something and I don't know, he'll run around in different ways. Yes, it's stuff like that is the kind of thing that would be super cool to make, and the kind of thing I would like to make. But figuring out specifics of what that's exactly going to be. So that is the kind of stuff that I want to work towards, but I think that kind of idea specifically is a bit too far-reaching right now. I kind of want to make, so if this is how far away that idea is, I want to do stuff that's like on the way to that idea. Do some in-betweens. Like, if I want to do that, I got to make like, yeah, I want simpler stuff first, sort of working towards that, which is what we're doing right now, in theory. It's like, actually, like literally that kind of thing is an idea that I had, but I wasn't saying it yet because it was like too overreaching, maybe. At my, skill level of barely knowing what I'm doing with integrating stuff with OBS. Because I gotta figure out, because that means I gotta even figure out like the making a chatbot or modifying Nightbot, however that works, with custom code to then deal with a Unity scene. That means that I also have to have a Unity scene that is always running, and then how do I handle that? Does it just have to always be on my computer? Is that gonna be a performance issue? Who knows? I have a second computer. Could I set up something where it's like running not on this computer, but a different computer, and then somehow through some internet things that happens? I don't know, but that is the kind of stuff that, yeah, I wanna mess around with. So, what first bit of that is, so here's what I essentially want. And again, this is going, and even, yeah, with working towards making stuff like that, the very beginning of this, I think, will visually look bad, and it's gonna take a while to get to visually look good. But first we're just, yeah, placeholders. Doing stuff with placeholders that are not gonna look super great, but then modifying stuff to look better. So if this is, oh yeah, also this turns like this in a way. Actually, I'm gonna just quickly do a thing. I have two variations of the grid. One that like moves as things move, and one that's more static. Grid local, or something like that. Whatever. So I want a grid that's parented to the camera for reasons. Local. And then I gotta size you more specifically. Do I remember how to mess around with my own settings? Why are you not, hold on. Excuse me? Change. Why are you not changing? Oh, I have to, go actually smaller, right, smaller, not bigger. Okay, yeah. 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, and then like 0.01, yeah. Whatever, okay. Good enough for, well, I mean, that's actually the way, hold on. Whatever, not important. Well, actually, I'm gonna make this just slightly different color to stand out for, actually, this maybe will be the one that's like lighter but then darker. I don't know. Okay, so what I want, is, hold on. Wait, hold on. I was doing Pikmin music. I was hearing voices. Pikmin noises. Yes. Okay. Bleh. Do you potentially? Can you guess where I'm going with this before I do? Actually, this needs to be rotated towards the camera, which means this would be at a 90. Basically, so if basically what I want to potentially attempt is if I have a stream layout like this, where you have messing around with the size of things, screen over there, me over here, and then stuff below. I want to experiment with basically having an actual, like, what's behind all this, what's taking up the spots, mainly the down there and the over in that corner, being stuff that's happening in a Unity scene. I made this 16 by 9, so it's roughly the size of monitor, so that we can mess around with the actual, like, scale of things. So in theory, if I had a thing like this that's meant to be like monitor placeholder, which doesn't necessarily need the grid, if you're not going to see this. This is the block that's going to be taken up by the screen. So this doesn't even need a texture technically, but you know, whatever, it's fine. And then this is webcam video me. I'm just gonna webcam placeholder. That's then, and actually, yeah, just for the funsies, I'm gonna make a second one. Because the what's surrounding me is a cyan, I actually will color this specifically. And yeah, you can be white. Or maybe not. Hold on. This doesn't matter at all. Well, why does this not look great? Whatever, it can be that. It just doesn't matter. Then this, I don't actually know the size of my current monitor, but essentially, then this being up here. What is, okay, can I quickly find that out? Which actually then, so this has, my box here has more room to change. I can, as part of this new design kind of thing, I can, you know, crop out so there's like less, like I can make the dimensions whatever I want, potentially. I can go landscape and be more tall than wide, but no, probably not. It's probably roughly the same, but just, there's more room to change slightly. I would be fine with making the real estate that I take up smaller for then more of the monitor to be on screen, but I want me to be covering less of the monitor, in theory. So, so can I see, let me just see if I have a quick way of at least getting a rough idea of what is my current dimensions. Because even this is actually already cropped a little bit. I mean, I could do, looking at OBS, I can do, as I select, oh, no, don't do that. Okay. Video capture device, this, I see 4, 3, 783, 1485. And this total, so I can calculate, so the width being 1920, I can just subtract the numbers, I guess. 1465. I have to actually type in the right things, otherwise I'm not going to get correct results. -3. Let me just type this in a notepad document real quick. 452 by 1080. I have to type in the right things, otherwise I'm not going to get the right numbers. Minus 783 minus 4. 293. So nothing like, these are not nice numbers, but I can take these, now that I have a rough thing to start with, I could then modify them into nicer numbers in this. We'll see. Again, I don't know how this is going to turn out. In practice, this might look really bad, but, you know, you don't try stuff, then, yeah, then bad words, I don't know. Okay, so, also, I mean, not that it matters that much, but since this is shrunken so much, this should be larger for it to be the style or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter that much. So I take you off this, maybe 0.5, 0.1. I also don't know how purposely flat in 2D this will necessarily look. We'll see. So just to get in just the kind of aspect ratio, if I just go, I guess 4.52 and then 2.93. Now the sort of aspect ratio of it, I think should be correct if that's how that works. Oh yeah, I mean the shadows. Ignore that there's a shadow there, right? I think. I mean, if I had my webcam thing looking like it's casting a shadow on the webcam, that'd be more of a problem because it would look like it's covering even more. Or it would be, you know, blocking off even more. So that, yeah, pretend that that's not a thing. Actually, I mean, real quick, I could just at least turn the light. Oh, that's gonna affect the lighting of everything. I mean, I can specifically just be like, I mean, on one hand, I don't want this to cast a shadow, but I mean, if it actually cast a shadow onto like the background environment, that could potentially look cool. But for now, I'm just gonna say don't cast shadows, and we'll worry about that later. Okay. So in theory, we have this. So actually, I mean, so there's two ways that we go about this. Either I do smush this completely, you know, perfectly in the corner, right? So there's no extra stuff. Okay, but pretend so like right now you currently see the little bit up top and the little bit on the sides. I can leave that there as part of, in theory, the polished version of this, whatever's going on all around here looks super amazing, the most visually interesting thing you've ever seen. Like it's like a little bit of a scene that you're looking at of something, yeah, something interesting going on. So I don't know if leaving it like these are a part of the scene and you're seeing a little bit up and around can be kind of cool. But then there's also the caveat of then even this little bit here means that this is ever so slightly smaller, and that's just a thing to consider. Oh, wait, chat. You know, chat exists, and I should have essentially a chat placeholder. Well, kind of. I can have, because chat is there and chat is transparent. If chat was like here, I don't need like a block for that because then it could just be transparent onto whatever's behind it. But for now, I guess while I'm planning stuff, I'll make a chat placeholder thingy because I might also be changing dimensions of chat and whatnot. I have arrived. Have you used my send script? Oh, hello, Elaith. Hello. Yeah, you sent stuff for the. If I, when I go back to working on the grid game, if I'm, stuff to potentially make the, swapping out of the blocks for the grid, the grid generation easier. We aren't working on that game at the moment, so no, but when I go back to that is a thing I can try, which can be cool and whatnot. But, that game is currently, as of the last stream, it is, did I close the tab? No. we're here. It is up on itch.io, the prototype that we finished as of the end of day 8, kind of day 9 in theory. So yeah, that exists. So the challenge itself is done. So that's cool. And then I'll be continuing to, it can be used on other games for even spacing or decor and items. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. I guess I didn't think like that. But yeah, potentially. So yeah, cool. Yeah. Although that only would be if I want to have stuff be spawned. If I'm fine with things being spawned at runtime, being consistently apart, rather than if I want to see how stuff is looking compared to other things outside of the scene. But yeah. Can you link it? Oh yes, I can. I guess I could make Nightbot do that, but whatever. So that's that's the game. Again, it's nothing super amazing or like groundbreaking or whatever, but it turned out pretty decent. For making a game in a very short amount of time, which was then even less time than we initially thought because I just got extra busy with a whole bunch of other things. But yeah, and it didn't get all the features we necessarily wanted. There's definitely some missing, like it doesn't have even any audio at all, but like that is, the idea with that is, now that that's done, I have some other things I want to do, like this, like what we're doing right now. But then, eventually, I want to go back to it. I don't know how far off that'll be. Like, I could go back to it now and start doing some of that polish. I have other things that I want to do more, like this, and working on tutorials. I'd say, bare minimum, I'm not touching it until I've released one more YouTube video on my YouTube channel. That's the sort of thing I'm working towards now. There's this, improving the stream quality stuff, and then working on that next tutorial video. That's my current goals, and then I'll see beyond that horizon what I want to do next. But I have many ideas. I'm definitely not short on ideas. It's more just, taking some ideas and fleshing them out, and then like figuring out a proper order that I want to do things. So I'm not short on general ideas. Turning those into specifics, still working on it. I do have over here, I brought this up at point over, where is it? This. This still needs to be very fleshed out. I made this like a day ago, of like, just kind of plan, using this to potentially plan like future streams, and then more to order them. Once I have a lot of specifics planned out, then this will be me planning, okay, I'm going to do a stream doing this, then this, then this, then this. In theory. But yeah, and then also playing out some potential things that might be streams, maybe not, who knows. Anyway, so I was putting a chat placeholder thing down here. I don't think this will stick around, but it's more just a placeholder for now thing. Blah, and then blah, and then make this a magenta because of my logo colors. But yeah, we'll see. So, it's not what I wanted. Do I get the current dimensions of chat? I guess I get the current dimensions of chat. All right, I'll just do the math real quick. Don't mind me. The current dimensions of chat are roughly you're the same width as the webcam. The width is the same. Mostly. So, okay, actually the width is the same, it's just the height. And yeah, I can, doesn't matter that. This matters. If I got the width in there, I can just take that off and then just move it up on the Z and say, like, it's probably close enough, whatever it needs to be. So currently I don't have chat going all the way to the bottom. I could do that. That could be a modification of this, is it does go all the way through the bottom of the screen. I don't know. Actually, playing with the fact that I can play with the Z here has mild interest to me. Then, playing with the Z, make this slightly bigger, and then, like, move it over or something. I don't know. It had just slight visual looking different, but basically covering the same screen real estate. I also don't know how much there would be a gap there. I don't have answers to a lot of this stuff because right now is the time to mess around and figure out said answer. Also, they're going slightly through the floor, so let me actually just move the camera. This, background is something like that will be sorted out. I don't exactly know, like, how much. Even this could be something that's looked at like from pure top-down angle or not. What would be also interesting is we figure out what's going on down here, and then I swap it out from time to time. We make different things to just be going on. But the idea would be cool to just have, like, something that I've coded that is just running down here 24/7, effectively, of, like, I mean, we started with something super simple, but then it could get to something more complicated. Like, simple thing could just be like, oh, it's some little cube that, like, randomly, like, moves back and forth because. But then far off idea would be custom chat commands, like there's actual like a person down here, or maybe multiple, and as you type things in, they run around and do specific actions. Or my animated self having him like down here, there, and if you type like wave, and he'll like wave at the camera or something, you know, stuff like that. That would be super cool to have. Yeah. So, but ideally, basically, yeah. So like it's like this is like a Unity kind of scene, which is visually interesting stuff going on down here that we, yeah, ideally looks very cool and very amazing, spectacular lighting, and looks very polished and all that. Extra, and even as I'm making other games, like when I'm working on the Handyman with the Unicycle, I could totally just take a bunch of assets from that game and just and potentially do stuff with that as well. It will potentially be hard if this is what this ends up looking like, which also actually, so this, in theory, the web, the chat one should be transparent to match the actual transparent chat in theory, maybe, possibly. Oh, you aren't set up to be transparent, are you? Hold on. I think I need to make a. Well, see, the thing is transparent. It takes up more. It takes up more, you know, the processing. So I'm just gonna go grid transparent as a separate thing, so the non-transparent ones are better, or something along those lines. So I just want to take this and then go. How do you make you transparent again? It's like something in some setting up here. Surface type transparent, which then means you have an alpha. If I just want to take in the separate. Split, blend, just put the alpha in there. Right, yeah. Yeah. So then in theory, then this one, if you have grid transparent, your graphs, transparent, now you're slightly through. What's actually mildly interesting with this, the fact that I can have the actual lines themselves less transparent. That's mildly interesting. Yeah. But I don't know if I'll even have this. Because I might just might let chat be on its own, and just seeing through to whatever's beneath it. Because then, I mean, if this isn't here and we have chat, like you have chat, you're transparently sitting behind chat a little bit, then I can actually have more space for whatever background stuff is going on. But then also, yeah, I don't know how this is necessarily going to work, or if I purposely am going to want to. I mean, I can also just change. I can change what corners stuff is in. It doesn't have to be like this. I could have the it be up here. That's the free space here. Actually, so that's interesting. Then here and here are like two separate, distinct areas, whereas this is like one big reverse L. Like there's that. There's also, I mean, I could move me to a different corner, but I think I like being in the top right. I think that works best at the moment, because if I am slightly covering the screen, this is. For game development, this is usually the least important side of the screen. If I'm slightly covering this side, then I will surely be covering code. And if I'm covering down here, then like, I mean, I guess I'd just be down here. I mean, that's not as important. But I feel like when I'm working in the inspector, other than when I'm working in transform stuff, if I'm messing with values on like a thing I just added, I guess I'm usually messing around with down here. So whatever, I can mess with it. You know what would be really cool? The other super far off thing is if like, as I said, if you type stuff in chat and then stuff changes, if one thing that changed was like you type in like move down and then my physical webcam actually just kind of does this and moves down there. Now the problem with that is that if this is just some background thing that's running behind the stream, then it's just Unity affecting Unity stuff. If I say move the thing that's meant to be where the webcam is anchored to, that would then mean I would need some kind of custom OBS code to then actually move the OBS webcam thing down. So there's two ways of doing it. Either one, it's somehow Unity code talks to OBS API code and then moves the webcam accordingly somehow. Or if it's not handled through OBS, somehow I reroute the actual stream, the webcam is actually going through Unity, and then that all gets fed into OBS. But that sounds a lot harder and a lot less likely to work, and having a lot more performance issues or like desync stuff. So, you know, we'll see. What would also be cool visually, so rather than these just being like squares, thing that would be an extra layer of looking cool would be if, so if this is the monitor that is like me, if it actually looked like whatever it would look like. It looked like there was a bit like a robot arm, that this is like, you know, coming in from the side or something. That'd be just, you know, extra visual layer of cool. Where'd that window I just, oh no, it was paint, that's why. That we could then design what that would actually look like. It would then be extra cool if it could like, if it has sort of a robo arm that it actually like swung on screen. Or like, yeah, I press a button and then this just straight up like, if I, hold on, okay, here's the extra mile of visual fidelity that like, I don't even know if I could actually reasonably do, but if I could, it would be awesome. Oh, not you. Hold on. Pivot. If I set up something like this, actually this was meant to just be an empty game object, whatever, blah. You don't even need a box collider, you. So, okay, I have many ideas of the what can take this to looking cool. But if I had this, if this could actually like, what? Oh, I put the wrong thing on you. This. Ignoring that it's clipping through the background, right? The fact that this can like, woo! Imagine if, instead of transferring between, you know, this scene and like, so I'm not leaving, but I'm just going to do a scene to show something off. If I have this, that scene is the stream starting soon screen. If instead of having that, imagine if it was effectively just this, where, okay, pretend that that's like completely off screen. Hold on. If I just move you more over, and then even you should potentially be flattened out just a bit. Hold on. Getting to grand reveal of crazy ideas. Ignoring that it's clipping through the background. In theory, pretend that it like, because that's what we could render this on a separate layer so that no matter what, it'll always be in the front. But if this is like gone, and then I even put the same pivot on like the webcam, imagine this is full screen showing some visually interesting Unity thing going on that has a, you know, a thing that's like, you know, a stream will start soon or whatever, and like cyberchroma, you know, having cyberchroma things in here that looks super cool. And then when I press when I'm ready to like start for real, I press some hotkey, and then this like this swings on into frame, and then sort of activates like the screen coming to life, and then it has my monitor in the background, but then the same thing happens with the webcam, where the webcam swings into frame and then turns on, and then there I am. If that was a thing that happened, that would be the highest levels of being super cool. And then when I leave, go to the not here screen, then I press a button and then they just swing away. Like that would be super cool. That's what almost started me wanting to potentially do this, having it all be in a Unity scene, is the fact that stuff could like move around. Even so right now this would be, the plan is that this is static. If it even like, this might be too jarring to potentially actually do, but maybe with the webcam, if this like even more subtle than this, very slightly like hovered up and down or something, which then be the actual webcam itself, the me, hovered up and down slightly, you know, that's just that little bit of movement that like could look cool potentially, as long as it's not overdone. If it's like shaking violently, that's obviously not good, but just this slightly like, yeah, very slight movement could just look cool. Especially like a lot of this background visual, like not just a static image that looks cool, but like an animation effectively, or like a little bit of game stuff that's running in the background, that is extra cool for the times when I'm doing what I'm doing right now, where I'm not touching I'm not doing anything, I'm just rambling a bunch. Actually, I mean, that would be its own separate thing, is when I want to switch from this to like full screen, if I'm just rambling a bunch and it can then just be me talking, I press a button and then this thing actually grows to cover more of the screen. And then maybe even just this shrinks, you know, kind of just do a little bit of a swap when I'm just rambling and not showing that much. But yeah, there's just a lot more visual cool stuff that be happening on the stream while I'm just rambling. These are, yeah, ideas that could be cool, but will definitely take a long time to actually physically make, especially how some of those ideas would require potentially actually interfacing with OBS things, but so I think like not all of that would we be doing today, but we do like a tenth of it essentially, and then slowly build over time. Like we kind of, I start with just this kind of idea, but it's basically just static, and then we just have like, so I think step one is like getting a format that looks like this, but it's completely static and it looks decent. Swap that in, do some playing around with it, get it set up in actual OBS. Then step two is this, rather than being a static image, having it be like an actual looping animation. So not like a Unity thing that's running 24/7, but it's just we make it a bit of an animation of something interesting happening down here. Maybe it's just even a cube just like running around or whatever. Ideally, it has a decent amount of length. It's not just like 10 seconds in theory. Or I mean, like prototype version could be just quick 5-second thing to like test that it's even working, and then we make a longer thing. And then it's just we export this as a video. I know Unity has stuff where you can go into play mode, have it effectively record, and then output that as a video. I have that set up in this scene, so I can just copy that stuff over. And then we just put the looping animation as a background thing in OBS. And then that's like step two. And then like step three is just making whatever that is visually more interesting, and then like whatever steps, it don't matter. Then eventually then we start with something simple rather than going straight to the super complicated thing. We start with something simple, a bite-sized chunk of the idea, and then slowly add on to it, slowly it becoming cooler over time. And we don't necessarily do this all at once. We can do some of this now, then I do like other stream content that I want to do, like working on my tutorials and stuff, and then going back to that. Well, one thing that I could do, if for at least my first few tutorials, while I'm still, before I make proper like full-on animations with the cutscene maker thing that I'm developing, even just using then some of this in my next tutorial, where it is basically just me, hey, rambling to the camera, here's how I do some stuff. If it had this, the cooler looking version of this, it can heighten even just the YouTube videos where I'm basically just rambling, could look cooler. But the idea of that I press buttons and then these screens move around in different ways would be very, very cool. Even just them like shrinking or like, yeah, whatever. Even, so I parented these to the camera on purpose. It doesn't just have to be static environment with stuff running around. It can be that the, I have to make sure that the lighting is like proper. So I would probably do something to make like the lighting on these things very consistent. I know I can parent a light to the camera in theory. I mean, I could do that on purpose to make it look like the camera is shining light onto the background or whatever. But ignoring that, I could have that the camera itself is slightly like moving around in an environment. Oh god, that would be so cool if you type in a chat command. So I said like, here's potential ideas of what the thing that is happening on the bottom is doing. If you type in chat commands and then it like effectively flew to a different room, like it's almost like different rooms in this weird environment, and it's like, okay, you typed in this, let's like fly over to here, and now you're seeing this different thing going on in the bottom. That'd be super cool. That'd be very, very cool. But again, just very, very out there, very extravagant ideas. But so that's the kind of thing that I want to do. That still haven't explained it very good. But we're gonna, I guess, start with the most bare bones version of said idea, and then go from there. So the bare bones version is just keep the even while I said I might like make these have like sort of robot arms or whatever. We're gonna start with just not that. Basically, sort of copying what's similar to what we have now. Why are you? Wait, why are you weird? I guess I won't work with the pivot just yet until this thing's properly configured, because then I also before I go too far into designing stuff that's happening here and down here, I want to make sure I have like the ratios of things right. If I design stuff that like is assuming that this is this many pixels tall and then it's not, then then that's gonna have problems. Oh, there's also just the idea, I don't know how messed up it would potentially look to have this on a slight angle, and then I actually then change the angle of the desktop thing on stream. But having it be on the angle might look a bit, and if I had this on this is even too much. It was just like a 1 degree angle, and then I have this on like a slight angle. I don't know. It's again, this is stuff like don't know how it would look in practice, but it's stuff we can try, and if it looks terrible, then we just don't do it, is the thing. So I think, first run, no, nothing on an angle, everything matching like perfectly at the camera. We will, I think for the first run of this, we will perfectly cover the corners, I think. Just so that the screen itself gets the most real estate. We do that, and then like this, just gotta type in some things. Get off screen. You're like 1.99. I'd like it to be somewhat exact. Yeah, I'm also playing with the how close and far away is from the camera. If it's like further away but bigger, I don't know how that'll visually look, and yeah, it's stuff to play around with. This looks small, hard to say. I had the chat one. I guess for now, I don't think, actually I think that this probably should maybe not have the line. This maybe should just have a normal material. Oh. Do you get, wait, why are you, first thing I was like, oh, it's transparent because that's what I put in the other place. But you're not, you're just straight up like, oh, because I'm not supposed to use the standard, I'm supposed to use Universal Random Pipeline lit. Yeah, whatever. Threw me off for a second just because, like, I know magenta is like the color of texture is not working, but because I just had it magenta a second ago, it took me a sec to kind of click in. These I can see like this, and I don't know how much I want to see that. I mean, right now it's like, because of the lighting, this is coming up as like pure black. Oh, that's actually more because of the grid thing, which we might change. So I might, ideally this is not like a pure black, but even I don't know how much I would want it to show up at all. But, you know, we'll get to that. The lighting and all that, that's going to be a thing that's going to really make or break this. So ideally that's something that we get looking good sooner than later. I think I'd rather, yeah, have this go slightly over that. Okay. But then even, I mean, should I, so I don't know if this should perfectly, because having some of this like asymmetry can look good, potentially. But I mean, for first run, I'm gonna try to get it to be pretty exact. Actually, I can do, I can use this to get it somewhat close. It doesn't even need to go off screen this way, technically. Because of the way the camera is, that's gonna be a little bit hard. Actually, as a temporary thing, I make the camera be perfect, and now this will be, I can adjust this. Theory? Never mind, I thought that would work, but it didn't. Okay, never mind. Well, okay, okay, if I literally just go make it so I can see both of them at once, then I'll do that. Okay. Yep. But again, I have to see whether I want this here or not. That's another thing. We just try stuff and see if it works or not. Well, I don't know if I want there to even be anything here, or to have this be completely gone and then just chat is just there seeing through into whatever is here anyway. But we'll put this here for now, just because. Okay, so if this is first run of this, I mean, the lighting is bad. Ooh, okay, bright things up like that. Also, there's the thing of like, do we go for more bright aesthetic or dark aesthetic? I tend to like brighter colors with this kind of thing, but you know, we'll see. This just wow. That's just gonna go off screen. Okay, so I think before we go any further, let's just try this as like a trial run of this idea. Actually, I do want to. This looks like a drop shadow with just how this is. Which, if I were to have a drop shadow, I wouldn't want it to be that way. But that's not even how I want. Why is turning this just look so weird? Wait. Oh, the because the rotations of stuff is messed up anyway. But whatever. That's what we're gonna do for now. Let it be kind of like flat or as a just initial kind of thing. Also, I guess before we swap things out, probably let's just we're gonna have the grid be perfectly like that, and then like ideally, so I could have it be more like 2D and this stuff is happening, but I'm a 3D man. I make 90% of the stuff I make is 3D, so I would like to especially, you know, use that in what I do, like have it be a lot more 3D stuff. So you know what, actually, first run we'll have this, the very top of that white bit, and then yeah, I can go under like that. Sure, this could be fine. It could be, this is mostly 2D, but a little bit 3D. I didn't even. Oh, I completely forgot about messing with the perspective of the camera. For now, we'll go with this. Having a wider field of view could potentially get me like be able to see more stuff down there, but I don't know. The more in I go, then it'll be more like orthographic. And I could go fully orthographic, but even with like 3D stuff going on, but don't think I will. I think we're just gonna go with this as the first sort of test run. So this grid here, I just want to mess with that, and I don't also know if I want to as I said, potentially mess with this sort of grid texture that I currently have. Oh, this isn't. I assumed that the black that was. I expect this having on the top means it would be happening there. I assume that this was because of the grid itself being black, but no, it's that and the lighting. So maybe, I mean, I imagine eventually. So there's two things. One, eventually I might have like a light that only affects these things. They're saying consistent in lighting, and then a light that's affecting like the scene. But it would be kind of cool just if the camera is flying around that this stuff is slightly being affected by the scene's lighting. Oh, but then you know what I need? Then just, I mean, as long as I just have some ambient light, then not too much, but just a little bit. Then not having stuff be like completely black. Unless I want that, but I don't know. We'll see. Gradient, whatever. I'll come back to that. Yeah, I can technically, I should be fine to right now mark this stuff as static, but nothing with the camera will be, because in theory that'll be all flying around. But light probes are a thing that I should be using and doing stuff with. What was I doing? I was gonna grab what was I gonna do? Oh, lights. Just for this test. I mean, I could, if part of having this consistent lighting, I can parent the light under the camera and have it be like the light, the camera itself is shining light to some degree. Why is this not going to brighten this up? Wait, what? I do this, are you gonna, okay, now you did. Okay, yeah, okay. I guess as a test, as a starting kind of thing, like this. I actually, wait, I don't want you to go up though. I just, like to light the bottom inside of this. I mean, I can do the thing that games do where you just have two lights, when it's going down, when it's going up. But the up one being more subtle. Uh, 0.5, I guess, and then I guess this one shouldn't have cast shadow or something like that. I don't know, how bright do I want this to be? Wah! I want to be decently bright. I want to go really bright, I think. Especially, you're not going to see most of this anyway. We'll go with 2. We'll go with 2 for now, as a trial run. Okay, so I just take this and I say I want to just put this in the background of what we currently have, and then use that as a starting point. I mean, I can literally just screenshot this, but I feel like I should, if I'm going to be doing this, I should have a, isn't there a better way to be like, hey, Unity, actually just like take the screen, how do you Unity, take screenshot, I want to, oh right, it does have, you do have a single frame recording mode. Okay, so I'm going to put this on a separate game object, I guess. It's like, I forget if I have to install this as a package or if this is a default thing. How did I need to remember how I did it in this. I did set this up in this. I don't remember where I put you. Oh no, where did I put you? Are you in my, if I go to my testing stuff, all this, do I have something here that's, where did I know that at some point I tested this, like, cause I know there's like a recorder window, or actually I forget if I needed a game object in the scene actually doing this or not, or if I just, where is general order window. Oh, then you can start. Okay, so maybe it was just this. So do I just have that here, or do I have a how many levels are there after the one with the first 2x2? It's 5 a.m. but you're playing it. Woo! Yeah. Sorry, there's no saving. We didn't have time for it. The game's not that long. There are 18 levels. If you're seeing the 2x2 enemies, you're almost done. You're almost done. There's like, I mean, I guess I won't spoil exactly, but like, you're like 4 levels away from the end or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's. So yeah, there actually did end up being more levels in the game than when we started making it than I thought there would be. So that was cool. Which, yeah, I didn't say playing it. But in theory, the polished version will have full saving and maybe like a level select and, you know, whatever. We just did not have time to easily implement that. But, so sorry. But, yeah. Also, yeah, the game itself isn't. It's not. I guess depends on how many times you die and stuff. But it isn't the longest thing ever. The last level is quite hard, though. So good luck. But I'm glad that you're liking it. That's something I have to remember. When, like, I'm not the one playing. Like, I've, you know, developed the whole, I developed the whole thing, so, like, I've been playing the game for, like, 9 days straight, essentially, so I can get, I'm not sick of it, but, like, it's not as fresh to me, I guess, as someone playing it for the first time, even if you have seen some of the development with it, so, yeah, keep that in mind, I guess. I think it's a, where do I go? Package manager, blah. Like, recorder? Built in. Let me just, okay, it'd be faster if I just, what did I do here? Like, this is something I've done before, like a month ago. I just don't remember exactly how. In project. I'm assuming it's like, you're called recorder, but I didn't see you. I guess I was blind. I was on built-in, that's why. Recorder, install. Yep. See, I'm not programming everything from scratch, actually using some of these packages that exist. Aha! Yeah. There's probably a lot of things I am doing where, like, I could be doing stuff more efficiently if I knew a certain package existed that I wasn't aware of. Or, I mean, there's some stuff that's just, like, not free. So I'm curious just what quick recording is. I never start recording because there are no recorders are active and have no errors. Interesting. Well, I mean, I don't know if that was actually different than the other recorder. I'm just gonna launch it for normal Z's. So I have to explain when you're done. Manual. So we want single frame here, but this would just be good to like. Well, I'll set this to like 60 so I don't forget. Playback variable. Interesting. Neato. This will be, yeah, this will be helpful for later things. Do I want to attach, like, do I put recorder bindings? This isn't, I can't seem to do stuff with it, but I'm gonna just, and this is potentially overkill for, wait, why did you not add recorder? Oh, wait. Oops. What? I don't know how to do this. Oh, animation clip. Then let's gonna like movie, game view. Okay, yeah. And do all this stuff. Wait, where wasn't there like a single frame? So I don't know if. Let me just do manual to like have it record like full-on video just so I can see it, and then once it's working, because I'm more so setting this up for the recording actual video things, but then right now I'm going to use it to take just a single screenshot in the meantime. Will this have audio? In the far-off version, I mean, maybe not like full audio happening all the time, but like little sound effects when certain special things happen. maybe, but I guess for now, no. I wouldn't want it to be super, you know, obnoxious. But I'll turn that for now, just so I don't forget. Then watch like a bajillion streams for now, and then try to put sound effects. Like, why isn't the audio recording? And then it's just this. Do I care? I guess so. You're going in the project. I don't know how much I care about that. I might save you slightly outside of the project, just so that so you're not then like recording and then importing into yourself. I put like, so I had like the folder for this, and then inside is the actual Unity project. So yeah, put like, yeah, recordings or something. I don't know if I'll just see. I'll have to see how I want to actually properly name things. Because ideally, as I'm then making new versions of this, I'm gonna want to keep old versions around just in case. This also probably shouldn't be. Trying to edit it like down there. A lot of stuff is just being blocked off. Output resolution, max window size. Well, we'll have 4K. No. See, okay, I'm on a 4K monitor, but just because I am doesn't mean that the stream itself is just normal 1080p, because that's like the common, is the very common 1920 by 1080p, because that's like common streaming resolution. And I figure, why not? Or like, there's no point in me rendering stuff at like 4K to then get downscaled anyway. And like most people are on, you know, single, or you know, still HD but 1080p monitors anyway. So yeah, might as well save that performance for now. I mean, eventually I could have it not be that way, but you know, whatever. Anything I care about with this? I can actually make it GIF specifically. That's interesting. I'm assuming everything else is just going to be kind of at default stuff. Oh yeah, you can record the actual. So I guess, wait, is it gonna just record until I manually stop it? If I say time intervals start at 0. Oh yeah, so that's an interesting thing. I could, if I had some physics thing happen where like some blocks fall into some position and then start recording, the fact that I can be like record from 10 to 20 is interesting. So let's just say 10-second thing, just so I can see it doing stuff. Oh no, I don't want to go into play mode like that. Start recording. Let's just see if this works. I assume it's, yeah, it has exit play mode checked, so I'm assuming it's going to exit play mode automatically once it's finished. Yeah, okay, 10 seconds was probably very overkill, but whatever. Can I quickly, easily take me to... Oh yeah, take me to the folder where you went. So, okay. Wow, I can't believe that it's this. Okay, you know what's really funny now? Seeing this in full screen, the fact that the blue part is, you know, matching up. Actually... matching up? It is, yeah, because I can tell because the chat one is. The fact that the blue one is matching up means that we at least did that part correct, which I think is funny. Okay, so now that we have that, that's not what we're going to actually be using. I'm just going to put in single frame for right now. I don't know if if there's any chance of the first frame being messed up in like a real thing, so just as a start at not the very first frame in case there's any funkiness that's weird. Oh, it automatically is having the takes, right? That's automatically upping that for me. That's good. Cut movie, whatever. Do I want to specifically separate? I'm just, yeah, for now I'll specifically separate recordings and rendered images, because I don't actually know if for this process we're gonna have any situation where we any situation. Oh, you made a MP4. If you're a single frame, are you still gonna cut out as a video? I mean, so like, I mean, I launch you're a single frame. That's not the worst thing, only because, I mean, okay, it'd be nice if it actually was a JPEG. I can, if I really wanted to, just take a screenshot, like grab my screen if I wanted to really have this be an image. The idea is, right now I'm temporarily doing it as images to then go to it being a video, so whatever. We'll put this into, I'll still put it in the rendered images folder. I'm still gonna count it as that, but actually naming it, what am I calling this? Like stream layout. This is mainly to test like sizes and stuff, whatever. Test stream layout test 1. You know, you have to have a 1. Okay, so now we do the scary bit. Now I try actually swapping stuff out in OBS and hope things don't break. I am going to, for right now, make a new scene so that I'm not, in theory, we have stuff to fall back on. I did export all the scene settings before I started the stream, but this is just extra layer of caution. What am I trying to do? New scene. New scene. Just call it layout. New layout test, and then we'll Oh no! If I go to that, it doesn't have. Wait, can I duplicate this? It'd be easier. I meant to. Yeah, easier if I duplicate. Because then you can't hear me. Because if my microphone isn't a layer in the source, like yeah, if it's not a layer in that, then you're not gonna hear me. And that's the tricky part about doing this while live streaming, is that some of that's gonna be tricky. But where did that? Well, I mean, I'm just gonna go to this one and delete it real quick. So I'm gonna be black screen for 2 seconds. Okay, don't worry about it. Yeah, potential technical difficulties that we're gonna have happen right about now. Yeah, well, let's see how that goes. So, I still think I'm gonna rename to new layout test. I guess right now we're gonna build all this on the assumption of me being in the top right. Ideally, then having the. Well, then I might not need the left version, but I could make one in theory. But I guess we're not going to worry about that too much right now. Okay, so... Okay, how do I want to do this? So another separate thing, alerts. I do have alerts. They just cover the whole screen because they happen so infrequently. I could factor in alerts as a part of this if it also triggered special fancy stuff to go on screen. That would also be cool. Just in general, and that'd be hard to. No, I can test trigger alerts. Okay, so that would be hard to test, but have special stuff happen, and when alerts happen, that would be cool. But we'll see. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I guess first I just import this image. Well, it's a video. How do I actually do that? Media source. Unity background is what we're gonna call it. Okay, bring this in from, yeah. I have 2 stream graphics folders, one of the everything that's, here and now, but I guess now I have the Unity project of Unity stream graphics, whatever. We're here. All right, let's see if this works. Loop, or actually it might not work until I actually press, you should play back when source becomes active. Use hardware. Show nothing when playback ends. No. Always show stuff. Okay. Aha. Okay, so that exists. Cool. So this is gonna need to cover the whole screen, but be behind stuff. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna do that. So it's gonna go away right now as I put it behind the main display because it's maybe behind it. So it's behind. Okay, we can cover the whole thing. Finally finished it. Great idea, very good execution. Few bugs with that's given. Awesome, cool, thank you. Yeah, glad that you liked it. And yes, I'm aware that it has issues for sure. But woo, yeah, awesome. I'm glad for being a small thing. It it was a decent idea. It turned out decent, and there's endless amounts of more polish and cool things that can be a thing. But yeah, that's stuff that we'll get to eventually. So I guess now, just resize this stuff and hope that it works. I mean, even now, actually, I mean, that's all I really need to do is just resize this. If I move this, I can play around with moving it so that you see the little bit of the, actually, I don't know if I want to purposely have these be slightly bigger so you are actually seeing the sort of, oh wait. Oh, I didn't, this isn't the correct size. If it was the correct size, then, in OBS, it would be like, I wouldn't see as much of a discrepancy here, which, whoops, I guess. I don't know how that happened, but, whatever. Whoa, careful. Whatever, well, actually, no, maybe, no, sorry. I guess it's the correct size, but if I, it just make that, just with the way of how the aspect resolution is, if I scale it down a bit, it's gonna go smaller on the right than on the bottom. I'm like, pointing at stuff with my mouse as if you can see my mouse when I'm not, like, on the other monitor. I guess for now I can just, you guys can just get infinite OBS for now, because I mean, right now I'm not even doing anything in the Unity scene, I'm doing stuff over here. So now we'll just do it like this, be in the top right. So, yeah, how does that look? That's, it's something, it's a start, for sure. Things are a little bit, I'm seeing some of the pixels here. One thing I might have to readdress with the actual, grid itself is I've noticed that there is a little bit of funkiness due to the fact that it's not really a texture. It's not a texture that can be like downscaled or whatever. It's the grid itself is being sort of procedurally generated by the shader itself. So I might have to at some point just convert this grid thing into an actual, like, just make an actual grid texture and then tile that. And then that'll probably look better in places like this. So that can be another thing just on the list for eventually. But for right now, so I have this. So now I'm, covering less, but it's like, is this how much, like, screen that I want this to take up? And then there's me. How much of that do I want to take up? In theory, so right now I have this sort of cyan border around me. Ideally, where we're going with this is that I don't have that, which is like, oh no, crazy that it's gone. And the border comes from the Unity thing that's meant to be behind my head, which then, oh, wait a minute. Then if I wanted this to slightly overlap on the screen, then that means that the border would have to be, oh no, that means it would have to potentially be layered. I don't know if, do I go that far that, like, I actually have layered things? I don't know. I am unsure on that. I don't know how I completely forgot that would be a thing. I mean, so right now it's the case of, like, I make a Unity thing, and it's just in the background, and then I'm layering all this other stuff on top. I'm actually just going to also enable this for right. Yeah, there's no way I can, like, have this all be, like, Unity controlled, where I can see the OBS stuff as a physical thing here, and then have that, like, reroute back to OBS. That probably, there's no way the performance of that would be anywhere other than bad. So I think for now it's best to work on the assumption that it's just, like, video in Unity that is just in the background that this stuff all goes on top of. So I think for now, I guess I'll keep the border, unless I do have a thing where I'm completely not covering the video, which would frankly be ideal in that, like, if I'm covering a little bit, then I still might have some of the same issues that come with covering it. Although I do like that I'm just covering less in general. However, I mean, then there's also the thing, another thing to solve that is I can be this big, but then I could crop a little bit. Whoa. It's this button? Yeah. I don't need to be I don't need as wide to the left and right. I can basically, I mean, there's a little bit of concern if I move around, me going, like, off screen, I guess, but, like, that's not, in theory, as long as I tend to spend 90% of the stream just looking at myself in the OBS thing, which is what I'm doing right now. This is the camera, this is me looking at me. Doing this, actually, the way I've cropped it right now, I did just lose the blue a little bit, but and then also, so then chat is also a thing. I guess, I don't think chat needs to be, as big. I mean, I might also, I mean, right now I can't as easily squish this. If I'm to change the size of chat, I have to do that through Stream Elements, which is doable, but then just a bit more of a back and forth, I guess, but yeah. And then, I mean, even how chat looks, I don't know to what degree that's going to change. Could you imagine the super far off, like, crazy idea where, like, on here, there's, like in the Unity scene, there's a crazy thing of what's pulling in from chat where it's, like, part of the scene. And, well, rather than just being text, it looks like engraved letters into something that's, like, scrolling up almost like a conveyor belt. Those are ideas that would be super cool. But very, like, almost far-fetched for right now. I think, so also the idea, like, right now I have each individual chat message takes up a large percent of like the total chat box, just because I don't have that many chat messages that happen that often. If I got to a point where chat messages are happening more consistently and they're coming and going like too fast, then I would at that point I'll do what like most streamers do, where like the kind of the more normal chat thing where it's just like name, message, and not all this fancy stuff. But and then I can have that style like more maybe in Unity as just little things that come up. But so for now, let's just experiment with. So ideally, I should be having the screen itself take up a lot. Like, the smaller this is, the more it's a problem of, you know, not being able to see the screen, right? Especially if you're on mobile or whatever. So I think let's experiment with, can I more easily, here's what I can do temporarily. It's just, if I do, that was just the background. Yeah, okay. I just do this. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to go like too far. I don't need to be like vertical, but like let's try decreasing this at least a little bit. I don't know if I want to math out some actual numbers, but I can be a little bit more of a box. And then if I do this, I'll say I'm still in like going off the top corners, and I can correct more of that later. Like the I guess this should be ideally even this. I re-edit the Photoshop file so that it's like the exact size that it needs to be. But I could do like that or something, and then chat itself I can try for now just shrinking it like that. Even actually, you know what, right now I can do this but then lengthen it, because so right now here is, I guess, like, you know, the latest chat message you would see it. I could just lengthen it so that you get this whole column. Then that partially solves the problem. I can solve the fancy chat messages, but they yeah, don't take up as much space. And again, I can have it, but I do take up, I slightly go on the screen. But did I make myself too much of a box? I don't think I want to be, the webcam should not be taller than it is wide. I think I might have made it a little bit too, let me put that back over this way and then grab video you. Is there a way I can more easily see exactly how when you see the full screen thing you can see my microphone. Is there an easy way I can see the exact dimensions of the transform and transform? You got position and you got size. Why are you negative? Oh, right, because I'm technically my webcam is flipped, because otherwise I'd be looking this way away from screen. I'd like to be almost looking like I'm looking at the screen. Let me still confirm that's correct. Yeah. So let's make these more exact, because why not? Wait, oh no, that's gonna squish me. Oh no. Wait, back up. Please tell me I can go back up. Oh no. That's not, that was not editing what I thought I would be editing. Where was scale? I mean, the idea of having me on a slight angle is, I mean, a little bit funny, but like, I can't even easily, whatever, this. Transform, and transform. The fact that I can be like, whoa, look at that crazy thing down there. That's a little bit funny, but I think not for right now. Save that for like the April Fool's stream. No. I'm not technically doing that. Okay, so if I change these, you're gonna be disproportionate unless I edit you together. So it's the crop is what I want to actually, yeah. I mean, I could actually, is this gonna mess things up if I, because I'm in the top right, I feel like I might as well have it be based on the top right or something. And maybe now I'll just reposition. Like right now we're like roughing out ideas. I can then go in and like make things more, get in exact numbers. Because if I am slightly off, it will bug me to the end of time. So I will make sure to make everything, you know, as exact as I want it to be. Bounding box size versus, what does this change? Oh, you don't change. You're based on, like, I guess the size of other things. Crop left and crop right. So, wait, why can't I change you anymore? It'd be, oh, because I selected off of it. Where was I? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Transform. It's just there you are. Okay. So you don't change, but you do change. So now I can make this exact. So, I mean, wait, left and what? Wait. Oh, right. I can. Right, I can crop off the top as well if I care to do that. I mean, I guess I'm not showing my root, but if I stand up, then I think I want all of the top down. I mean, I guess I can cut off a little bit. Readdress it. I don't. I guess there's the worry of cutting off too much that I'm like off screen. But as long as I'm not gonna be off screen. Oh no, the poster thing up there. I don't care about showing that behind me that much until I have all the Cyberchroma merch. No. I'd rather shrink me and shrink, like, to be able to be slightly off screen, like, have that be uncovered, I guess, is my main goal, I guess. So, oh, and then as I said, my box should not be, like, taller than it is wide. That just looks weird, so shrinking it off the top does remedy that a little bit. But I don't want to go too overboard, because as I said, I don't want to be, like, off screen. Especially with, I want to test, like, where I'm commonly going to be on screen. I'm standing up. Whatever. The Rubik's Cube cam also gonna be a thing, potentially. Imagine that. That's the whole thing. If I switch that, and this whole thing, like, the whole layout changes, and the background becomes, like, Rubik's Cube themed. That would be funny. Okay, so... what? Something like... even, yeah, the position itself. Let's zero those. Oh, I don't need the subpixels, probably. I can probably get numbers that work with without that. I should probably also, yeah, I should be the same, like 4 and 4 rather than 4 and 3, I think. Okay, so back to, did I go all the way to 200? Is that too much off the top, like I'm getting a haircut? I can always also adjust this later, right? I mean, the more Unity stuff I do, the harder it maybe becomes to adjust, but, like, there's a degree to which I can try something out, and if I really hate it, then I can always change it. Why am I... wait. Oh, wait, so okay, right, each of these is, like, cutting off on one side or the other, but it's not, right, you're getting, like, all of the door. Hold on, crop left. Oh, okay, so I want this to go up, and then this to go down. That's what I want. Yeah. I think left to right, there should be essentially extra padding on both sides. But I'm not. And again, all this tinkering I could have been doing off stream and come back and be like, well, look all these changes. But, like, I mean, if I'm working on this anyway, I might as well. I can either stream it or I don't. Like, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, there could be some amount of, here's the concept and my rationale for doing so, and then I go off stream and then tinker with it more. Let me just test this out. Okay, I could have moved it in the other thing. I guess we go with 4 and 4, and then this itself, I prop roughly where you need to be. So there's that, and then because of that, I then have more. I can make this bigger. Which is good, I guess. Like, as much as I want down here to be special stuff, if I don't want that to be at the expense of this being tiny, right? Because then, yeah. But and I can go even slightly bigger, and I can let there be some slight overlap. But I think because of how much I've just cut down my webcam size, I think I let this be entirely on screen. I try to make that work. Do I want any bit of a gap? Like, do I want any little bit of seeing through here? I would say, yeah, for now, no, because getting every little bit of scale that I can out of this. Yeah. This is definitely a very sloppy stream in terms of especially anyone like coming in for the first time. It's like, why does his stream setup look so weird? Because it's under construction. That's why. I mean, it's in the stream title that experiencing with has to make the stream cooler, I guess. Which that's a whatever name for stream, but whatever. Yeah, I'm just trying to get you exact. Oh, because it's again, it's gonna bug me if it's not exact. I can't as much with the size I can. Oh, even so, actually, looking at myself in the webcam, I'm now like I'm taking up like Like right now I'm off screen, which is maybe a problem. Actually, yeah, this will be common. So me being at this exact thing, I should make me on screen when I'm exactly like this. So let's just do that real quick. Ooh, or at least mostly. I can be slightly off screen. Hold on. Not those buttons. So yeah, a lot of this is just messing around, throwing ideas at the wall, and seeing what sticks. Okay, so if I'm like roughly like this, I should be a little bit more. Oh, not that side. Not too much though, because this won't be that rare. 370. Well, then also. Yeah. Okay. Then how large is that side? Well, then I've just cut more on that one, right? So okay, if I'm like this, I guess that's not that bad. Maybe again, I want a little bit extra padding just in case. We'll go all the way to 400, and that's fine probably. I would rather be slightly too much than slightly too little and be off screen for a lot of time and not realize it. Try that out. I don't think I hold on. Are you? Why does the green not match the rest of it? Like you think you're cropped, but you're not actually. That's weird. Why every time I keep not being able to find what's wrong with that? Are you 400? And this is cropping. You say, why is it cropping the? Oh, right, because I'm flipped. That's why this isn't making sense. Cropping the left, but the thing is mirrored anyway. That's why it's actually cropping out the right. I see. So this is cutting stuff off without moving the green thing. I mean, I guess I'll just quickly like. Yeah, but okay. I mean, it bugs me that it. Oh no! It bugs me that it doesn't match. But I don't know why it doesn't, or how to like make it match. Going smaller until eventually it goes away. I gotta put this all the way back to 0. Will you eventually figure yourself out? No. I'm just size those. Just figure this out real quick. But then you have like extra. Why don't you match? That's so weird. When did you stop matching? The parent thing. Oh, because the parent one I put out. Oh, okay, that's probably why. I didn't realize it was taking stuff to the parent. Let me just put that all the way out, and then just crop the inner bits. Okay. Was this fine now? The 400. 370 or something. Let's go 360 or something. So, well, now so if I'm that's like fine enough as long as I'm not just completely off screen. I don't want to go too overboard. I'd rather, yeah. Let's err on the side of caution. Let's put this down to. Wait, no. You aren't the one that I want to be increasing. 370, and then this side slightly more. Let's go, you know what, let's go also 370. Wait, I just saw the top had like 201. No, we have exact numbers in this stream. Sometimes. Oh yeah, then, why is that happening? Bring me back. The actual, now that I got like the proportions, then there's deciding on, making the rest of this. Like, do I now, want to be big or, a little bit, I guess. So you got 3, get that extra pixel of, me. Let's go with... Actually, let me line up so that it's matching how the screen itself currently is. Actually, let's let this maybe be an actual... Can I get it to be a nice number with what's on like the top and bottom? Let's see. So 200 pixels on the bottom. I guess could be a consistent thing. Come on. Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, that's not like a number. That's like a multiple of not multiple two, like a multiple, like in the what's the word? You know, binary ones like 1, 2, 4, power of 2. That's the word. Jeez. Okay, so now this, I'll just. Oh wait. Well, I guess now I'm gonna go bigger to match this. Which I don't know what. Okay, I don't know what the weird voodoo magic that's doing. This. Okay, why? Cover just me roughly there. This. Oh wait, I'm just modifying the. That's just modifying the cropping that I did. I should have like this. The only reason I have these was like so that I could move them together. This shouldn't be affecting that the way that it is. Is it gonna still do that? I don't understand why that's having that weird behavior. Why? It's only when it's like scaling past that for some reason. Is that because if I go to the I changed the one thing to being scaling off the top left. If I change the, let me see what happens if I change all these to say top right and then change nothing else. And then may that be more consistent. So this top right background, this. Where's the numbers? Why can't I see? Why can I no longer see? The pixels off the top. How come when I'm moving up, it's going slightly in, and when I'm moving down, what the heck? I'm just pressing up and down, and it's moving slightly to the side. Well, that's weird. Why? With every movement I do, why? Let me just move these out of this for a minute, that group, and then just position this where I'm not having all these weird technical issues, and then put it back in afterwards. Yeah. Very funky. Okay. But yeah. 3 or something, and then wow, now it's not behaving super weirdly. Wow. Oh no, okay. So that may be slightly. Is it still like. Wait, is it still slightly taller than it is wide? I was specifically trying to avoid that because it looks weird. Okay, looks like I gotta be. In this, I think I'm actually made too big for how much of the camera space I'm taking up. I don't think I want to squish it even more, so I think I will allow slightly more. Not on that side. This side. Wait. Or just if I move over that way. Let's try. Let's go full on 300, and then let's go a little bit more on this for the funsies. But I'm gonna do all this and then look at it. It's like, oh, it's exactly the same. That's how we started. Wow. Actually, I mean, isn't this what we started with? Oh no. Well, I mean, hey, if what we started with was absolutely perfect, then something. Okay, these don't. Wow, no, not that. But wait, what the heck? Like, don't worry about it. Good enough. Okay. I mean, I did take the 200 off the top, so that's like that bare minimum did happen. Okay, so I just something like that, and then this, I guess that we just make chat be roughly that size as well. It can be slightly bigger because there's like a little bit of a gap there. And then I guess for now, so the thing with chat, do I want to make chat go all the way to the bottom, and then I only really have from here over to work with for the fancy stuff, or do I just have it go with the bottom along here? I think for now, actually, yeah, for now, I'll change it to go to here, because, again, there's not that many messages anyway. It'd be the thing of, if I'm getting a lot more messages, then I would extend how much, how many total messages can be on screen at once. It's not that important now. So I can't easily extend it downwards like that. I have to do this through Stream Elements. Well, okay, this becomes more difficult. Am I decided that this is what I want this to be? Let me compare the old to the new. So old wasn't like that. What happened? Wait. Why is my webcam gone out of this? Because I took it out of that layer. If I put you... So, wait, the layer actually copies. I forgot that that's how that worked. So before it was like this, except I guess I was more over, but I didn't exactly preserve the old layer, but that's fine, I guess. It was like this, and now it's like this. Yeah. Which, that also means that how much I gave, yeah, so I said I'm gonna say for now that these aren't gonna overlap. It's just gonna be way easier to deal with if they don't overlap at all, or if they do, it's just like the tiniest bit. Rather than overlapping significantly. And it's better if they don't overlap, because then I'm not actually taking up anything on the screen. Okay. Now, what? I'm looking at this and deciding, like, anything else I want to... I feel like I could crop myself a little bit more. Well... Let me test something. Let me test another aspect of this. When I'm in standing desk mode, how much do I take up? Am I on screen is the important bit. Here. That I'm like, yeah, blah, 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 I'm Cyberchroma, look at me, over here and over here. Okay, so this isn't really an issue of being off screen either. Okay, when I'm close though, I'm like this. I'm taking up like the full frame here, or here. So I don't think I want to take more off the top to do that. Okay. Yeah, okay. I guess we're gonna go with this for now. Whee, down it goes. And I do still have, I really need to like show all of me for some reason. I do still have the scene that is just this. So I'm gonna keep that around, I guess. I don't know if I'll put a border on that or something like that, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So I guess the next thing I'm going to do right now is quickly figure out how to modify Stream Elements so that I did just lengthen a second ago. Things are going to kind of reset from here. Can I see? I need to see exact numbers. Size. You think I'd be able to read that? So right now. What are we making? Hello, Lath. Hello. We are basically, well, it's a bunch of little things, but the main thing is right now we're improving my stream setup is what we're doing. Which is going to involve some Unity stuff. We have this Unity thing over here that doesn't look the greatest right now. This is like a prototype with some placeholder stuff for things that we're going to build to make it better. It'll be cool. Be very cool if it all works. Right now, I'm literally just resizing the size of chat, and then whoa. Yeah, cool. Oh no, hold on. Should I? In case I break stuff, I should duplicate this. I think you're this guy. Duplicate. Yeah, let's do the safer thing. Don't save. Yeah, leave. Okay. this is the copy of chat now. So now, how big do I need this to be is the question I can calculate. So just make sure that this matches here. This currently, the size is some 543 by 501. Oh, those amazing numbers. So 1920 minus, let me just make sure that this is matching up how I think it is. Oh, right, because if I'm doing this, then even the pixels over here aren't gonna match. 1920 by 1526 is 394. That ain't 394. I mean, okay, maybe I just roughly get it. Wait, but then you're not even taking up all of that. Are you? You're not cropped at all. No, weird. Okay, no, I'm just gonna eyeball this, just lengthen this, and then put it in. So this is copy of chat. Does Unity have its own interact method? Interact. I'm not sure what you mean. There's no built-in function within. Wait, well, I guess I don't know for sure. I keep learning new things about Unity like every day. Interact. Just making sure it's not a keyword. I believe no. There's no keyword called interact or on interact. So what for? There's things like it. Do you mean like on touch? Like when this cube hits this other cube? Is that like interacting? Is that kind of what you mean? Like when this thing touches this thing, run code? Because that's a thing. That is a thing. And I can show you how that works. And there's two things. It's like thing physically hitting something or crossing an invisible trigger makes stuff happen. Because that's a something. Not on collision? Fair enough. What kind of interacting? Could you elaborate? Because I might be able to guide you towards something similar, maybe. So new chat is what this is going to be. So save. I haven't done this in so long. How do I actually... UI interaction, like pressing a button, do you mean? Like you press a button and stuff, something happens? Or I know there's on mouse over is a thing. So when, yes, yeah, that's a whole thing. There's whole stuff on that. So I mean, okay, actually, something funny. I don't remember how. It's probably not a great video of mine, but I'm gonna link it anyway just for the funsies. Where are you? My tutorials over here. Ignore me from the past. I have I have not one, but 2 videos on how to use UI stuff and make UI things do stuff. So, you know what? I'm gonna get all my tutorials. I'll post that, there you go. And then this is a more complicated, this is like an advanced UI kind of thing. You had a lot of echo, by the way. Had or currently have? Do you mean this video has... This video for the past has bad audio, probably. Do I currently, right now, is there a bunch of echo? Both? Oh no. Let me, so I mean, I'm not listening. Let me, one second. I haven't actually, like, tested my mic quality in a while, so let's see. How am I currently sounding? Okay, this is not as bad as I was maybe thinking, but... Get acoustic panels? Oh, okay, I mean, yeah, but like, also, acoustic panels are... So, 2 things. 1, acoustic panels are super expensive, so... But then 2, I'm actually gonna be moving in the near future, so definitely waiting on that to happen first. But then, perhaps, yeah. Be fancy Twitch streamer that has all the fancy equipment, yeah. I already have, like, I have a... Actually, I don't remember how to explain it. I have fancy microphone, fancy webcam, moving desk, new fancy computer, and like 3 monitors. So I'm getting there. I'm getting there on the being fancy. In a second, let me just put this back over here. Wow. Okay. 1 second. Hold on, coming back around. Let me test something. Let me just you can just buy a panel and put it on the floor and most of it works. Oh, yeah, I know it doesn't have to actually be glued to a wall. I know that, but still, like, the fact that I might be moving soon, that's just extra stuff to physically have to move. But then also, money was also a thing. Let me just test something. we're gonna do a trial run of thing. This microphone has like a dial on the back that like makes the audio coming in from different places. I'm gonna hope this is gonna break stuff. I'm gonna try 4 different settings, and you can say which sounds better. So actually no. If I'm gonna do this, I want to actually hear myself. Hold on. What you've been hearing for the last 2 hours and 40 minutes has been setting 1. Setting 2. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's on a thing. Setting 2, it sounds like this. Hello, testing, check. Hello, testing, check. Does that sound any better or worse? Which I also have to be mindful of if I'm far away, if it doesn't pick up. I forget the exact, I've read the manual of the differences between the 4 things. I don't remember which ones are which off the top of my head. To me, it seems worse. Yeah, probably. Setting numero 3. Ooh, testing, check. Testing. Ooh, testing over here. Testing, check. I get decomposition. Sounds about okay. I mean, on a bad like phone microphone, whatever. It sounds about the same to me, but wow. Setting number 4, not a noticeable echo. Interesting. So how about this? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Check. Testing over here. Testing way over this way. Testing. Check. Echo. Hello. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Wait. I want to actually hear myself. Okay, hard to tell. Super hard to tell. Hold on. What about the back? Ow. Why is it so not wanting to turn? Ow. Hold on. Sorry for all the mic noises of me trying to turn a dial on this thing. Why is it like stuck now? What? It just doesn't want to turn. Turn, you. Turn. It's stuck on the worst one. No. It's stuck. I can't turn it, and it's on the battle setting. I'm trying to turn a dial that I just turned before. Why? I got it once, and got it again. Why was that so tough to turn? Jesus. Okay, did it? Oh no. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Put it back on the setting one. So which was the best setting? Because it basically affects where it's picking up stuff from the microphone, whether it's like just in front or like all around like the back. 4? Really? 4 is the one that's like, it has an 8 pattern, and that means stuff. So I should also say, if I bring this on screen, actually let's go to this one for a second. It does also matter if I'm talking to the mic in front of me or directly on. That also is gonna affect stuff, and I should have maybe tested all of those things. But yeah, I'll take your word for it, and I can do my, like, this would be easier for me to test, like, when I'm recording stuff in OBS and then listening to myself back or whatever, but for now I will. 4 was the best one? Okay, sure, why not? So let me just, so do like less echo and all that. Oh, it probably does not help that I've been playing background music, but whatever. You get to hear the infinite recursion. Just take my custard. Custard is great. Custard is amazing. And if you watch Doctor Who, there's a big old meme with that. Okay, I'm gonna put this back over here for right now. Okay, I'm back. Wow. And still sweating up a storm because, summer heat waves, that be how that do. Okay, back over here. Okay, so did I actually post the second one? I did, yeah. So I posted it. I can tell you some actual proper information. Hey, Cromer figured this joke on 3/4 lesbian. Trying to think of joke. I don't want to say something offensive. I do not know the answer of the joke, but and I'm like afraid to give guesses that make me sound bad. Anyway, so this is backing up a second of I put the two. You were asking how to do like UI stuff. I guess it depends on what you're trying to do specifically, but I know that I haven't done stuff like this recently. But if I just quickly go to inside any script, let me just go ba ba ba. Hold on. Testing. It is nothing bad. Fair enough. So okay, I got my give a little longer guess. I believe use words. English. I believe you said before that you are trans, and I'm guessing it's to do with that of technicalities or whatever. That's my guess. I will not go further. No. Okay, so boa and test it. What was I? So there is a function that's like void on mouse. Yeah, these. So these could be helpful. As button. I've never used that. It's the same as it was pressed. Interesting. Is there a way to raycast from where the player clicks on screen? Yes, there is, in fact. So is that is like if I pretending that this is the camera being like click, hey, I clicked on that thing over there. Oh, I clicked this cube. Hey, I clicked the player. That kind of deal. Yes. How do you do that again? So there's like if you Google, I'm sure that you could potentially you'll find it fast, but it's something where it's like you have to do like how do you well, oh no, how do you have to do like there's like screen to world position. I forget exactly, but you sort of like convert one thing to another. But I mean, I'm just gonna Google your exact question and then find an answer is probably gonna be more efficient than what I can say with very little knowledge. So like Unity raycast from camera. But it's something like viewport to screen point or something like that, or viewport to like world point. Oh, it's it. So camera.screen point to ray, and then yeah, okay, one line thing, perfect. I guess you could try this out. I'll save you the step and I'll put that in the chat. Yeah, so the camera that you want to be casting from, input.mouse position, so that's where you're getting like where on screen, and then to ray, and then whoo, if it hits something. One thing I know, so physics.raycast, this has a whole bunch of like things that you can input into it. Like I know this has a thing you can like check a certain distance, like only look at stuff that's like 10 meters from the camera. If there's like a cube 100 meters away, like don't care about that. There's kind of stuff you can do with that. You can also have this only interact with certain layers. That's a thing. I forgot the exact, like you have to like look at how exactly to set that up, but you can have different game objects. Hey, here's a perfect application of like over here. I'm not blocking this side anymore. I don't have to keep moving left and right. Yeah. You set up different layers, then you can. No, I will do math for infinity. Yeah, I'm just. When I show that stuff is a thing, I'll tangent into like, here's different possibilities of what you can do, but you don't have to. I believe distance being math.infinity is the default. I think you can not put in anything for the distance and it will automatically be infinity, I believe. But if you get different layers, there's also stuff to be like, if you have and all your NPCs on a layer, and it's like, I click that NPC and like ignore any, the environment, I guess. That's another thing. Although actually no, so you'd have to be careful of that because I believe it's not just like, did I hit something on this layer? If you have, let me just make a cube real quick. You might be able to click stuff that you can't see. If I have the cube that's like over there, even though I can't see it, if I say this is on like the player layer, it's the player or something, and then I have this is the environment, and I say do this raycast but only care about the player layer. If I click here, even though the camera can't see it, I will still click that, or it will still count, like it'll hit that cube, is what I'm trying to say. So I guess you'd be a little bit careful of that. But there are some times where you do want it to go through stuff, like if you have invisible colliders that are meant to be doing things. Oh, and by the way, the raycast, this thing, one thing to be aware of, it is going off of colliders. It's not going off of mesh stuff. So if I have this wall up here and I remove the box collider, it's going to be invisible as far as the raycast stuff cares. It won't be hitting meshes, it's just hitting colliders, box colliders, mesh colliders, all that kind of stuff. So that is something to keep in mind. Yeah. Anyways, woo. So yeah, this grid thing does not like. I mean, it looked okay. Actually, that looks a little bit cool. But it doesn't function the best if it was when it's mid being turned or whatever. But it's meant to be more. Okay, so where were we? Physics about raycast, transform position, negative transform up, out hit, math infinity mask, my full experience of raycast. Yeah, that's most of where I use it as well with like ground detection and that kind of thing. That's been my common usage of that. Oh hey, when I imported the Unity thing, it added a thing for the background. That, right now it's not playing anything, and it shouldn't be. I'll hide it for now, but yeah. Because that's how I imported a video. Because eventually this background thing will be a whole looping animation of some kind. So what was I doing? I resized the chat thing, and now I want to actually put that in here. But I still have the old chat stream elements thing just around. So properties. Does this matter? Actually, I don't know. I mean, it's my chat thing. I don't think this URL matters to be shared, but whatever. I guess I'll be safe just in case. How do I get the URL? Because I need to replace it with this new one. Technically, that old one doesn't. Copy overlay URL. Okay, and then let me just double check before I copy over. This is gonna be what I think it'll be. Wah. Yeah. Okay. Wah. Yeah. Blammo. Alright, here we go. Blah. So, okay, I might have to start typing, like, testing a bunch, because I think it clears out when I do that. But I am going to have to now also mess around with the width and the height, which, I mean, these matter? It just in that, like, because I can crop it. I don't know if this will stretch it out or not. If I go just 1,000 by 1,000, just for the sake of testing, then you go further than you need to. But is that a problem? So I'm just gonna go testing. Okay, so one, you still show up. So cool, I didn't just break all of chat. That's good, I guess. I guess I can crop you. I guess I can crop it for now, and then once I get it kind of sorted out, then maybe I'll type in the exact size, just so it's like proper. I don't know what little bit of performance is taken up by the having stuff that's like hidden or whatever. I don't know. So you didn't wait, you're going off the screen to the side. One thing, could I get your help with fixing the player rotation in this script? Sure. Let me just finish resizing chat real quick, and then I will I can certainly help with that. Do I want to make you bigger? I guess I could. But then wait, right, the off the side is, if I just resize you, will you automatically like sort yourself out? I need to go testing. I need to test a big message. You do auto squish. If I make you smaller. So I should be getting the scale to actually be like proper. Let's try this. Save. Oh wait, so I mean, okay, well one, I should just be going, I don't need to type messages to just go off of the black box. Hold on, let me just, blah. And then hold shift to scale in a single direction. Yeah. Well, I don't want to stretch it out or on one side, right? That's I want it to be the same, like, because then it will scale in a way that'll like stretch out the text, which isn't what I want. Like this, getting there. Okay, I should be focusing on one axis. This will be easier if I focus on one axis and then the other. That's good. For the record, I'm literally just in here. I'm just scaling it slightly and then hitting save over and over. So that's what's going on there. Yeah. Do I want this like a slight gap, ever so slightly? Yeah, I think you should go. Yeah, I think you should do that. I think you should go to the edge of screen on that side. Oh, you get on there. And I could have you go all the way to the bottom, but I think I think I want it to be. Then you're slightly off there. Hold on. You need to move over. Yeah. That's perfect. Yeah. Okay. Let me just do one more, like, just make sure that the size of it is good. Cool. It's fine. It works. Which actually now it will fit more long messages. It will fit more total messages, I guess. I wish I could mess more with sizes if I really cared. But for now, it's fine. Okay. So that's a good start. I do. Okay. One more thing. Oh, so you want to help with player fixing rotation. Okay. Let's do that real quick. Okay. Yeah. Jump to that. So with it was a fixing player rotation. So let me just have a quick scan. So actually, first thing, look at text code being completely black and white is just harder to read. So the first thing I'm doing is just pasting it just in here so that I can see with the coloring. Let me put OBS back over here for right now. I do want to resize. It's still a little bit like the white thing that's coming in from over there. That shouldn't be a thing. Did I? Oh, you have the purple thing as well, which is a problem. We'll get to that. So we'll do more of the modifications. But okay. So what am I looking at here? So wait, player rotation. You said, yeah, orientation. Right. Okay. So you're getting input. You're getting a movement, ground check. Yeah. Yep. I've been there. Rotation and stuff. So first explain, how do you want to? I'm assuming you want to, like, if the player is moving, rotate in the way that the player is moving. Is that kind of the idea? Or well, wait, you're taking in the rotation and then saying new Euler. Oh wait, no. Oh, this is what you're using the mouse input for. And doing it by a mouse input or by a mouse movement. Interesting. So just so I guess I can. It'll be easier to debug if I can better comprehend the kind of situation. Is this kind of like cube? Nah. Like an almost maybe like a top-down thing where it's like, is it click here, player run over there, click here, player run over there, click, and the player's like running towards the air it's kind of like they're running towards the where you click with the mouse. Is that kind of something like that what's happening, or just moving towards where the mouse is regardless of clicking? Like if the mouse is here, they're moving towards it. Like they're following the mouse. Is it like they're running after the mouse? Is that potentially what it is? No, the prior question was for a secondary project. Fair enough. Okay, well, never mind. So is this like but you use the mouse input. So then how do you use the mouse input? Dot position screen. You're just looking at if it's on the left side or the right. Oh. Times rotation direction. Oh, okay. So this is like you want just what if the mouse is on the left side of the screen, turn this way. If the mouse is on the other side of the screen, turn that way. That's what you want. So this, I don't know if this is turning the camera or something, but it's basically just turn left and right depending on the mouse being on the left or right. That's what you want here. So if this is this physicsy movement, or is this more manual? Add relative force? This is rigid body stuff. So so there's two things you can do, I guess. So I'm guessing the non-physicky. Yes, but I also have the mouse locked. Okay. Sure. But it's still basically turn left or turn right, as I'm seeing here. So you're trying to rotation direction equals the x minus so you want to, the more the mouse is over, the more you want to turn is kind of the idea. It's not just a yes or no. So wait, you're taking the x and subtracting it by the width times 5? the width is going to be, in theory, larger than the X. So maybe, I don't know if this should be reversed or not. But, oh, wait, why are these the same? These are the same direction. I maybe made, that's like a work in progress, and like one of these is going to be positive, one of them is going to be negative, I assume. So okay, so we're going to, so one thing is that there's basically functions that can do part of this for you, rather than having to manually calculate. In this case, rather than having to manually calculate what the I kind of want A is, I just kind of want is the mouse. I kind of just want is the mouse is left or right. So transform.rotate is a thing. Rather than calculating the rotation manually, which you'll want to use quaternions for that. That's this whole. Quaternions are complicated. It's how internally rotation stuff is handled, and it like works better for reasons, but it's just weird because there's like 4 numbers between 0 and 1, or is it between -1 and 1? I forget, that make all the rotations that exist, which is just how that conversion happens is weird. But there's a function called transform.rotate, where here then you're just passing in degrees, and then it figures that out for you. So let's say this looks like it's on the Y, so 0. I mean, you might be able to just pass in actually like this exact vector 3 that you have. So as a starting point, you might be able to get away with just this, and then whether it's negative or not, or adjusting the how much. I haven't looked at, I guess, like this that much, but this can work if you're wanting to rotate in a way where physics don't matter. Because you're doing some rigid body stuff, I think you're gonna want to rotate with physics too, or you might have problems. But then you're usually not supposed to. I mean, you can, but I guess it can potentially cause problems. You're not supposed to really set the rotation directly. And I'm sure there's definitely exceptions or whatever, but so the physicsy way of basically doing this is going to be applying torque. Rigid body dot. So you have add relative force. There's also add torque, and I don't know if you'd want add relative torque. You'll have to see, but add torque, and then you're passing in almost like a force, but like a turning force, which I think might also be able to just be this vector. But then because it's physics and not rotations, this number will probably need to be a lot higher. So rather than multiply it by 0.5, you might need to like multiply it by 10. So if you try this and it doesn't move, it might be because the number is too small and it just literally needs to be bigger. But you'll have to see. But then when you are handling torque, then you might have a case where it's turning and then it just keeps turning and it doesn't stop. That's going to be a same kind of reason for add force, where if you have something that has those 2 lines that me in the chat can do, but I'm just going to finish my explanation first real quick. Adds, okay, I'll wait. I see, yeah, 13 seconds. Well, I'll finish my, just setting up what I was trying to look for. Has layer overrides always been, that hasn't been, that's new, isn't it? Or, I think these existed, but it wasn't under a drop-down? Interesting. Alright, let me know when you are back, and I will continue my explanation, and then I'll copy you the code. Yes. So, actually, I guess I can copy the coding while I'm waiting. So this is the non-physicsy way. This is the physicsy way, is the idea. Also, minus infinity seconds that is done. Yeah, blah, there you go. Yeah, okay. So you'll want to try those. There's extra stuff on top of this because of course there is, because it's complicated. But basically I was gonna say, so 2 things. One, if it looks like it's not moving at all, or it's not turning at all, it might just be that the number is too low. So you might need to multiply it by 10 kind of idea for it to actually move, potentially. Second thing is, if it starts rotating and then it's just like, oh, it's just spinning and it's not stopping now, that's going to be because drag. When you apply force to an object to get it to move, if you up the drag, it'll then slow down faster when you stop applying that drag. Angular drag is just like the turning equivalent of it. So if you up this, then when you stop applying the force, it'll stop faster. So if this, actually in theory, if this is infinity, actually I don't know if that'll completely stop rotation from happening, but then you want this somewhat high, but I guess not. I don't know what behavior I'll have with infinity, but a combination of this being a nice number, whatever it should be, and then the amount of force that you're applying will then get potentially snappy movement or smooth movement, where maybe you want that, like when you stop turning, it like slows down into stopping, I guess. What was the other thing I was gonna say? Another thing, if this will potentially have some speed up, slow down with the turning, so will the force, which can look good. It can be something that you want. If you want it to be instant, if you're like, I don't want speed up turning, I want it to be instant, like smooth turning. Which one would not allow it to speed crazy up slopes? Sorry, what? Would not allow to speed crazy up slopes. I'm not sure what you mean, but if you are doing stuff with physics, and if you're doing stuff with slopes, it sounds like you're doing more physicsy stuff, you're probably gonna want to go with this one. Spin. Spin crazy up slopes. Spin crazy up slopes. I'm still not following, sorry. But I was gonna say that so this will potentially have, depending on the drag, some amount of like speed up, slow down with the turning. If you want it to be instant, and force has an equivalent thing, then you put a comma, then you have extra stuff, and there's this force mode dot, and then there's options. I think the default one is acceleration. Actually, I don't remember. But impulse will make this like an explosion force a little bit. If you use impulse, then 1, this number needs to be significantly lower, and 2, then this will be more instantaneous. This is also good on add force, because then this is good for a jump. If you're having a character jump, force mode impulse is good for that because it will be more instantaneous velocity changes. Impulse I don't use a lot, fair enough. I'm just saying that it's a thing that exists. Because, I mean, you don't necessarily need it, depending on what you're doing. But, saying that options are things that exist. So I guess try this, see if you need it, maybe you don't. Probably not in this case, probably just messing with the drag will be enough. You can also, one thing to be aware of, to slow it down, the drag isn't the only thing to worry about. Friction and friction materials are, physics materials that have friction are a thing. I don't know if you need me to explain what that is, or maybe you already know what or at least some stuff with that. You're gonna have different friction on certain materials, and when you're if you aren't on the ground, then there's nothing to have friction on, so keeping that in mind. That's why I typically make everything like frictionless or almost frictionless, and then I never use physics materials. I don't use them that much, and usually what I do is to just take away the friction, make stuff not have friction. One thing I will teach you that's handy with physics materials. If I just make a new physics material, where are you? Physics material. Hey, another case where I don't have to move to the other side of the screen. Haha. So over here, you basically apply friction. Have the physics stuff do its own friction, which can be nice. And you remember, if you want to not have that, then you're basically just setting these to 0 and then ta-da. But to actually apply the physics material, you may have noticed that it's an option on the collider, so that's where you drag and drop that. However, I bring this up because I want to show you something that, you might not know exists. If you're like, I want to just have everything in the entire game be frictionless, oh no, do I gotta drag and drop this onto every single thing? No. There is, under physics, project settings, physics, you can have the default physics material. So if I just drag that in there, then you can have the default. If you don't put if this has none, it'll use the default, which could be your frictionless one, or making everything super bouncy or whatever, right? So yeah. And then in here, I mean, you can just have other physics things in general, like gravity and whatnot. I don't usually tinker with a lot of these, but you can. Oh, you can change this to update? Oh, weird. Interesting, but okay. This is also a completely different but handy thing, the layer collision matrix. If you, for some reason, want to say, I don't know how you do this, but like, if you say a player and an enemy will always go through each other, it's like a bad example, but I'm going to use it just because whatever. Have them not actually bonk into each other, have them go through each other. Then you can have, you know, a player layer and have an enemy layer, and then uncheck where they cross, and then they'll just go through each other. You can then also set something to not interact with itself. Let's say water never interact with other water, go through each other. Yeah, that's a fancy thing that can save you a lot of time, potentially, to just have it do it itself. While I'm in this scene of messing around with stuff, I'm just gonna quickly... Not really. Usually I'll... sometimes I've, like, made a folder called Basic Colors. Actually, hold on. 1, I meant to put an S on the end of that, and 2, just so that while I'm, like, experimenting with stuff, I can quickly just, like, drag and drop, material. Make the comment, like, red... blue. Whoa. Just real quick detour. This, I imagine if we're gonna be doing a lot of messing around in this, just quickly doing this will just make it easier to like have things look visually fine as we're messing with stuff. So then I can actually be like, hey, this cube, it's green now. I'll make a yellow. And then while I'm here, I'm just gonna, I guess, as well, just make a white and black. I'm not gonna make every single color. I could go like orange and purple and whatever. Let's just make whatever, like black. And okay, no, I'm gonna make slight deviation. I'm gonna do my logo colors of the cyan, magenta, yellow. I'll quickly get those in there because for this scene specifically, we might be more likely to do stuff with those. Wait, is it magenta or magenta? Oh no. I think it's the E, but let me double check. It's magenta. Okay, never mind. Okay, fair enough. Magenta. Fair enough. Lork. Yep. Sure. How many people? Oh, yeah, 4 potentially. Except I still don't fully understand why this number never matches this. Except maybe some of these are bots, but you know, hopefully not. Hopefully some of you are real. But whatever. Okay, blah and blah. I think we're still many streams away before getting to the like extra more interesting stuff. Me improving my stream probably isn't the most amazing content to watch, but it's necessary. It's required. Never trust the viewer count. It doesn't count lurkers. Yeah, I think also people listening audio only also doesn't count, but it's a an approximation and like whatever. It's I appreciate all of you who are here nonetheless. So next thing, actually first before we go any further, I'm gonna adjust this to actually now match what we actually went with in terms of sizes. So blarg, this I can now use. Actually, how do I want to? If this was taking a live feed into the OBS thing, that'd be an interesting way for that to function. So you don't need to move over that much for this. You need to move over maybe like that, and then like up a little. I'm gonna get rid of. I won't delete, but I'll get rid of the chat placeholder thing. I don't think I need that. Move you over too much. I think I did because so the background grid bit will be the same, so I should be seeing. Just we'll do this for a second. This I can say is about like half a grid space, something along those lines. Over here, it matches up with. It's actually lined up with this grid perfectly. But this thing maybe should be slightly bigger than the thing. I'm not sure yet. Okay, then the this itself changed the size of a lot. I'm gonna get up there. Okay, so you are more something like 1. These aren't overlapping anymore. Actually, this part should be basically slightly overlapping, and then move this up to like like close to a box, but not quite. Okay, let's just try that, I guess. So that's gonna be a little bit annoying to swap, like, so now every time I basically just gotta go blah, record single frame. I guess it doesn't have to be 4, it can be 1, but whatever. I don't know if, I mean, when we have more complicated lighting and stuff, then I don't know if it being, I guess I should actually put this into, hold on. While I'm actually just making images, I'm gonna put it in this folder, and then I'm just separating the ones that are like just the 1 frame images versus not that way. Okay, so Blarg, this. Because it's actually pulling in from this, if I just saved over top of this, I think it would update immediately. But I would like to, wait, did I not? Oh. Despite that, I would like to keep, for now, while we're going back and forth with ideas, I would like to keep the old ones. Just to be able to kind of compare back and forth. Where now is Unity background? You instead. Okay, I mean, well, okay. So now I mean, like, I don't see the things, but that might mean I've gone too far. I want to, keep this like lined up so that I can use it to build the surrounding stuff. So chat though does look better without the magenta, I think, and then I can still have stuff going on down there, more subtle in the background, as long as it's not taking up too much of chat. I do purposely have, there's like an extra layer of darkness even when there's no like chat there. It just helps it like stand out or whatever. Okay, let me just test. If I turn off my webcam, I just want to see where I... Oh wow, I got that like pretty perfect. That's awesome. It's like slightly off. That's not the biggest deal. It's like it should be close enough. Be fine. And then I just want to see the main display. Is that pretty good? So it's actually okay. So it's basically perfect, except I can see a little bit of it coming off. I can see a little bit of a line of it down there. Do I want to correct that now? So here's the thing. So there's like different directions that we might be taking this. I've the possibility of that I purposely shrink this a little bit more and let you see the little bit of it on all sides. Then clean it up, make it more exact. I just don't know. I mean, because it can look cool. Like once it's like more visually cool, if it looks more like the sides of like a TV screen or something, that would be cool. Those are potential ideas. And that could just look cool. But then doing that, I am just shrinking the screen more and more. So I don't know how much I want to do that specifically. But maybe I save that for when it's actually more visually better. Even me, I don't know if I want to, shrink me to have that like border. I guess, and while I still have this cyan border, that's just its own image thing, then I'll keep that. But then I guess eventually I'd replace it. The more of a border there is, the more I'm having less being shown. But I mean, maybe, yeah, I don't know, we'll see. That's stuff I can sort of come back to. So I think this is a decent starting point for at least, because I guess the main thing of why I was doing this wasn't just to have the fancy borders. I mean, stuff that looks cool potentially. But now we have this space underneath. Actually, let me just compare. So this is how it was before. Well, okay, not exactly anymore because things have changed. Versus this. So now we have space. Down here, we can make cool stuff happen. It doesn't have to be this grid thing. Oh, this is like an all right, like, starting kind of a test thing. But the idea is that it's not just a blank image. The first test, the first thing that we in theory want to do is just having some thing happening that's like somewhat visually interesting going on down there. I'm also just gonna actually real quick, we'll have this take up slightly, actually move it over to be behind where it should be. There's then a kind of a gap here. What is that purple thing? Oh, that's the sky. That's the sky because of where the camera is. Oh, the camera's going up that high. Well, problem is solved by just... either I show the sky or, I'm gonna, for now, send this higher so that's not an issue at the moment. Just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna like, for now I'm gonna say have these be ever so slightly smaller than the actual things. I don't love that line there, but I guess it's fine. I'd rather have the line than not. Or I'd rather have this like gap than okay, I'm just gonna move this over a little bit, have it be a little bit less there. Yeah, you just get it a little bit better. Whatever, close enough. Okay, so now the idea is to have visually interesting stuff going on here. That's like cool Unity things. And now step one of that is, in theory, step one is more just something that's like mildly visually interesting. Ideally something that's like, it's a coding-y kind of thing. So like something rigid body related or whatever is going on. But then eventually it would be cool to replace that with like 24/7 running, or I guess only when I'm streaming, running like little bit of a game or something that's happening down there, or at least having something that's like moving around that's not like a pattern, like I don't know, like a player that's like automatically running around and like killing enemies or something, or like yeah, something that moves that like runs around with some degree of randomness or something like that. There could even be, it's either like one thing that takes up, you know, from left to right all the way over here, and maybe even behind the chat a little bit, or I could be sectioned off where it's like, here's a little thing, here's a little thing, here's a little thing. I don't know if that would get too messy, too much chaos for right now. But it'd be nice to just have like, hey, here's just idly something that's happening that's like visually interesting, that while I'm just rambling away about random different ideas for the Handyman with Unicycle. In theory, we get to the point like where I'm doing more development on that game, then I can specifically pull assets from the Handyman with the Unicycle and have stuff going down here. If there is just a mini of the guy that you play as in like the unicycle riding around back and forth to, you know, circus rides, you know, that could be a thing. Or even like the animated me that is my logo, putting that in there and having him do stuff. But then that could be a thing which it's its own running on its own thing. That'd be cool enough. And then maybe even though we have something that looks cool, from time to time we just swap it out for other things that look cool, whatever. Like some procedural generation stuff that's happening or whatever. That can be cool on its own. But then getting chat integration would be super cool, where there's something happening that like, if you type special things in chat, it like changes what's actually happening. That then gets trickier because then it's not a video. Well, because right now it's just a single image. Then it'll have to be like actual video, although we already have that. It can be a looping video. It's gonna be a looping video, that's fine. But then for it to actually have like non-loopingness, it would then need to be like a live feed rendering in from Unity. Which, I mean, I guess that's not the hardest thing. Now that I think about it, it can just be, I mean, if it is just, I was going to say a desktop capture that's like over on the side that's just always running. Can you have a window capture with a minimized window? Let me just test this because I'm curious. Media source, because actually, I mean, if I right now get it to be feeding in live from this, then I don't have to keep going back and forth with all the rendering. I mean, maybe I assumed that I wouldn't do that yet because it would be hard to do, but maybe it's not that hard. The only problem is then I'd have to be, like, me having to have whatever this is running 24/7 on my computer. I don't know how much of an issue that would be. I mean, it could be automatically being a background process and I like hide the taskbar icon of it or something, then it's not as bad. As long as it still all works, I guess, but well, so here's another thing though. Stream elements, the thing I have for chat is something that's coming in from a URL that's like coming in from an like external source. If I had, like, I have an old computer here. If it was just running that Unity thing and then was putting it to the cloud somewhere, that then this computer was pulling that in, that would, in theory, then I wouldn't have to worry much about the performance of it currently running on this computer. Interesting. That I would probably, because I might be moving, I'd definitely save that until after I move, just because I don't want to do all that setup probably. But okay, that's, in theory, it's doable. It'll take some work to get there, but that's doable, I think. For me and my skill level. So let me just, let me first just see if I can live feed. I mean, right now it'll be the full, oh no, right. Right now it'll be the full Unity scene. I can't live feed the game window, probably. But I mean, while I'm testing stuff, kind of, Create new Unity or sorry, what am I calling it? Unity display. I just want to first, before I go any further, just see, can I... Oh wait, that's not you. Hold on. You get a browser. Well, window capture. You know, Unity test, whatever. Ignore that I've gone away. So this is, yeah, going between these. So yeah, that works, but I guess it's not gonna... Well, maybe I can crop it. If I did this, hypothetically, and then for now, okay, this breaks the second that I go and, like, change the size of the window or whatever. But in theory, if I don't do that... This can work for debugging purposes, is kind of how it could be. And then once it's, like, good to go, then I swap it out for realsies. Yeah, so I guess so. Well, where did I just put you? Oh no, hold on. I'm just dragging it down the layers of OBS stuff. Down here. So, Unity background, this thing. Oh, okay. So I mean, it also does mean that the it's like slightly off if I don't position it right. But again, this is a as a while we're testing solution. I guess I don't mind it. I double check that the top right of this is properly cropped, or at least, you know, good enough. Let's try this out. Is there like one frame of black at the bottom? I guess actually this could go slightly over in both directions as long as the top right matches. Over both. I don't know. Oh wait, then I don't know how to. Then I have to actually scale this properly. Do this and a little bit of this. Well, then I can't see you as easily. Well, yeah, you're fine. It's like it's reaching the bottom first before the side, but whatever. I say that's fine. Oh, even that's not fully over. Hey Chroma, what is the use for get set for variable sometimes? So it's kind of okay. So I don't use them that much, but in some places it can be a just better programming practices, and it can also be how you can make special stuff happen when you change a variable, like, or for something to almost be like a private, like, read-only kind of thing. Equals isn't like how do you no I'm forgetting how to actually set this up. So just when you just have wait, okay, hold on, I need to, is it without the equals? And don't have that. It's like, did I get it? A different name, right? No semi? Yeah, there's no semicolon. Weird, right? Yes. Okay, so I got it without googling anyway. Public vector 3 local player position. So specifically, if you just have get setter on its own, this is like the default that's almost behind the scenes happening every time, I think. So this is the same as this in terms of functionality. It's only when you change these that things get weird. Like I believe if you can have private set. Or, no, there's something like, or maybe that's not how it... Oh, you can probably get... Oh, no, you can't. Has to be more restrictive than the property... Oh, so, like, you're saying if I do this? Okay, right, so this, if it's public... So this is a weird thing, where it's like, it's public, which means other things can see it. I think it gets shown in the inspector, I forget how these treat the inspector. This basically means that, like, other things can set it, but only this can get it, which is weird. You wouldn't have that. I think you could maybe do this, where other things can see, other scripts can see what this is, but only this script is allowed to actually change the value of what it is. Yeah, get private. So, like, that's an example of sort of changing what's allowed to change what this is. That's one thing. But then you get more complicated when you actually put, why am I forgetting? Is it like, no, why am I forgetting the formatting of this? I don't write get set statements ever. I have before, but like, okay, Unity gets, I just needed to quickly see like the formatting of, it's like that. What? Was that not what I typed? Oh, because it was the bracket was in the wrong place. I was close. Okay, I was closer than I thought. So, return. So what you can sometimes do. Oh, this also, yeah, there is a, I'll link that can more so explain stuff. See, this is the kind of stuff that I'm not going to be making tutorials on just yet, because if there's stuff that like I barely understand and can barely explain, yeah, I'm not going to be making tutorials on such things just yet. It's going to be more. I more want to make tutorials on things that I feel like I'm actually at least somewhat knowledgeable in, more likely to give correct advice. Although, I mean, right now I'm just spitting stuff up off the top of my head. If I were to make a tutorial on something like this, I'd actually do a lot more Googling, when I have a script and I'm not just, rambling or whatever, have a better scenarios to teach with, better visual examples, so that kind of thing. But, yeah, so, as an example, though, don't me, 1 second, just setting up a thing. If I set up, like, this is another common situation where you're just trying to, like, make stuff more restrictive, which I see as a little bit unnecessary in a case like this, but it's a thing that people do when they're like, the code has got to be, like, perfectly optimized and perfectly, like, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but, yeah, but basically, if you are doing that, yeah, and then maybe there's even better ways to like have this in like one line. But I was gonna use this and then expand off it a little bit. Hug vertical get private set. Yeah, we actually just had that a second ago. I had that, like, you could see Lath put that same thing earlier in the chat. So like that's, yeah, another thing of like doing, that's like a shorthand for this kind of thing. But basically, I mean, so actually there's a special thing value returning here. I was gonna use this to just explain. So you have this variable, and then when something else goes to get the result of this variable, then you basically go return, what are you returning? And then usually you might have like another variable that it returns. So basically lock down what can change this. And then when something else goes to set this variable, then like what do? Okay, take this and set it to the value that was passed in the set thing. So that's an example of what can be done. But then this can get way more complicated. Maybe you're like, this can only return 5. If you go to get this variable, you're not using this, it just returns 5. But then when you set, it's changing this, which weird. Like, why would you do that? Whatever. But this could be multiple lines. This doesn't have to be one line thing. This can run a whole function in here. Like, this could, maybe you're like, so actually maybe, when you set this can't be less than 0. This has to be, has to be a positive number. So you could potentially be like, maybe you could be like, if value is less than 0, then like throw an error or something. If you really wanted. Actually, yeah, I guess you can just, you can actually change that. I wasn't sure if this could be changed. You could do something like this. I was first gonna say that you just go like this, but then like vertical equals, clamp it or whatever, or even You could do this in one line. There's ways, but yeah. But you can do stuff, and here's the thing. And maybe another thing. Maybe you're like, every time this value changes, you want to call a function. So maybe now then you go like, you know, you call some other function that's like, you know, vertical updated or something, and then that can go off and do some stuff, right? So there could be reasons on why you do this get set stuff, but it gets more, you know, complicated, and there are alternatives, I think, which maybe can be cleaner or maybe not. But I guess it can be useful to know that this stuff exists for when you find a situation where you might want to use it, I suppose. And there's definitely way more applications beyond just this. But the idea of like when something changes, you have extra like validation code or extra calling other functions. Yeah, that can be a use. And then also the private and like public stuff to have better control on what's allowed to change this variable, and having it so that other things can see this, but only this script can change it. That can also be a thing that maybe you want to be a thing. You can't have, though, like, what would that even mean? Private get, but public, like, I think the default is public, so this is implied public set. Oh, no, I guess not. This is weird because this means that other things can't even see this, or they can't get the value, but they can change it. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily make sense. Anyway, so that's that. I guess I can undo all of this and go kind of back out of this. Whee! Whatever. So yeah, hope that answers questions. I always do that. Whenever someone asks a question, I don't just answer the question. I answer it and then ramble way more beyond it of like, here's different applications, but whatever. That's what I do. Okay, so where were we? So this is now taking in input from... Oh, wait, it's taking from the... Right, of course it's going to take from the scene view. I didn't even... Why didn't I think of that? But, I mean, interesting that is... Wow. I guess if I was experimenting with ideas. Right, that's uglier than like I thought. And that's, you know, it's the second that I... Oh, so, okay, good to know that, right, I didn't... If I do minimize this, it does still show it, so that's something that's allowed, I guess, good to know. But the second that I change the size of this, now it's all messed up. So... In theory, I don't want to do this unless I'm like in sort of the final phases of testing, but I guess I can, and eventually I will. But I can do this on, I can do this on if this is done, I make a build. The build is running, and then it could be running this, and I don't have to crop it either in theory. So we're gonna turn this off and go back to this, which is like the more proper version. Yeah. So we will, I guess, just keep rendering it out each time, which is fine, I guess. I mean, I guess, you know what? I can be like, instead of rendering each time, I can now make changes and then just flick this on. Like, how does that look? Yeah, and then put it back off. Okay, so I guess I can still get some use out of it. I will, really quick, I guess I'll just try to line this up again. Yeah. I did move it and kind of mess it up a little bit. Oh, no. Actually, this can be in, and then this can be, and that's still this. It doesn't need to be exact, but the more exact it is, the better. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so back to I do gotta do that. Keep remembering to turn it on and off, otherwise we're gonna get weird results. Yeah. So where are we now with? What do we want to do next? I don't know if I'm ready to like try to. I don't know what I want down here, because see, now we're at the point where now I can. It is funny that now while I'm working on this, you're getting like the outer thing and then also the inner thing. The idea with the camera isn't just seeing a grid. That wasn't the point of this. The camera would be showing something. All right, for now I also attached the light to the camera itself, which is definitely going to have questionable results. The fact that this can have shadows is mildly interesting, but I don't know, in practice might not be something that we actually want. So, what's also extra weird is if I'm trying to design like a mini game type thing, it's not just going to be happening to, like, it's not just going to be happening to, a whole game. I need to have something that works in this little rectangle. And we technically have this rectangle as well, but mostly we're caring about this rectangle. And even then, I might kind of cut it off here. So, like, what's interesting for like a basic thing that can just go along upon. My first idea that I just thought of was just having like a conveyor belt that's like having some kind of conveyor belt that's having just like cubes just going past or something. Nah, or actually, okay, I had an idea. I actually don't know if there's one potential idea to have things come by is I'm gonna bring it up again. People know my intro and outro. Woo! The double audio, whatever, it's fine. I could have these jars of stuff endlessly coming by on a conveyor belt. The problem is that there's only 15 of them, and it would loop unless it has a bunch of the empty ones, which would be weird, or it's just generically like multicolored cubes in them. So that could be a maybe idea, because also those jars are entirely in Blender with like Blender materials. I'd have to do extra stuff to make it look even close to the same in Unity, which is actually on my list eventually. I do want to remake, as it is a whole separate thing. I want to try remaking that entire animation in Unity and have it be rendered through Unity stuff, so that I can then change it and actually have it more Unity-ness to it, having more like it mostly means physics. I think just having random physics stuff happen that's like Unity-y, because I'm a coder, but just having other things that I can code to have happen that then happen during the animation. And potentially copy assets from other games that I'm working on, just throw them in, have them be cool background stuff, and have it look the same, roughly. That is, let's see if I got post-processing stuff. This is empty. So, okay, while I'm planning stuff, I will be right back. I'm gonna fill this up, and then, yeah, I will be back in about a moment. Woo! Alright, we're back. Wow. More than a few seconds, I'm sorry. Okay, everything goes still not broken. Cool. I guess I can probably close some of these windows. Too many open. Playing some Binding of Isaac music. Wow. Is that the void level? It is. Okay, close you. Close you, close you. Let me just do some quick maintenance. Close you, close you. Close me own video. I guess I'm not used to you. Okay, so mouse, cooperate. I might need a new mouse. It keeps like sometimes just like kind of cutting out for a couple seconds. Where's the animation? This bleh, and you. Okay. And then you. 1 second. Just a little bit of maintenance, and then I'll keep the chat thing over there for now. Okay. So where were we? We're trying to just think of, at least for a temporary thing, like a first draft kind of idea. What can be thing that goes the little looping animation? I think so. Idea that I think could maybe work decent is as a temporary. The first thing is have rigid body cubes just fall from here, land on some kind of conveyor belt, and then just go this way and off screen. That could just be a first a trial run concept of the idea. Maybe, I mean, it still has an interesting, ideally it has it's not just, ideally I don't want it to just be flat. I want to, use the 3D to its fullest. So maybe we purposely have it on a camera angle. I don't think I'll do camera movement yet, but in theory, eventually it could also have we could do a type of a thing where the camera is slowly rotating around some environment or something. But I think for the first draft at this, we won't do that. Okay, so even actually these placeholders, I could actually take a screenshot of, I don't know, something that represents my desktop, put that in there, take a screenshot of my face, put it in there. But yeah, that's something more. Okay, so how do I wish to proceed? Okay, first of all, is that what I want to do? Does that work well enough? It's not as much so that means that all that's happening down here is just, I mean, ideally, if they fall in a way where they land kind of whatever. How do I loop that though? I want to do something that I can actually loop. If they're just falling almost randomly, that's not as easily that I can edit that into something that loops. I mean, unless it drops a bunch, they go over, it ends. Once they're off screen, then it can loop and then drop more. Is there something better? Ooh, no. I have, potential ideas for more far off things. I need something super simple. Something crazy simple right now to just have a placeholder while we potentially even just make the next version of whatever this is. I mean, I could have it more manually hard code where it's rather than falling and then going over, I just manually place a couple sets of cubes, or even just, they don't have to be cubes, just random shapes on a type of conveyor belt thing that's just slowly going over here, and they just are slowly going along the bottom. Because then that I think I can better have work with looping. I'm not super sold on the idea, but I think it's what we're gonna go with for right now because it's a sort of starting idea. So so even the prototype version of the prototype is I need some kind of conveyor. And then ideally maybe we do even so. I mean, in theory, actually, this could be a good test of the lighting in this is awful. Even just if I maybe I do let it be 2D like this. If I set up a scene like this, actually I don't even know how the fact that it could be like this and stuff could be falling is my. If it was set up like this and then stuff is going across. An environment this simple with nothing like that in crazy going on could be a good test ground to then be okay, lighting the heck out of it, make it like, I mean, I could, like, there's a degree to which I can, if it is just cubes moving along a conveyor belt, how much crazy lighting and post-processing and textures and all that can I just even make that simple thing look really, really cool? Right? Like, maybe I should do that. Like, maybe I should be like, make something simple to polish the heck out of. Literally, like what we were doing with the grid thing, that we never got to the full degree of polishing. If I try to do something super extravagant here, and it's going to take a while to even look, you know, passable. Yeah. Okay, so I'll figure out more of the specifics, but, and then, I mean, if I am going to do that, I don't know how many streams that's going to take. I mean, maybe we do a back and forth where it's like, so one thing I've said that I want to do is, I've said many times, there's like, things I've never done in Unity that I want to do just for the sake of doing, because it'll be cool, I guess. Like, making a character do a ledge grab is one of them, for example. We could do, like, maybe every other day, is like, one day working on polishing the thing down there, whatever it is, this conveyor belt cube thing, and then another day, new thing I've never done before, which, even that could take multiple streams, so I could be working on that thing and then this. I don't know, maybe I do. I mean, or do I want to completely finish one thing and then completely finish the other? I don't know. I don't know what would be more interesting, but I think both of those things become more interesting as whatever the thing is reaches, like, being closer to being, you know, done. But yeah, I don't know. It's stuff I can, you know, mess around with. Hi, hello, Matt3Con. Hello, welcome to the stream. I don't even know where to begin with, like, what we're doing. You'll notice that the stream layout looks a little bit different, and you notice we're in the Unity scene of what's down there. So that's a thing. Conveyor. I've changed my stream layout a little bit for reasons that I've explained many times, and now we're going a little bit. We're doing some cool things. Basically, because we have space down there, as like a simple thing for right now, but will get more complicated later. Right now, I'm making something that looks decent, hopefully looks cool, has good lighting, whatever. A little looping Unity animation that can be running down there, that just looks visually interesting. But then, ideally, we keep improving it over time, and then I want it to be something that's like a little game that's running down there, that like, you can type stuff in chat, and stuff like moves differently, or whatever, would be super cool. But like, before we get to that super crazy complicated stuff, we're starting with the simple thing of just cool Unity thing that's running down there would be cool. And even below chat a little bit. Also, I've changed my stuff so that like the screen is, or the desktop is uncovered. I'm not blocking the top right corner anymore, and I like that because I like not having to worry about whether you guys can see me typing in the you know, the inspector or whatever. Or if I move myself to the side and then I'm typing code and then I forget to you know, deal with that. I forgot to move myself back. I have had many issues of just being on the wrong side and blocking stuff, and like, no more. There's many other reasons, but that's like one of them. Also, if I do other things like playing a game, then I like the idea of just not having to worry about if I'm blocking stuff with my head. And then also I like having the idea of having cool visual stuff happening down there, because there's so much on stream, like literally right now, where I'm not doing anything, I'm just talking. So while I'm talking, if there's something down there that has some level of visual interest, that's just a cool thing that I want to have. But then slowly doing something that's like a decent starting thing and then making it cooler and cooler over time is the idea. And even swapping out, like, if I say it's like an interactive game going on down there, making, you know, multiple and like switching between them every now and then. Yeah, cool things. Potentially. And then potentially as I'm like making, you know, copying some assets from some of the games that I'm working on, like as I'm making the unicycle game, you know, having something going on down there to do with the unicycle guy or whatever. Yeah, potential ideas, but it's definitely gonna take a while to get to the point of like the coolness level that I really like to have. But yeah, that's okay. It's a process. So for right now, the super simple thing that we're gonna try is just a conveyor belt with just different cubes kind of haphazardly placed, just moving along the bottom, and like just starting with that, just that's it. But then maybe just like lighting it really good and making it look very good in theory. So this yellow thing is going to represent our placeholder for, it's going to be our placeholder for the conveyor itself, which, yeah. So to some degree I should be, so I guess I am going to, I'm like unsure to what degree I want to be the camera angle of this whole thing. Okay, the conveyor belt itself isn't like the focus of the shot, so it shouldn't be too far up. And I don't even know what this is necessarily going to look like in its like more polished state. So yeah, we'll figure that out. I kind of want to let's get like the programming functionality in there. Okay, so cube, rigid body. We want this to be able to loop. So let's make it 100 just because. I mean, looping it'll be doable. Maybe slightly tricky, but doable. I see this as being possible to have it be something that can loop. Ideally, it should be long as well. Ideally, it's not like here's a 10-second thing. You know, in theory, because it's something that's gonna be looping constantly, it should be like, I mean, the best at like multiple minutes would be great. I don't know if we'll get to that, but yeah, we'll see. For now, I'm gonna make this just stupid long. So first we can just do like a few things that are. Well, no. Before I even duplicate anything, make one that actually make one cube that just moves along this conveyor belt at some constant speed, and then go from there. I guess for now we're just gonna assume it's gonna be a bunch of multicolored cubes, not necessarily. We could do different shapes if we wanted to, more complicated models of things, but like whatever. What am I doing? New script. That's like. I mean, so here's the two questions. Do I have the code on the conveyor itself that says, "Hey, everything that's on me, move in that direction," or do I have all the code on the cubes, every one, to say, "Hey, while I'm touching this conveyor, I should be applying force moving in that direction"? I mean, so it doesn't really matter that much. So so the question, the answer to that question is, would different objects, do I need to like have different public variables set to different things? Wait, no, the conveyor would then have to be like, hey, get you that thing's rigid body, hey, it would have to do that like every frame for however many cubes are on. So no, it should definitely be on the thing, because it's the thing itself that's moving. So, I'll call it just conveyor cube. Yep. Ta-da. So this, like, should just be private rigid body. How late is it? It is 11:53. So I don't know how late I'm gonna go tonight, but yeah, I think I'll be able to stream a little bit tomorrow, but we'll see. And then I think by Monday I'm gonna go back into being decently busy. So we'll see. So conveyor. So okay. So there's two things. There's two ways to also handle this. We're not gonna have anything that like falls onto the conveyor and then starts going. We're assuming something is moving off screen then moving. It doesn't even really need to be rigid body stuff. It could just be. Well, I mean, like. Ideally, we're gonna do rigid body stuff for now. Like, it could just be transform.move, like move in that direction. But I think for now we're gonna do it with rigid body stuff, because then eventually we might make it more complicated. But definitely the fact that we want to make stuff that loops does make things a little bit trickier. I mean, I said if we have stuff happens and then some kind of reset happens, you know, that could work. Like if for the conveyor cubes that are happening, like if we have them like fall and they like actually bounce around a little, we just have a bunch of those, and then it actually, like, the conveyor stops, it kind of gets all cleared off screen, and then more go as the animation loops. Like that's technically doable. It would just be nice if it felt more seamless in a way, but with different types of stuff happening down there, we could might have a better degree of changing things, making stuff work different. Or making stuff repeat better was where I meant to go with that sentence. So I guess I'll make a public variable for public flow speed, whatever. It's like, and then I should go RB. Give me that, thank you. So every frame in fixed update. Just go. Actually, it'd be kind of interesting if it was like a bunch of zeros and ones that were flowing along the bottom, like it was binary. But I mean, I'd rather have different colored cubes because there's just more variance rather than just two things. Unless it was zeros and ones, but they were all like different colors. But we'll see. You can revisit that at some point. Okay, so What am I doing? Just rigid body. So I need to know the direction of the conveyor. I mean, I can hard code. I don't know how much I want to be careful of hard coding things because I might change things, like if I physically turn the conveyor. So if hypothetically the conveyor could be facing any direction, then let's say I get the conveyor. Am I assuming that there's only one? Oh, okay. As far as hard code, I'll assume right now there's one global like conveyor thing. Which. I mean, then I could have, I don't have a public thing that I then have to drag and drop. I have to do some private thing, like a find object of type conveyor. Let's make it a static thing. That's maybe not a great way of doing this, is it? I could have it, so I mean, realistic, if I had multiple conveyors, let's say going in like a path, I would want, when you enter the conveyor, get the conveyor's like information. So that would be like an on collision enter kind of thing. So maybe I go like void on collision enter. So like private transform cur conveyor. That would be, yeah, the proper way of doing this. So whatever we hit, if collision dot compare, no, I have to go, yeah, dot collider dot compare tag. We'll give this the tag conveyor in a second. Conveyor. Then cur conveyor equals collision dot transform. I can go into that, yeah. And then only if we have a cur conveyor. Actually, I'll put it in return. So here's a little mini coding lesson. Actually, let me finish typing this line first. We'll go transform dot like its forward direction or something times speed. Should it be force mode dot instantaneous? Nah. So we'll see. So right now, because it's just like a yellow, because right now it's just like a yellow cube, we're just gonna say that it's like, oh wow. Actually, wait a minute. So in the non-polished version of this, it's just something that's not moving. That the stuff on top is doing the moving. For the more polished version of this, ideally we want it to move like actually with the conveyor. And either we have a fake texture that's like a scrolling texture of some kind, and then we just make sure the movement matches. Or the crazy polished version of this would be actually having some kind of like physical moving things that like wrap around. And if that's the case and that's moving through physics, then the thing on top just has to like stick to it kind of, and friction, do that with friction, and then it would move across like that. And then there could even be like if there's like, you know, multiple rows of thing, then there could be a little bit of divots, and then okay, that could, so that's interesting as a more polished version. For now, let's just get we'll just finish it off being like this, and then yeah, whatever. So and I need to do times the delta time. So nope, there's an ad. Oh no, but well, like for the, I don't think ads go to everyone. I forget exactly how that works. But I'll quickly say, so I'll use now, it's just a boring, rambling lesson, is that one thing I've done recently is there's two ways I could treat this scenario if it's null. It could be like, if it's not null, then, you know, do this, and then I don't have the return in there. By doing it this way, then I'm keeping the code better at not being bracketed to infinity. If then in here I had some other if statement that was testing something else and nothing that's testing something else, or like a for loop or something, then it keeps going just indented more and more and more. By having more of these, like, you know, if this return or continue or break or whatever, then it kind of keeps the indenting less, which can be good. I don't know if the performance of that is worse because returns like do stuff in the back end of like it was expecting to maybe go forward and then it didn't or whatever, but like I did some assembly code stuff in school with some of that, but like I imagine that's the kind of stuff that's like negligible on modern computers, but whatever. Anyways, especially in a project like this, it doesn't matter that much. Okay, cube, conveyor cube, speed 10. I'll call you actually conveyor block. Cube sounds like I didn't name it. Block sounds like I intentionally renamed it. Yep. Cool, handy. This, I believe we'll rename that I think you do that. Yeah, fancy. So prefabs, blarg. Yes, I'm not gonna prefab the conveyor itself just yet. It's gonna need a ton of work. So let me just duplicate a couple of these guys and then just see that this is working in general. I'm gonna guess there'll be something wrong. What's it gonna be? I said transformed up forward, which I didn't confirm that that was the correct direction. I just kind of just made a guess. I didn't set the layer. Did I say layer or tag? I think I said tag. Yeah, compare tag. So yeah. So right now we're gonna basically fake it with moving, but eventually it would be cool. Wait, did I just make you? Oh, there's something different in one of these, and I didn't have to change me to the other side. Okay, I'm loving. Loving more than I initially thought, just that the change to just not be covering the screen. It's wonderful. Because another thing I did before is that I put the console up behind my head before, so that like then at least the inspector would like move down. But then then I just had less inspector to deal with, and then when I actually needed to use the console, then I'd like have to move it back and forth so Track could see it and stuff like that. But yeah, don't have to worry about it. So 1, you moved the wrong direction. 2, you like flipped. I don't know if I want to actually do physics material stuff now. I mean, ideally having like those small movements of stuff bumping around is good in terms of just visual interest, but you were also the wrong direction. You're like transformed out right. If I had to take a second guess. Okay. So if I turn up the what? If I turn this up, are you gonna like... You didn't stop applying force, so I don't know what's your problem. Wow, okay, well, I mean... I didn't do relative force, right? Add force, transfer out. Moron. That's kind of a required step. It's just, wait, so then is this gonna be... The red is the right, yeah. Maybe I should have rotated around so that the forward direction was actually forward, but... Okay, I think you need... So... Right. I've just also realized that while you're on the conveyor belt, you're going to apply the speed forever, which means you'll never stop, which means you'll... if you leave the conveyor belt, it's still applying the speed. So that's actually not as much of a problem because, I mean, okay, they could be... That rolling is kind of cool a little bit. Let's try to change the tractor one. I'm just curious of... The rolling is kind of cool, although not the movement we actually wanted. So, like, while we don't have an actual conveyor belt, this could be an interesting, like, oh, ooh. See, that's way more interesting what that's doing. It'd be funny if once in a while the conveyor belt stopped and the cubes just rolled forward for no reason. Okay, I mean, actually being like, like it's this old industrial conveyor belt that, like, barely works. Yeah, that would be cool. We are trying to right now make an animation that's gonna loop, and doing anything like that will make it, like, harder to make it actually loop, but yeah, no, it is cool. No. Is there... I think there's 2 cubes inside of each other here. I think that's what happened. Yeah. Also we'll make them like different colors and stuff. You know, I can do some of that now. Why not? Nah. No, let's start with my good old cyan magenta yellow. I think the actual conveyor belt itself is not going to stay yellow. It'll be like some other color. Let's go RG... Where's GB? Not that the colors need to matter that much. In theory, there'll be a lot of cubes going back. Let's, I'm also gonna actually make a proper conveyor belt material, because we're probably gonna, like, that's something that's gonna need, like, an actual texture and, like, all that kind of stuff. Call this... And then, like... Whoops, I didn't mean to... Oh, okay, you can be slightly metallic. I didn't mean to do that, but, you know, fine. Eventually we'll have to also go the full mile with like render probes and all that. light pros, light baking, all that kind of stuff. So we'll say that we just have that further right now. I mean, I could go with this rolling kind of thing, which, I mean, I guess that, like, it's something. It's not a conveyor belt, but, like, I can, you know what I could say? First draft, this isn't a conveyor belt. It's just sentient moving cubes or something. And then I like the idea of making an actual conveyor belt, because you're putting the extreme polish on a conveyor belt that's actually, like, has all the conveyor belty pieces or whatever seems interesting to me. And then also, ideally this isn't just rows of cubes, they'd be like little, like, cube clumps, I guess. So, okay. What I now gotta figure out, I guess, okay, for first draft of this, I'm gonna do the easy way of it looping, of just they all start off screen, and completely off screen. So the animation will start with nothing, they'll come on screen, and then ideally, I mean, there's lots of these going back for like a while. Well, lots of these going back for like a while. Hear me out. I was about to say, in theory, it's like multiple minutes back of being random, but that means I'd have to meticulously set up blocks all that way. What if I coded this to happen? See, this is a thing where Blender can exceed, or where Unity can exceed Blender. If I said, like, 5 minutes going back of just randomly placed cubes of a looping animation, you know, I mean, you can code in Blender and like Python for like add-ons, but that's like a whole thing. I could potentially make editor code, or I mean, I could have it actually be in the scene, or like, run in game, and then like I just copy the objects and then paste them afterwards, like going out of play mode. That's a way to get around that. But I could write code to randomly instantiate a bunch of cubes going back for however many. I could go by a number of cubes, like 1,000 cubes or something, and then I go back like 1,000 cubes, each one gets a randomly different color, and then the spacing is slightly different forward and back, and like the distance apart, and even up and down the conveyor belt a little bit. I did say I potentially wanted like, so, okay, this will be more, I guess, when it's a proper conveyor belt, but like the idea of actually having like, I mean, letting physics do its job. Oh, even the rotation, I can actually, I can also say like, you know, rotate it a little bit differently just to add to that randomness. I'm curious of what are these yellow cubes gonna do? Because of the rolling, they kind of go in unison, until they block each other off, which is like not necessarily what I want right now. As in eventually kind of maybe stuff we play around with. But for right now, let's make a fancy I don't like it being conveyor block at the beginning, because like it's not the conveyor, but it starts with the word conveyor, whatever. Conveyor block. I mean, okay, I'll call this just block generator. Block generator. Yeah, okay. See, this is more exciting to me. Block generator. And this is an example of using my coding to make cool visual stuff rather than just doing tedious work in Blender or something. Okay, so this is what this is gonna be. Public. We'll say just to like go. That's not at all where I wanted you. So here's the other thing is, okay, if I care about actually no, if I do care about physics, I do need this to go on really far. I was gonna say it doesn't actually need to go out into infinity, because you know the player is only seeing from like here to here, which I'm actually gonna real quick just before I go any further, I'm gonna center the camera. I have no reason not to have it actually be so it's 0, 10, -10. Before I also go too much further, I maybe should like I don't know to what degree I want to. Okay, here's something I can do. Would it look interesting to be on a slight angle, like embracing that 3D-ness? Even like that, you know, maybe. Then it's like it's coming there and coming closer. You know what? I think I can mess with it more later, but this is at least slightly more visually interesting than like. not doing that. And then, you know, in theory, in subsequent versions of this, it could be even better. I'm gonna move now the camera more on the more on the X, just because. Okay, so let's just say, I mean, we can change this. Right? We have the power of being able to change things, right? So, first thing I want to now see is just so I can know where to sort of spawn the first cube. Where to spawn the first cube? I don't even want the shadow to be in frame, and I'm gonna put a little in case I change some of the lighting and then the shadow's barely on frame. So, -40 exactly seems like plenty. So we'll say this is gonna start at -40. Okay. Maybe okay, actually, so this, I said this is the thing I want to do. Let's this is gonna take some amount of time to actually code. Just so there's literally something down there than just the grid. Let me maybe just take exactly this, just these 6 things, I can count. Maybe I just render out this real quick. I gotta figure out how many frames it would take to actually... I can stop it, right? The fact that I can stop it is manually is the thing. I guess I'll do that, for at least this. Alright, let's just try this. Let's see how this, how this do. I didn't, you know, I didn't press the start recording button. Alright, and so I don't know if this would be good to have sound effects, because they're having this like bonk, 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 like every second for like the whole stream would probably be obnoxious and annoying, unless it's like the most subtle thing ever, but I think I'd save sound effects for when something like more cool and interesting happens. So, for this to loop easy, oh no, wait, oh, why are you gonna go off the bottom? Why is that close to happening? Uh-oh. We'll see. After this goes off screen, then I'm gonna stop this, and that's just how long this is gonna be for right now. Yeah, this is like a trial kind of thing. So this, let's just make sure. You went to the wrong place because I specifically told you to go there, to the wrong place. Haha. Let's just quickly see. Ooh, why is graphically? Wait, why does this look so much more pixely than it did in the game view? Unless I'm mistaken. Let me do a quick little bit more messing around here. So I mean, the grid texture. All right, because I know the grid texture has some issues where it doesn't like shrink down so good because of the way that it's generated. Let me just quickly first, before I do anything else, let me just mess around a tiny bit more with. I might have to sort of swap the grid texture more with a more like with a same grid texture but execute it differently with the shader. But I'll get to that. But first, I just want to see, is the problem smoothed over if I change you? If I say put you to 4K and then let you just scale down. That's when I hit start recording. Maybe you'll fix yourself and now be recording resolution of like bigger. And hey Chroma, just asking, did I do this right? If oh yeah, I have time. Actually, wait, before one little thing. If I'm gonna do this, I wanna real quick. The lighting is all like temporary and stuff. I just want to real quick just make the lighting on. I'll answer your question in just a sec. You know what? You can have the slight. I mean, I was like building this like black and white. It's like a temporary thing. I could real quick tint it. And tint it through lighting. I don't know if I should be doing it that way, but why is that still so dark? I was hoping that like, I mean, if I make all these light, I should be seeing. Oh wait, because well, I mean, this is gonna. Not what I was going for, but hold on. I just wanted this to. Okay, I guess I'll answer your question. This is taking longer than I intended. API dot player list I dot get component player controller is host. If is host or is host equals true. Hold on, I need to see this with like brackets, but I mean, so if the code functions, then degree, yeah, you did it right. I guess the question is more a formatting thing. So 1, I usually would not... So actually, okay, it might just be the way that the message copied. I wouldn't have this much on, like, 1 line. Different people have different preferences. I'm more one to... I separate things more. Well, actually, so now, let me just quickly make the variables that it's happy. Or that's a bool. Except, you know, you're not going to be... whatever. Getting all this in is gonna take too long. But I combine things like this, and then yeah. So I'm assuming because of the I here, I'm gonna assume this is in a for loop because that's probably where that I is coming from. So you have a for loop that's going through doing stuff. If you're going through each player, and then you get the player controller, that means that there's multiple players. I'd have to assume it is all in a for. Yeah. Is there multiple players because you have player list? I have to assume that that's a thing. Is host. If is host is true, so this you're saying if is host is true, then you're setting this other is host thing to false, and then break because you've already set it to false. Don't check anymore. Otherwise, is host is true. So, I'm just gonna I'm gonna write the for part. Wah. We'll put 10 as a temporary thing. So there are some minor improvements I can see here, which is getting in the I can't quickly, you know, yeah, we'll quickly go public class controller API public. Well, you have some. So you have some another class that's called API that has a public list, or I mean, it can be an array. Public player controller blah. All right. This is when someone loads in. So you're like spawning a new player, like multiplayer. Ooh, interesting. So, whoops. So this is a player list. So okay, multiple things. Wait, hold on. I just want to get this to actually. Object reference is required to. Why you? Because you're not. Wait, you have. API is that's a variable. So you have public. I don't know what to call this thing, whatever else this is that's doing this. Some manager or something thing called API. And then yeah, the dot is host. So player controller has. There you go. Okay, that didn't take too long. So the things I would recommend, and I guess I probably didn't match everything. ProTab's actually set up. They think it's different names that matter for some context of some things. I have to assume also. I guess that this is going to be this player length dot length. Because that's how normally. So okay. Yeah, so right now, if this code functions, then it works, then that's cool and all. Some changes, I think, I'm going to suggest some changes that are performance things, and then some changes that are the code functions the same, but it's just, a consistency kind of thing. So when I say the brackets, you can have your brackets like this. There are some people who put all the brackets on a new line like this, and do it like this. So you can have your code look like this, or this. There's no right way or wrong way. Some people prefer one, some people do it the other. I personally do it this way, but I've seen other people do it the other way. Actually, at my work, they do it the other way. So when I'm doing code with my work, I do it that way, and I hate it every time. No, whatever. Variables are usually lowercase. So I'm assuming this stands for something, but even still, usually you'd have your variables be lowercase and try to find a way to work with that. And then this player list would also be lowercase if you can help with it. That because it can also at a glance make it easier to distinguish. Usually you have class names being capital at the beginning, and then you have variables being lowercase, or at least starting with the lowercase, right? Because then at a glance, because even me right now looking at this, I was like, oh, is that API? I thought like, oh, is that a class? And then I realized, oh wait, it's a variable. Now you might be like, oh well, because there can be some cases where it is lower camel case. Yeah. Oh no, this is camel case, where it's you start with the lowercase and then every time you get to a new word, you have that start with a capital. Some people use camel case. Some people use, is it called snake case, where they use underscores and they like if it's a new word you put an underscore. I don't use this, but some people do. I guess so. Yeah, this also said it was called lower camel case. I guess if you have a capital beginning, that's called capital camel case. But yeah. Typically, I put variables like this. I know some people, this is entirely, I think, a preference thing that I also don't really use. Some people will have private variables, have an underscore at the beginning for reasons. Just to separate, like, this is a private thing, but then, like, this is a public thing, so it doesn't have the underscore, I guess. I don't usually do that, but I know that's a thing some people do. But I was gonna give an example. The reason why I would say make variables lowercase is that you might have, when you have static classes, then you have two lines that like could look very similar despite doing very different things. Because I can go static class API, and then have public void do stuff. Oh, you also usually have function names starting with the capital as well, I guess. That's different depending on some programming language. Some programming languages, the thing you do is have it be lowercase. Is C sharp? Or sorry, C++, I think might be one of them. I forget off the top of my head if it's the norm in C++ to have the names of functions be lowercase. Why do you not like this? Or sorry, not static there, but static here actually. So if I go public that and then blah, and then also go whatever, then I can actually do this. Then I can over here go API, the capital version, .do stuff. Like, this is code that's allowed to exist. Or API dot, where was that, the thing I just made, thing? Wait. Oh, you can't, I can't, oh wait, sorry, no, I didn't put the static part there. Thing, now it's there, and then you can do stuff with that. So that's a thing. Now, what static classes are and why you do stuff with them, that's when you want to have, like, here's one thing that does everything. If you're like an enemy spawner, maybe there's only one of it in the entire game, that's where you sometimes use static classes, because you notice I didn't have to get a reference to this thing. Now, in theory also, this would not be all in one code file. You would be separating these into different scripts. I'm just, for the sake of example, just showing it all at once, but by having static classes, then you can not have to get references all the time, which is a lot better on performance and whatever. By the way, is host is equal to the like the not of api.playerlist.i.getComponent blah.isHost. If you ever see that the only things in your if statements are setting a boolean such returning a boolean, most times you don't need an if statement. Yeah, that could also yeah. Sometimes there can be better ways of doing that kind of thing. The problem though with the one tiny thing just also with what you suggested is that like I think that doesn't work with this break, right? Because they're trying to have it so that if I guess whatever this like if I guess this is one player that spawns and then it host, right? So when I was reading host, I was thinking like I don't know, something with like a spider or like insect having like, you know, you have like, or like an insect, like a parasite having a host or whatever. This is host of a server. True, missed the break. Yeah. Which I mean, yeah, like there's potentially other ways to make this like one line, but I imagine it's like they're looking for whoever is the host. If none of them are, I just realized, yeah. If it's like, I'm a new player, should I be a host? Looks through all the other ones. If any of them are the host, then I know that I'm not the host. But if I go through all of the players and none of them were the host, then I'm the host. I guess that's how that is. So what you can also do here, if you want to save the extra line, could do a fun little link query. Well, yeah, that gets more complicated. I don't even use link query stuff that much. I like to have the code be more readable. Brain hurt for link. Exactly. Yeah. See, I've been using Unity for a while, and I don't tend to use that stuff, but, I mean, you can. There's nothing stopping you. One thing you can do... So, this is also just a... If you want to have less if-else stuff, this would be more if you had a more common... Like, a more, like, big thing. You can set is host to true out here, and then go through. If it sets to false, then break, then you can get rid of the else. Have it, like, start being true, and then go through. If it gets to false, leaves. If it makes it to the end of the whole for loop and never got set to false, then it's true, then you can continue. This isn't maybe the best place to do that, but it's like... I guess then you're not going else is true every frame. So actually, no, maybe this would be a fine place to do that. That way you're not setting it to true over and over and over again, which just doesn't need to be, I guess. That can be a kind of thing. Make sure that this is before the for loop, not inside of it, I guess. Otherwise, it'd be like the same problem. What was I gonna do? Oh, so the main thing, those are all like random, like, oh, here's a little change that doesn't really change. The main thing I actually wanted to point out, the entire reason why I bothered doing this in the first place, the actual change, was dealing with the get player thing. Oh god, that's Link stuff. Pretty sure that's the equivalent for that. Oh no, yikes. You're writing an update when it's in start. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Whoop, whoop. Code itself is still the same, I think. The other thing I was going to recommend, though, was the get component thing. Link is incredibly powerful, definitely worth learning. Neato, coolsies. So I'm assuming this is a list of maybe game objects. I still put like player controller. What is it? Player list here. This could be, game object, because then you're getting player controller. And I don't know what's populating this list if it's something else. If you can, I mean, if it's happening in start, I guess it's not the end of the world. It's not like the worst thing ever, but usually looping, calling a bunch of get components all the time, if you can avoid it, it's good. I mean, over here I do have on start, have this thing get its own rigid body. That's like unavoidable in a way. But because this is a list, I don't know if there's a way that this list can be like a list of player controllers or something. Because then, if this is a player looking at all the other players, it's running this get component thing every single time. So either if you can like just do the get components once, like maybe up here somehow you get to do the get components and you save that somewhere else or something. But if you can, usually the get components, it can be good if you don't have as many. But it's unavoidable to have none ever. But just if you ever see a scenario of, hey, I can get rid of that, then if I do that, it can get confused by unity.playerController. Sorry, how? It can get confused by unity. So unity. Oh, you mean the player controller class? Oh, you mean how there's like the like character isn't it called a character controller or something? You're talking about like a default Unity thing. No, it's not called player controller. I guess it's like character controller. It's character controller is the thing. So I guess you don't want to name a script specifically that, I guess. But yeah. So I mean, in some of those cases, we like, oh no, it's a. But I still think that's if that is the case, where it's like, oh no, the names are similar to a thing that already. So I thought of it in the wrong name. Okay, which yeah. So here's the thing. I believe if I did name this to character controller, I believe it'll tell me. Like a thing will come up that'll be like, hey. Okay, maybe not. Fair enough. I thought it'd be like, hey, this thing already exists. Or it might if I left it up there long enough, or didn't have this messy thing where these things are all their own things. If you do have a case where it's like, oh no, this script name is similar to a pre-existing Unity function, I still think that like it's still like if there's something that's really bad on performance or whatever, trying to get rid of that, you could potentially just try to rename this to something else like player move or whatever. I don't know. Wish it would tell you, but yeah, it would tell you. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there's so many like Unity components that I've never touched. Like, I've never used a projector. I've never used Halo miscellaneous billboard renderer. I know what a billboard renderer does. Actually, I might have used that like once. A lot of those constraints I've never used. That's one thing on my list to just. My list of things I've never done in Unity that I want to learn. I have more like actual, build this game mechanic that I've never done, or do this visual effect that I've never done. One thing on that list is literally just go through every single Unity component that I've never touched and do something with it, just so I can be like, I've used all the Unity components, I know it exists. There's not like something that I've had no idea ever existed for the longest time, I guess. Which, there's so many that, so many that like are unnecessary, but just forced myself to just at least see that all the components like that exist. I know particle system by default using build board rendering. Okay, there, that's exactly where I use that. So I guess, so some of them, I guess, yeah, probably unnecessary for most of them, but like I've never used a wheel collider or wheel joint or whatever it's called, because I just program my own wheel things. I've only recently ever used like a hinge joint for the first time, because otherwise I just do things manually. Yeah, there's some more things where I don't really, need to, but I want to force myself to just because, just like, yeah, because I don't know until I, try or whatever. Anyways, because there's probably some things that I've done manually that, oh, hey, there's a thing that would have done it for me that whole time if I knew how to use it or whatever. But that's not super high on my list. That's not happening for like a long time probably, but still. An idea I had that could be an interesting stream, I guess. So what was I saying? Yeah, if you can remove the gate component, that can be good. Any other little things? But for the part, this seems fine. Like, yeah, if it is doing what you want it to do. I mean, if I knew the full scope of exactly how you're using this code, maybe I could find a way that like maybe you don't even need the for loop at all, and there's a way to just have it be like a one line of code kind of a deal. And this is you spawn in a player and it looks at all the other players to see if any of them are the host. Like, okay, I mean technically, if you have every single player have a Boolean on them that says whether they are currently the host. If you had your overall like thingy, but also simplify it with a for each loop. We've actually banned this normal for loops where IO works, as they lead to harder to decode. Ouch. So, okay, I mean, wait, so question there. If you then need to know the index, do you just like, because sometimes in a for loop, you actually need to know the index to do other things with it. Do you just manually code it? Do you actually just at the top of the for each loop go, index equals 0 or whatever? Link can provide the index? Oh, fair enough, I didn't know that, so interesting. So here's a fun thing that I've learned. In Unity specifically, or I don't know if it's specific to C# or whatever, a for each loop, it's basically negligible, but a for each loop is slightly slower than a normal for loop. So that's a thing. And I mainly know that because back when I was making the tag game, we had a for each loop that was running like 4,000 times or something. And when you're having that happen, any little performance increase you can have matters. So we changed it from a for each to a for, and then we encourage link anywhere we can and for each at worst. Okay. Yeah, interesting. So yeah, you have a lot more experience with the link stuff than I do. Yeah, I just not so like yeah, I thought that's something I use often because I just don't I guess I don't have the experience of using it and how to use it properly, or I will Google something and then find a thing that I'll copy and paste in and be like, cool, that worked. Yeah, so that's that. I personally find link stuff harder to read than for loop things, but that's just me. That's just because I'm not experienced with link stuff. If you're super experienced with link stuff, then it's not a problem. That's just, yeah, so yeah, interesting, fair enough. I will continue to still use for loops though, but that's just me. Definitely takes practice for sure. Just like, regular expressions and all that. That's also something that's like, if you don't know what you're doing, it's the most complicated thing ever. If you know what you're doing, then you know what you're doing. In Python, you can use enumerate or something like that. Does Link do something like that similar? A for each loop basically is an automatic enumeration thing, right? Kind of? Maybe I'm using the terminology wrong or mixing up terminology, but I think, yes, there's a C# way of doing that kind of a thing. I just don't know if that's, like, the terminology of what you'd use or if there's a separate thing. I know you can have enumerable as a thing, and then that is a thing you can do stuff with. But I don't tend to do that. Anywho, what was I saying though? So a potential idea that I don't know if this applies to Lathe. I don't know if this applies to your thing, but if perhaps a better way of keeping track of the because if only one thing is meant to be the host and then nothing else is the host, the code that you have that's handling the server public class I'm just gonna say server or whatever, right? Whatever you do that's actually doing stuff with something that's the host or whatever, then this could have, if one player is the host, it could have public player controller, this you could call player host. Sometimes I'll say, like, whenever I have like a reference to a thing, I'll make the name just be the basically this, but like lowercase. Sometimes, you know, you don't want that. So this is like the player that is the host, and then you could potentially have, when I start, like, I mean, this could be static. There's only one, maybe, right? Or maybe you could get a reference to this, whatever you want to do with that. But then you could just be like, if that player host equals null, then that means that there's no player. Then make the player me. Which then, if this is, I guess if actually this is running in, if this is, so if you're running this on the player, like this is other players looking at other players, this player controller, then be like, you know, player host equals, oh wait, I didn't actually type the right thing. Not being helpful if I'm typing completely incorrect code. Equals me. This version of this script, you just type the word this. This is this version of this script. If this was a game object, then you could be like this.gameObject. No, you can do this.gameObject, but that's unnecessary. You can just type gameObject. Oh, yeah, sort of all linked methods take a lambda. Yeah, lambda expressions. Oh god, I did some of that. Ugh, so many brackets. When you're dealing with that in more like in a mathematical thing, I had to do like, you know, math stuff in university with lambda expressions, and it can be so many brackets. Too many. If you want the index, then most of the lambdas allow you to specify a parameter that is an index. Interesting. Yeah, neato. Coolsies. See, I think I'm also like, I'm not practiced with using the link kind of stuff, because that's like, here's one line of code that does all this stuff for you. Where in 90% of school, you're taught to just like do everything manually because it's school or whatever. So I like, yeah, make that binary search tree yourself. Make that there's like red-black trees or whatever, and like, you know, going through a list and inverting it, you know, do everything absolutely manually. So that's what, I don't know, I guess I've grown used to doing, that I don't use, yeah, when in reality, on the job, there's libraries and functions and stuff out there that just do everything for you. Not everything, but, you know, some of that tedious work that's like, yeah. And do it more efficiently than you ever could. Anyways, so what was I saying? So this, I don't know if this works for you, Leif, depending on what your game is, but this could potentially be like, yeah, you have some server that's keeping, rather than a list of the player list to each one being is a host or is not a host, you just have one that is the host. You save the one that is the host. And then you can say, so I mean, two things. You can be like, if this is empty, then I guess that means there's no host. Then you use it as null. If you want to say, hey, there's a host, is that host me? Is that host that I'm looking at me? Then equals this. Is the thing that's saved there not equal to me? That means there's something else there, which then you could do stuff with that. So maybe this could be this, you know, one quick if statement that saves you a whole for loop. But this kind of optimization isn't like necessarily super necessary. That's the other thing, is like I'm suggesting, oh, here's all these ways of like potentially making the code better, which some of it can like save you a headache later, potentially. But also, if you're like new to making games, you don't need to really worry about any of this. Like, there's a degree in which all that matters is just doing the bare minimum to clunkily get the game to work. And I'm just like, to me, it's a little bit fun to like pick apart and like, you know, how can I make the small thing slightly faster or whatever. Probably with missing messages. Yeah, companies highly encourage the least amount of code as possible. Yeah, fair enough. Since the more you write, the more you are likely to mess up. True, fair enough. Unless you're Elon Musk and then you're judging your staff based on how many lines of code they've written. Then you write everything meticulously and like, yeah, I wrote 1,000 lines of code. Psh. Meanwhile, in my actual job, if I'm like, and there's a difference if you're like writing a new feature, then yeah, you're writing lots of code. But sometimes it's just like, here's a bug, and I'm searching for hours trying to like debug stuff and solve the bug. And like, oh hey, just had to change this one thing to this thing. So, you know, a bunch of hours to change one line of code. But
you know, yeah, hours of work does not equate lines of code, not even close. I mean, I just can a little bit, but like, yeah, companies highly encourage the sorry, I already had that one. Probably with a while loop, the break statement could be avoided. I fear using while loops in Unity. So, the problem with the break, I think she's not using a while loop here is because I guess it's not a guarantee that any of these will be true. You could potentially go through all of these and then you go through all of these and then none of them were the host or whatever. So that's why then the thing afterwards then decided to true. So this is where it's like it might never overlap or whatever. And then also in a while loop, then you have to manually calculate the index anyway, which I mean you can do, but I could do an if, but I don't want the instance to close when the host is gone. I kind of want the game to finish first. Okay, so I'll need a. Oh yeah, or probably just makes it more confusing. Yeah, then I probably need a way to auto-fill empty host. And I'm saying probably too much. Me too. I'm also like giving more suggestions than are necessary for sure. You should toss that link example up there and see if it makes sense. Lol. I have to scroll up and find it real quick. It's like, was it this? Larg. I mean, I'm not running any of this code. I'm just like putting stuff in here. In my block generator that I'm tearing apart. Oh no. We didn't even start yet. Yeah, this is a thing. Ugh. Delegates. I know that's the symbol for delegates being a thing. And you could add another condition in the while. Sure. I personally try to avoid using while loops in Unity specifically because I just had too many cases where I accidentally make an infinite while loop and then I have to close and restart Unity. It's just a pain. And yeah, you could put stuff in that's like, oh, if this while loop has repeated 1,000 times, then like auto exit. But I typically try to avoid while loops just to have less. Like obviously, if you code it right the first time. If you code it right, then you're not going to have infinite while loops. But just while I'm testing and debugging stuff, I accidentally do something wrong, which I do frequently mistype stuff. Yeah, I avoid while loops in Unity just for the sake of not crashing stuff. And then, I mean, you know, if you have a while, it's like, you know, update is like Unity's global while type thing where, you know, you're having something run once a frame. That's the symbol for lambda. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Interesting. Lambda expression. Well, I guess outside of this, it can be used for. Or is it wrong to call it a delegate? Isn't that also? Is that not like? Is that like a synonym in this context or no? Because I know you do that with like, if you're setting up a button, it's like when you click it, equals thing. And then the function that on-click event calls. But I've had several times where my while loop constantly skips, or my while loop constantly skips an if that is inside of it. Oh, weird, funky. Could that be? So I mean, it can be the case if like the condition to start the while loop is already the first time it's false or whatever, then it just won't do the while loop at all. So fancy thing that's also something that I have never used ever, but I know it's a thing that exists. There's something called a do while loop. That's basically, it's a while loop, but it's guaranteed to run once. Where basically it does the test at the end before it goes back to the top. But I've never had to use this. There are some things that's probably like you're more likely to use in not a Unity context because with Unity you have the updates, you have the starts, like you have all that stuff that does a lot of that looping functionality for you. Where if you were coding in pure C#, they might be more likely to, and you definitely would be using while loops for stuff. Delegates are a little different. Funnily enough, I'm a lead C# dev, and know basically nothing about delegates. Ha ha! That means it's like one thing that I've used, like that I know ever. So you know nothing, or you know 1%. I know 2%. No, only because I have had to do like mainly with buttons. When you're setting up buttons and you have automatically like call this thing, or even I have done Okay, so I don't want to talk too much about this inner working of my work, but it has a server and client thing, and I can set up a thing that, like, when it connects to when a server has a new client connection, run a function, and that uses a delegate. Like, that uses, like, bleh, this symbol, and then calling a function, but yeah. It is funny that, like, so you have, like, when you're multiplying stuff, it's like, oh, it's a star because it's not an X because X is taken. For a lot of programming stuff, it's like, yeah, here's just a symbol on the keyboard that is close enough to approximating what that needs to be. For this, they're just like, yeah, let's actually have the visuals of it looking like an arrow, which I think is kind of funny. Having an equals, like, the greater than sign, to be like, yeah, let's just actually have it be like an arrow. It's funny that that's how that is. I hate using functions that have this while I mod games. I have never done any modding whatsoever, and that's another thing that I'd like to learn. A thing potentially on the list. Not so much modding it. I don't have time to, like, learn a whole nother, like, let's mod Portal or whatever. But, like, in Unity, the idea of, like if I make a game that's just, oh, a cube that moves around, and then try to essentially make a mod for my own game, learning just how functionally that kind of works, could be interesting. Although with the initial game itself, you'd have to potentially expose enough things to have that be possible, I imagine. But then even stuff like DLCs and, like, asset bundles, I'm curious of how, like, that kind of stuff works with Unity and how to, you know, program that kind of thing. And that's another thing potentially on the list of, like, make a game and then make a fake DLC and just learn how to physically do that. I don't plan on making DLC for the Handyman of the Unicycle anytime soon, but, you know, just learning stuff for the sake of, you know, now I know how to hypothetically do that thing is cool. I don't care about learning how to do microtransactions. That's not happening anytime soon, but, you know, it's... I learned do while loops in school. It helped me save, like, 2 lines of code at its best. Right, yeah. Like, I mean, it's, like, cool that it exists, I guess. It has some cases where it's probably useful, but yeah. I mean, there's so many cases with any coding thing. There's so many cases where, like, there's always multiple solutions to a problem. There's always multiple things. Not always, I guess, but, like, there could be the way you're supposed to do it, and then the severely, really bad way. Like, hey, let's add 100 to this number. All right, for loop, here we go. But modding your own game is not modding. You just mod something else's game. I mean, yeah, but, like, I could do it on my own thing to learn how to do it. It's a step-by-step process. We've also banned wild. How many things have you banned? Very rarely is there a reason to do it. Yeah, right? Like, so, I mean, yes. Especially in a Unity context, it's definitely very unnecessary. You can use for loops, for each loops. While loops just feel more unstable. Ban all loops. Yeah. No loops at all. Only if statements. Make a whole AI, but it's just a bunch of if-elses the whole way through. Sure, nothing will go wrong with that. Next, you say they've banned functions. It's too confusing to have different functions. Everything must be done in, like, start and update. There can only be, one script can only have 100 lines of code. Any more, and it must be in a new script. Have 1,000 different scripts that all do very basic things that all go back and forth. I mean, having different scripts can be useful in a lot of cases. If you have... If the player and the enemy both have health-related stuff, and hey, the health code basically works the same, then having just, like, health, and then having that be on both, then whoop-de-doo, you maybe save some code. So that's why, even for a player, it really depends on the context and can be harder to pull off in some contexts. But having, instead of player controller, being able, if you can have player move, player shoot, player turn, player camera follow, and, like, player health, all player interact, all those different things, it can potentially help and make things easier to look at. But then if those scripts really do need to intertwine, then it can be more complicated. But if things can be isolated, then separating them into different scripts can make things less of a headache a little bit and allow for more reusing. Our goal was to reduce as much as nesting as possible. Yeah, the less nesting you have, the easier to read it is. Yeah. If else. Yes. Yeah, or nesting. I mean, if you have, like, functions that call other functions, you could have... Do you still have recursion? Do you allow for recursion to happen? That's just like a fancy while loop. Okay, that's a take. Recursion is just a fancy while loop. That's I'll be burned at the stake for that. Anyways, I was curious why this. I haven't touched the Unity stuff. I meant to just really quick get this fake, like, first conveyor belt thing down there, so it's not just a grid. The whole point of down there, the graphics down there, isn't just to be, it's a grid. It's to be fancy things happening down there. But I enjoy random, programming talk. I remember my brother doing a whole game with only if-else loops. Oh, no. Yeah, very, very, very... Do you know about switch statements and that switch statements are a thing? Switch statements are basically a way to combine a bunch of if, else, if, else, if, else, if, else into a thing that's like way more... It's both better on how it looks and better on performance. Way better on performance if you have such a massive, like, thing. A switch statement, I guess I just could go... Blah, 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 blah. If you're like... string food equals pizza. And let's say this is a public variable and you're going to set this. It's going to be set to different things. Then you have... You can have... I want to test what that value is. Switch, food, and then you have all these cases where it's like, if it equals donut... then you do stuff. But then these have to have the word break at the end. I actually don't know why that's mandatory. But it's just a thing that, then, yeah, do stuff. And then you basically copy this into all the different foods that do different things. Fruit. I'm seeing messages out of the corner of my eye. I'll get to them in a second. Gotta just finish my example. Why am I forgetting all foods that exist ever? I don't know, kiwi, because I don't know, bagel, whatever. I'm missing things. I remember helping some people in college rewrite some code freshman year, the 600 lines of if statements, oh no! By the way, 9 times out of 10 you can switch replace a switch statement with a dictionary. Oh yeah, right, I didn't even, make that connection. We also highly discourage... Is there anything you don't discourage? If you don't put break, it will fall through to the next case. Oh yeah, so you can have multiple things. Okay, right. Wait, so, alright, it's not, it's mandatory, but it's not, okay, right. I don't know why I thought the code would actually, error if there wasn't a break, but, okay, I understand why, but yeah. The banning stuff, yeah. Oh, and then also, I know in this you can have, a default for, if it didn't pass any of the other ones, but, yeah. This is just fancy if statement. Now there's some limitations for this, right? Like if in an if statement you're testing all kinds of different things, but then that's a thing. But yeah, I guess that does make sense that you could potentially does the dictionary contain whatever and then do stuff. So sure, yeah. When should you start using switch statements? Because I used it today for 5 options. Oh, but mandatory on last one. Mandatory on last what? Oh, wait, are you saying that if this doesn't have a break, it doesn't like it? Oh, interesting. Why doesn't it just exit? Why doesn't it just be like we got to the end, like an if statement? But cannot fall at a switch from final case. Interesting. Weird. Okay, yeah, so that's the inner workings that I guess I wasn't fully aware of. Interesting. I mean, I guess I don't use switch statements that often, but what is it? When should you start using switch statements? I don't know. I guess it's all just because again for a small indie thing or whatever, it doesn't matter that much to use the most optimal thing ever. You shouldn't have an if else statements that go up to 600, but if you know, as the soul said, maybe you could replace this for some kind of dictionary behavior. If you did have this, it's not the end of the world if it's something this small for something some little thing. But yeah, sometimes, yeah, you could just have an if statement, or sometimes, yeah, I guess you could potentially swap out some behavior for something more complicated. Ooh. I need a better listen on State Machine. I don't follow. Wait, do you think you have some kind of state machine that's listening for some event to happen? I don't do event stuff that much. I feel like I should more. I just don't. Lesson? I need a better lesson on state machines. I don't wanna. No, I've done enough state machine stuff in like school that I'm like, get away. And actually I haven't even used. Is there like a? So here's the, I've never used state machines in like Unity, like as some. Is there an actual thing called a state machine? There is. So, learning new things. I didn't know that Unity had this built in, and I don't even know. You pass in a graph? State graph? No. I'm backing out. No thank you, another day. I don't know if you're asking about that specifically, or like the concept of state machines. I mean, effectively, like, if you have, like, the core thing behind why you'd have a state machine is basically just to have, like, managing states that something can be in. Like, if a boss is in its attacking state, or is in its running away state, or is in its dying state, or state where it's doing some move where it's invisible. It can basically, you can use states to basically be like, here's this thing that can have all these different behaviors where it functions differently, but it should only ever have one at a given time, and then it has logic for how it switches between the different statements. I'm talking about, I'm talking about state machine in code. Is that not what that same thing was? Or you know how to, you know conceptually what state machines are, but you don't know how to code them? Even that I've never, like, I may have coded things similar to a state machine in Unity before, but I think I've never coded something that I've specifically called outright a state machine. If I have something that goes between different states, I've like, I don't know, that's been more like specific to the thing that I'm coding, I guess. So, like, I guess that's, I've used enums to keep, I guess I have done something that's similar to states. So, you know that, I think I mentioned before that enums are a thing. If you have an enum, let's say like, I said boss stuff before, so boss states equals, or, running, attacking, dying, right? Let's say, so if you want to, so one thing you can do to define your different states is do it like this. You can have integers and like 0 means running, 1 means attacking, but if you do it like this, then you have more words that are easier to look at a word and like, oh, I don't have to remember what 2 means, I just see the word attacking and like that's, I know. And then if I have, down like way in this stuff, boss, controller, whatever, right? Then this can have public boss states, and then so that's name of the enum thing, but then the variable itself needs to have a name, so boss state. Usually I'll say like, this is the plural with the capital, and this is like the singular, but you can name it however you want. So then, let's say if it's public, it starts in the attacking state for whatever reason. Then you have your boss code that's doing different things, and then you might say like, let's say every 5 seconds it goes from the running state to the attacking state, but then if its health reaches below 0, then it dies. I don't want to code all of that behavior, but then you can basically be like the sort of whatever might trigger it to like, you know, if like you have some conditions that is very specific to what you're doing specifically. Magic numbers do be banned. Oh, okay, yeah. See that ads. Okay, I'll wait a second for the ads. But I'm gonna get some water. I filled it up and then never like did anything. It feels like my door is way more in frame now that I've like put down the monitor. I don't know if eventually I'll like. I mean, I can. I have a webcam that's like clamped to this monitor, so when I move the monitor, the camera shakes. Turning it's a little bit trickier, but when I move soon, I'm gonna figure out like more new setup stuff. And we couldn't help myself, and we were returning. So I mean, that I get. Magic numbers being banned, I can kind of understand that because because there's just such an easier alternative of literally just this. Where in the back end, as you can see, 0, 1, 2. In the back end, this is just numbers. It's just for. I think like basically the entire reason that enums exist is just because it's more readable. I'm sure there's other reasons, but like yeah, yeah. So that's the whole thing. Anyway, so
but as far as like changing states, the stuff to change from one state to another does just come down to, and so if I go void update, if some condition that weren't like whatever, like as I said, maybe you wait 5 seconds, or it's when the player hits the enemy, whatever, then you can go boss. Why do I keep putting 2 O's? Boss state equals boss state running. Like it changes to that. Now you've changed the state. Then elsewhere, maybe it's also an update, but maybe it's handled somewhere else. Then to actually then do stuff, you want different behaviors to happen depending on the state. Then you basically just going. Actually, so I mean, here you can go boss state equals blah, do stuff else if. Does this seem familiar to something that we were just doing? Okay, so this should be in like the order. Yeah, it is in the order of it. And then, so you can then have else. To sort of future-proof if I added new states. If I feel like I might add new states, then I might like test for this one anyway. Just like if I think that like, hey, I might add more, just to make sure that like stuff doesn't like break or do weird unintentional stuff. Then in here, then you can just do your different logic depending on what state the thing is in. Which maybe there's some commonality, like in both running and attacking, there's still movement happening, but there's just some slight differences. Then you could potentially combine some of the code. Of course, you can AND these together or like whatever. But I was gonna say, does this seem familiar to like how if you have a bunch of if-else testing like the same thing, then this can be a switch statement. Switch statement. Boss state, and then that would go into like case. Yeah, and then break. Right, hold on, it's not wanting to. I'm missing messages, hold on. At minimum, everything should be banned. So at min, create a named constant. I don't even know what you're saying with that. Use a switch and default for the else. Yeah, exactly, right? So, yeah. Ha, I got there before you read the message. As I started typing it, I knew that it could be a switch. I was just showing the fact that, hey, here's an example. I don't think, Desolsted, would you, in this scenario, would you make it a dictionary? Like, or like, would you, in the realm of having better stuff, would this be fine to be, okay, I'm trying to let the autofill kind of do stuff, and it's like doing weird things. Hold on. Nope. Everything is gonna be named int 1, int 2, int 3. Oh no. Yeah. In this scenario, you'd want a graph. Oh god, graphs, not graphs. You keep saying terms that I'm like, I've only done this in like school things. So a graph, for people who don't know, I'm just gonna give I'm not going into full thing of graphs, but when we say graphs in programming speak, we're not talking about a literal. Here's a bar graph. Here's a diagram. A graph in programming is not a diagram. A graph is you have a bunch of points that we call edges. Pretend these are dots. Just these are dots or whatever, and then you might have lines connecting them, and these are called edges. And wait, did I say all these edges? I mean, these are vertices and edges. Is the words that I was meaning to say. And they could be connected in different ways. Then you can have weighted graphs where these actually have like, this is worth 3. This is worth 1. I forget if it has a special name, you can have this be like -2 or whatever. There's connected graphs where everything is connected to each other, as opposed to like, if you have like just a point over here that's not connected to anything, or even like 2 points and like this is making its own like mini graph kind of over here. There's connected graphs. You can have directed graphs where like the lines effectively have directions, like this is going this way, this is going this way. And then you have cyclic directed graphs. I'm not looking at chat just because people might be saying different types of graphs. I'm showing my knowledge of, hey, I did school once upon a time and did stuff with this. You have cyclic graphs where the whole graph with the arrows and the lines effectively goes in one big circle. You can go from one point and go all the way back around to that starting point. Acyclic graphs, I think, is the opposite. Yeah. Anyway. This is programming stuff that I've had to do. This was commonly used with like shortest path algorithms. Oh my god, I forgot that I did this with Ultratag. Ultratag, we did a little bit with it. I think I actually literally called it graphs and like edges and vertices or whatever, where
in order to basically make like a rudimentary pathfinding system, we represented the whole map with a bunch of waypoints that we placed, and then we connected them with lines, and then it was just like a shortest path algorithm between like thousands of points. But yeah, very unnecessary how I did it, because the whole like Unity's nav mesh thing, like, yeah, it does it for you, but part of the point of that project, I just wanted to learn how to do a little bit of it on my own, just for the sake of learning. I would be very interested in taking that a step further and learning how to generate my own nav mesh rather than relying on individual points, but that could be a whole thing for down the line. Because, okay, it would be super cool to make a nav mesh that actually, like, curves upwards, and then, like, Mario Galaxy style, like, do pathfinding on, like, on something that curves. The idea of that seems very cool. Specifically being like, what can Unity's nav mesh not do? Let's do that. Is what I think is funny. Hold on. Missing mess. In this scenario you want to graph, yeah. The problem with switch statements is that they encourage a lot of logic in a single method, which leads to really bad code. Sure, yeah. Basically comes down to either you can create a switch statement with a dictionary, or you're using the wrong data structures to begin with. Yeah, sure. There's very rarely a good reason to be using a switch. Sure, but again, for like simple, like you're making a game jam and you're trying to code something super fast, then sure. Or like if you're a beginner, then like, yeah, it's not like the end of the world to use switch statements, I guess, but again, writing clean code from the start can be good, I guess, but try not to overwhelm people too much with, hey, it's your first day of code, what's a variable? Learn graphs now, right? Yeah, you learned your version of that mesh? Yes, I did. I think I discovered your channel in the middle of doing that. Yeah. See, remember my earliest streams, I was jumping around between a bunch of projects because they were school projects. I did a bunch of stuff that, like, wasn't Unity games, but Unity games as school projects made for good stream content. Yeah. I feel like, as well, like, I took a big break from Unity. I was doing some stuff with my job, I guess, but that's, like, programming stuff I do on my job and making games does feel quite, different. I do feel like I got a bit rusty, especially in like the graphical department of making stuff visually look good. I got a lot more rusty with that. I kind of need to like build that back up, but we'll get there. What version of navigation does the nav mesh use? I don't know the inner workings of it at all. If you're asking for like a version number, I have no clue. If you mean what version, like a concept? I just know that like it does stuff based on like, so it actually based on like, I forget, does it work off colliders or does it work off the actual like meshes in the scene? I want to say it works off the meshes in the scene, and then like you press some buttons, you configure some settings, and like, wow, here's some blue based on where we think the player can walk, or the NPCs or whatever, and then you put in more code where based on this mesh, try to go here, and then a lot of it like figures stuff out for you. So I don't fully know the inner workings of it, but I'd be interested in learning that at some point. Basically just takes all the walkable areas and finds the corners. If you know all of the corners, you can turn any path finding problem into a shortest path problem. A few known points instead of every individual puzzle. Oh, right! Yeah! Because if you want to go from here to here, you just go off of the corners because otherwise it's a straight shot. Right, that actually makes sense, how you just turn that into points. You don't actually have to look at everywhere. Except, with the nav mesh, I know you can have padding be a thing to make an AI going around a corner feel more natural rather than hugging the wall, have it like pad around. But then I imagine that's just some extra stuff where you just have these points and then just offset them a bit or something like that. No, does it use flow or another navigation type? I have no idea. I do not know the inner workings of the Unity navigation system, so I have no flow fill. Your guess is as good as mine. I could Google it, but I have no idea. Yeah. Anyways, so graphs. Woo! I don't know. Well, so said I'd have like some of my tutorials. I want to teach like game things. Would I have some tutorials that specifically like, yeah, here's what a graph is? I feel like it's like, well, I could make a game that uses this kind of functionality. I would consider this more of an intermediate thing compared to here's how you make a cube fall through Ridgeline. And I think for now, while I'm still kind of getting back into swing more Unity stuff, and while I'm still developing my skills, I don't want to do tutorials that are super advanced well, I myself don't feel super advanced at like being knowledgeable of a certain topic because I don't want to give incorrect advice or whatever. But I'm more interested in the final product of like, let's make this game mechanic and learn these skills along the way or whatever. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna undo a lot of this. Whee! But yeah, so this started with like state machine stuff and like whatever. But yeah, I do like rambling about all this stuff. But I mean, I should be to some degree rambling and talking, or rambling and coding at the same time. Why am I Control Zing this? I could just have deleted things, but whatever, I'm committed to it now. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, back to... So we never actually finished the thing. I was like, let's do this super quick, and then make more complicated version. Right now down there just looks like a waste of space a little bit. Other than that, I'm not blocking the monitor. Let's, do the visual stuff that I wanted to do. Okay, I was gonna adjust the lighting more or whatever. This looks fine enough as like a first pass. Whatever, let's just go with how it looks right now. Yeah, so then I want to do what now exactly? Oh, right, just render this as is, yeah? Yeah, I think so. Whatever, yeah, just render it as is, and then we'll go from there. So, right now, while everything's manual, because I don't have the time, if I knew the exact timing, then I could make it more automatic, but for right now, it's fine. Don't worry about it. So, yeah, this is like the very quick version 1 of this. It won't, like, this is like the most bare bones version of this. In theory, every version after this should be an improvement. In theory. Yeah. We're just, the process of getting there. Okay, so I figured out that the frame that it left, and now... Oh, right. I rendered it, but then the grid itself looked bad, so then I made a 4K animation to see if that would look better. With just because the grid like doesn't scale down super good right now. Wait, so this was the old version, and now this is the new with the lighting is like. The lines look like fine. Okay, so now I don't want to call it movie. I should rename what it's actually being called. Unity animated background. So, okay, just thinking ahead in terms of, like, I probably shouldn't just call this Unity animated background. Wait, order, take. Does the recorder have a, how do I change the fact it was called movie? Oh, that's the name here. I guess, oh, that's cool that I can actually set up multiple recorder settings. Oh, that's cool that I can then easily go back and forth between stuff. I mean, right now, I don't really have much of a reason to. I guess I'm gonna call this conveyor dash just naming. Just because in theory we make the but this is like the basic conveyor. I deal with. We're gonna make more complicated conveyor. This is rolling cubes if anything. Whatever. That's a long name, but I guess descriptive is fine. So then, okay, let me just apply that name to the thing over here. And then the name... I should move this out. So when I'm like, here's all these test things. Once I'm like confirmed on something, I should have another folder for like, this is all the test things. Here's like so-called finalized stuff. I'm bad at naming things. I'm terrible at coming up with names for things. Finalized videos. Because it's not even really finalized. This is a placeholder as we continue to make it better, but it's finalized in that it's like, here's a thing that we're gonna have for some period of time until we replace it with like, as we now then do more programming to get the next version. Whatever. If I can't think of a better thing, then we just go with this until I think of something better. It's fine. Did I not copy the thing? Did I copy these over as well? Whatever. I guess that they count as testing ones. Whatever. Well, maybe I keep one. I do keep like the one around that's like an example of when there was nothing. Even though it's an image, we probably won't have the images one anymore then. It's like that's kind of redundant. It's an image that's just a video that's 1 second long. Whatever, it's fine. I'm just trying to like think ahead for a name. I can worry more about this like off screen. Where's the recordings? This is what I'm trying to find. Yeah. Because I'm trying to think ahead, like, when we say, like, here's the conveyor belt one, and it's, like, fully functional, and then we make a separate new thing after that, I'm just trying to think ahead of how I want to name it in a way where everything's going to be, like, consistent. Do I want to put numbers at the beginning of these? 1 dash blah, 2 dash blah, so that they're in order at the order I made them, when, like, them being alphabetical doesn't work? How would I find FBX files in a specific folder? Oh, no. Oh, no. That, So, are you trying to import a model like at runtime? Is that something like what you're trying to do? So I guess first the answer to this is based on something else. One, is this a bunch of FBX files that are like, for the entire like, will this folder of FBX files change at runtime? Is my question. I am trying to allow the player import their own models, like whole own models and like animation like stuff. That's crazy. Not crazy bad. That's crazy in that it's cool how ambitious that is what I'm trying to say. Because that's something I've never done and that's interesting. So if you want to have like stuff that can change at runtime, you need a special folder for that. It used to be called resources. Because otherwise it like won't work. Not their own animations. Oh, so like an FBX that you then apply animations onto? I'm gonna assume that you have stuff figured out for how that's gonna do. So it's called streaming assets now, right? There's like a special folder. I forget the exact name of it, or I think the resources one still exists, but it has like a different purpose. Unity streaming assets path. I think the streaming assets one is like easier to access. Solstice, you might be able to like better confirm. It's read only. Oh, to store assets. Wait. Why? Wait. Oh, so okay, it's read only for Unity to modify, but you can have external stuff modified, I guess. Quick Google says there's no support for importing FBX files at runtime, built-in support. I mean, but I know that there's Unity games that have done that kind of thing when people have like custom levels and that kind of thing. But like, so okay, maybe just so reading a file. I guess I was reading like how you'd import an like a .txt file. I can maybe like I might be able to start you on the path of just like if it was any file at all, just reading in a file that someone put in. But the extra step of it specifically being an FBX that has to go through like a custom importer. What I saw said you have to implement it yourself. Yeah, that does seem like a very like high-level, complex thing to do. I haven't even imported, because FBX files are complicated because they have a lot like extra stuff involved. I've imported an OBJ file, it's like an object file, as a school project that was a stream eons ago, where I made a custom like DS game, did like DS game programming. I did import an OBJ file and then manually look at the points and then, yeah. And then I even was able to, I forget even how I was able to do that, but like, I don't know if I'd be able to do that like right now. Like, was able to import a texture file and then apply that texture, the UVs, in the most basic way possible to that object. So I did with my submarine thing. But anyways, I guess look at this for, is it called stream? Yeah, you make a special folder called streaming assets, and then anything you can put stuff in there that's like can change at runtime. And then you use application.streamingassets path is the quick way of like go to that folder. And then you need like file input output stuff to read in that file. If you don't know how to read in files in C#, then you're gonna want to learn that first, I guess. I mean, if I leave the folder open and let the player, when they boot the game, after adding the model to the folder, they can select said model to use. Hold on. Leave the folder open, then let the player, when they boot the game after adding the model to the folder, they can select said model to use. Yeah, like that would require still like that's where I'm aiming. So if you're talking about like skins in a game, yeah, importing their own models, that is a very tricky thing. But like if you had some, so one preset models that already exist, and you have like those would just be models that are there, and then have those be like public variables into something or whatever. And then you'd show those or whatever. Having to then import, because even Unity can't do that immediately. When you import an FBX, it has to go through this backend like FBX importer thing, I believe. Or I'm thinking of when you import a Blender file, it has to do backend stuff to internally convert the Blender file, the .blend file, into a .fbx file, and it does that kind of automatically. But importing an FBX, like, I'm sure it's possible. It does just seem like a very intermediate, expert thing to do. So first question is, do you know how to just import files in general? Like, do you know how to read a .txt file from somewhere? Let's say even from the streaming assets folder. If you don't know how to do that, this might be like a very complex thing to try and do. Yes? Okay, perfect. Then never mind. Then awesome. So, okay. I guess that's step one. I mean, in a way, a FBX file is just a super complicated TXT file, but I don't even know where to start with, like, deciphering that kind of thing. So another file type is a .obj, but that's like you're just getting the object data, like that's all. Yeah, it sounds like that Unity doesn't directly support the FBX format in any way and translates it to another type. So you have to find/write something that will read the file and help you convert it to a format Unity will understand. Yeah. And apparently the FBX file format isn't publicly documented. Oh, right! Yeah, that's a thing that in general, I think some things are trying to move away from .fbx being, like, the default for everything because of how, like... Because I think there's just better defaults or something like that. So OBJ, you have some restrictions where, like, an object file is just the vertices, and, like, it wouldn't have color, I believe. No, you might get vertex color stuff, but that's different. You might be able to have it all be one solid color, but basically you're just getting the object data as far as like, it's the shape of this or whatever. But then you can separately import the texture as, okay, so sorry, okay. There's slightly more than what I'm saying. You're getting the object data, like the vertices are here, 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 which then make these faces. But then you also get the UV coordinates, I think, of those faces. So then you could also import a like a texture file, but then you'd have to apply that texture to the model manually, which again is hard but doable. That's more doable, I think. I did it in C++ ages ago. I don't remember any of how I did that. That's like, you're gonna need, if you ask me, it just means that I'm gonna Google it and then relay you that information. So it'll be much faster if you just Google it yourself, because I don't know how to do that. So, yeah, might as well find a better, like, actual tutorial that could teach you better than I could with that information. But yeah, but definitely that whole, like, the idea of, like, importing stuff, like, at runtime definitely is a more intermediate thing. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. If you really want to, then, like, go ahead. Why not? I did custom pathfinding stuff, right? Like, don't let me stop you. Anyways, what was I doing? I didn't put the conveyor, right, actually putting it in Unity, or in OBS. So this, Blarg, OpenU, finalize videos, this. Is this gonna work? Right, so, okay, right, I'd like, I guess, figure that out sooner than later. By making it But making it a 4K thing, the lines look less bad. But hey, there's just stuff, I guess. There's first pass where it's not super great, but it will be better. It's the first of many. Ideally, what's happening at the bottom should be super in your face, like distracting or whatever. It should be like more subtle background, subtle stuff. But hey, this is why we test things. This is why we test things to learn and figure things out. So I think the first thing I should do before too long is what was I saying? What was I gonna do? Google says that Unity only uses FBX and OBJ. Sure, I mean those are very common, and anything else like it would probably under the hood convert it into one of those. So yeah, I guess. Oh, you meant or in terms of like if you were trying to use something more complex than an OBJ file, but is it an FBX? Yeah, I don't know, because like I don't do stuff with that. I just use. I put it into Unity, something from Blender into Unity as a .blend file, then it under the hood converts it into an FBX. Or I put do that manual conversion and then put in the FBX and then ta-da. I've never had any reason to use anything else, but I just know that OBJ file is like the most simplest like version of that same kind of thing. But yeah. So another thing I'm gonna say, this is maybe too bright. I maybe might darken this. I do think, in terms of making stuff look all nice lighting and whatnot, actually being dark and then just having like a little bit of like a few glowing lights here and there can be something that looks cool. That's where that red came from. Right, I put these in as like, I was just trying to see that color stuff was happening and then didn't, if I really want the wall to be tinted a color, that shouldn't be happening from, I mean, it can happen a little bit from this, but it should be more happening from actually tinting the material. OBS also fuses all parts together while FBX keeps separate parts separate. Oh yeah, right, if you have one mesh that's... So, that's more because... In a way, if you were, I mean, you kind of would have it. If you wanted FBX that's actually a bunch of models, it'd be like, each of those is its own OBJ file and whatever. Again, there's a huge amount of data loss. Like, you can't just convert an FBX to an OBJ and, like, keep everything. The OBJ thing is just because it's a lot simpler, you lose a lot, but it's like a simpler file to comprehend. Yeah, so that's like as like an in-between kind of a thing. Yeah, is it easy when you go fast? Even like if I want this to be more subtle, I don't even know. So maybe it's because it's like doing this like turning thing, just like conveyor stuff. Just I guess maybe then if they aren't really moving, they're just going. That's because I always think that like down there, what's currently happening is a bit like too much happening. Maybe I don't know. Hard to say. But and right now it's super repetitive. Right now the idea is that now we move on to making like. Any complaints, anything that's bad about that is what we're then working on in like the next steps. So yeah. Which the major thing is just making it physically look better, be a longer animation that less looks like it's looping by just length. The red is very unaligned. Oh yeah, that happened somewhere. I mean, actually I don't actually know how that happened, but it did. It was happening consistently, but like, are you raised slightly more? So I mean, in theory as well, we don't necessarily want it to be symmetrical. In like, I actually would prefer if each of these is slightly, rotated differently, right? Use my alignment spawn script. I don't want it to be in sync. I want it to be. We're just about to code. Yeah, go back a bunch. I mean, I could potentially look at that thing that you had as like a starting point, take it, and then change it. Oh, sure, why not? I do appreciate, yeah, people try to help me out with stuff. We just go, whoop, and paste at the bottom of this, and then, yeah, so I haven't actually looked at the inner workings of this, but I can try now. So first of all, I'm just gonna, I actually need this to be two separate, like, things. Woo! Wee! Wah! So what does this actually do? So the follow-up part of me trying to comprehend somebody's code is that I then have to... It's different than if I wrote the code myself, then I'm like, yeah, I know inside and out how it works, kind of. I now have to then go through and do all this comprehending. The prefab could then be the blocks. So ideally, I'm going to be randomizing the color. Not randomizing, randomizing-ish. The color, the words, the color, like how far back it's going, the spacing of it, of the things, the rotation. Yeah. So I don't know what single count, single item, multiple. Oh, right, this is more like a generic to do everything kind of thing. Single spacing, multiple spacing, multiple. What is the actual? What is the? Oh wait. I'm trying to just understand the difference. Wait, if prefab is null, group prefabs. Oh, I see. I understand. I think. Oh, okay. This is just either do one or a group. So I could potentially. I mean, if I had like cubes and spheres, do I want? I think for now, I just want cubes. I think. And then if I think for a long while, we're gonna be just dealing with the single cube prefab, and then we're gonna randomize its materials. So we might have a list of materials. Yeah. So. Multiple bonus spacing? Oh, right, because this is to have consistent spacing. I want to have it be more... The randomness is what I was saying. But, I mean, you start with the consistency, and then you add a randomness on top of that, in a way. So, also, so you have a bunch of serialized fields. I mean, technically, that's better. Yeah, using serialized field is better than public. I just kind of use that as, like, the default kind of thing. But I guess technically, these should be... that then there's the int of just how many we want. Blah. I'm just using the single one, so I guess I'm just going blarg and then which means I'm getting rid of. Oh, this is if you had two things going back. I can assume this is like custom cohere. I can assume that this isn't going to be null. Like I don't need the null check in this case. And then, well, I mean, then I don't need to do any checks. I can just call it directly. Confidently assume there won't be errors. Because, so I mean, if there's an error, then like, this is, because this isn't really something for a game, kind of. It's because of the way this custom thing, I'm more, yeah. Find it to do it this way. Okay, so okay, so what do I actually what do I need to do to apply it to my thing specifically? So I'm having the let me add the code before I forget to entirely. Block. It's more for lazy people, huh? Using public instead of serialized field. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you need it, but like, and then you can have public, but then hidden inspector. There's like all the different variations, but okay. Know my script? Oh yeah, I mean, I sorry, I had to just cut out like half of it, but that's just for what I happen to be using it for or whatever. But yeah. So what do I? Okay, so I'm gonna have it be spawned right now based on where this thing's position is, and then just go back based on that. Because then I can move it slightly to decide, the starting thing. It would be also, we will potentially then look into like, how can I have this, but then also have it loop? I have some ideas. If we just make the first couple cubes, we make exactly match the last couple cubes, and then the frame where that like crosses over, then we just loop the animation, in theory. That might get hard to make happen, but like, or hard to sort of detect, but we'll see. Ideally, I don't record this and then have to take it into Adobe Premiere and then cut off a frame here and there. Ideally, it's all handled nicely in Unity and doesn't take that extra work, but we'll see. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, so Jeebs, what am I? So I want to start at the position that we currently are on. Well, what I would have done on the cube is on the cube had the color randomizer and the orientation randomizer on the prefab. I used the quick builder to set them all. Oh yeah, I guess I could do that. I'm trying to decide if I want a seed or not. And if I'm trying to randomize stuff from a seed so that it's consistent, I think that needs to be all from one kind of script for the best, like, consistency. I think you're right on at least the randomizing the color part. Yeah. Okay, I think I'll have the generator handle the positions because they kind of affect the next one. But then I'll have the block itself handle the randomizing material. Sure. Okay, I'll do that compromise. Could a Portal Companion Cube vibe and have them fall into an incinerator? I'd totally be up for making this like whenever we turn this into like an actual environment or whatever it's gonna look like. I mean, on one hand, I like the idea of it looking like purposely like it's this debug, like a partially built unfinished level. I kind of like that, the idea of the aesthetic, because most of the streams are, hey, we're building a game, so down there purposely looks like an unfinished test level kind of thing. I like that idea, but not this unfinished. Ideally, it's like it has that aesthetic while looking super polished and having good lighting and all that. So, but like the idea of it still looking like this industrial factory kind of thing, that yeah, could be leading into incinerator, could be cool. For now, I think I'm just gonna have them go from one end to the other. Then we could see at the end they actually fall into something or whatever. Make a glitch shader for the cubes. That I could also do. I was thinking at first I was gonna have it be more like crates of stuff maybe. Oh, that'd be kind of interesting. Oh, almost like it's, I just realized that could look almost like it's a loading kind of thing. It's crates that are labeled prefabs, scripts, materials, or something. That's an idea. That could be interesting. Like, it's boxes of... You assume inside is stuff that has to do with making games or whatever. It's a weird idea, but like, I don't know, maybe. It's like a game-making factory thing if you abstract it to a level that makes absolutely no sense. And then maybe one of them could be all glitchy, because like, oh no, it's a bug. One of the boxes just says bugs, and then it's extra glitchy. There's ideas. Yeah, put that in back pocket for sure. But before we get there, I need to like, yeah, do like the simpler version of just getting it to work, I guess. What time is it? It's 1:37. 1:37. I would love to stream all night, but I can't go too much longer. I do got stuff to do. I do think it's going to be very likely that I'll be doing a fairly long stream tomorrow night. You know, we'll see. We'll see how that actually do. But okay, yeah. So. Hold on. This okay. What was I doing? You're really giving me ideas. Give me too interested. I'm gonna implement some version of this. Ha! I mean, you can see whatever code that I'm making, so I guess I'm not preventing people from stealing my stuff. In theory, I don't have like, right as I'm about to launch the Handyman with the unicycle, someone copies the whole project or whatever. But then I have proof that I made it first, and then I can sue. Mwahaha. But I mean, yeah, I guess feel free. If I haven't, I can say, if I haven't made the idea yet, then you can beat me to. It's like, I mean, that'd be kind of cool if I like, hey, if I grow to a decent size, they'd be like, hey, other streamers, try to like make a thing similar to this, but have your own spin on it, and then, I don't know. This is the thing that says you're part of the Cyberchroma community, that like, we all have our own version of the conveyor belts. That's so weird, I don't know. Anywho, I don't know. At what point do I get a mascot, and then we do stuff down there with that? I don't know. I don't even know what mascot would be. Like a chameleon or something, because chroma colors and like a cyborg chameleon. I don't know. Whatever. The chameleon would not be named Chroma because I'm Chroma. He'd need his own other name, but if I have a cyborg chameleon, then that's like he's Cyberchroma. Who am I? No, I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, I can ramble about dumb ideas all day long. And it's throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. But okay, block generator. What are we doing? So okay, before I guess I care more about the spawning. Get the spawning to do, and then I'll worry about the randomized detector. So this is just dealing with the positions. I don't know why even though this isn't much code, I'm finding it really hard to like do when I haven't written it from scratch myself. I don't know. Okay, so I am going to I'll do a little bit of renaming. Next,
for just what, like this next block position. I will put this as like current because I'm going to use it like it's a current thing and then change it. So current block position is going to equal transform dot position where this thing is. Do I, because it's specifically going to that, there's some degree where I can hard go this, but then if I move the conveyor later or whatever, then I can abstract it later on. So single, this is just, so it's like if there's an offset or whatever, I'm going to have, the first one is going to start on the thing. I'm going to have, I guess like spawn blocks. If I wanted to like spawn them like with a coroutine, like that could be a thing, but here, yeah, just spawn all of them. I am not using a while loop because fear of, I will definitely crash Unity and like have to deal with that. Int of how many to spawn. I have my own kind of conventions of how I name some kinds of variables, so I'm just going to change stuff like that. So like blocks to spawn, or num blocks, but whatever. So say Dissolstice based on things that your work bans. Do you also ban like short variable names? If like I used to do more shorter variable names, and I kind of gravitated more towards doing longer stuff over the years because it's way easier to understand what this does compared to if you see this. It's like the only exceptions to that is RB for rigid body, because it's just I don't know. I don't know. That's like an exception. It's just something I use so commonly, and I only basically do it for this. I always know what RB is. I hear RB, I think rigid body, and then like an animator, I'll call like anim or something. Current cur, like it's some short form. But I don't go with like acronyms like that for other things. We don't allow unnecessary abbreviations. Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure there's some times where it's like, oh, this thing would be like 10 words long unless I cut it down a little bit, but yeah. Anywho, so blocks to spawn. Oh wait, this is I guess I don't need the double thing. Whatever. Go through all of them, instantiate the prefab, block prefab, and then like instantiate it at where we're spawning. For now, for first test, I'll just let the rotation be consistent, and then I'll up it as a like rather than coding all this at once and hoping it works first try. Code it one thing and then hope it actually works. I guess the parent doesn't matter that much, but sure, it can be parented onto the block generator. That doesn't matter. And then we got to calculate the next one. By the way, I don't know if you know, Lath, that if you want like this equals itself plus something else, you can then go plus equals, and it's just a short form for the same thing. There's also like multiply equals, divide equals, those are things. With vectors, though, those don't work so well, but with normal numbers, yeah. And then also, if you specifically want to just add one to something, plus plus, not going to work on a vector, that's going to get for a float or an int. Plus plus will add one, and then there's minus minus. Is there times times? I think times equals one. I don't think there's times times, but Francesco, hello, welcome to the new and improved Cyberchroma stream. We are making made some adjustments and basically sick. Yeah, thank you. Cool. And this is like, in theory, the worst version of this. We are specifically working on making it better. Like down there, we have ideas for eventually it'll be super extremely cool. If it seems very repetitive right now, the goal is to have it not be that way. Any problem with it is a future problem to be solved in theory. The long-term idea is getting like chat can type stuff that makes down there do different things. That's the cool future idea. But we'll get there eventually. And then also it looks super polished in terms of cool lighting. If there's stuff that like loops, it takes a long time before it actually looks like it loops. Right now it's super short because it's a test. Also, I wanted to decrease the size of that just so I want to just shuffle things around so that I'm not blocking it. I've had a lot of issues where I'm blocking stuff
and it's annoying, and I don't have to deal with that anymore, is amazing. Also, I spend so much time, like what I'm doing literally right this second, where I'm rambling and not actually doing anything, so we can have visual interest while I'm just sitting here and talking, which is like 90% of my streams. By the way, ++A is slightly more performant than... Really? Whoa. So I knew... Oh no, it's gonna mess with me so much. Oh no. Solstice, what have you done to me? You have no idea the curse you've laid on me now. Hold on, let me just, hold on. I did test this with, so, even though we're not doing this here, I'll catch up on messages in a second. I know that, so this, it adds 1, but I know that ++ this does the same. I thought it was just like, so I know it functionally is slightly different. It's kind of a coding convention, but this is like, one, it like adds and then goes to does stuff with it. The other, it will like, there's basically like 2 things, where either it'll add first and then do something, or it'll do the thing and then add afterwards, or whatever. Product level dropping? Oh yeah, 100%. Okay, so then that's it. I should get back to action. Ideally, I would like to at least get the simple version of this block generator. So let me just quickly catch up with messages. Oh no, there's, I actually scroll up because of how behind messages I am. Slightly more performant than A++. Interesting. Do you know why it's slightly more performant? You might say in a second. Can you not do the /whatever in player folder? I don't give it +/ folder name. You should be able to. You should be able to. If you have a specific way to have it there, +/ for slashes in a string, you need an escape key, escape parrot or whatever. You'd have to escape the //. Yeah. Just like you would with like new line characters or whatever. But you definitely can have folders in that folder and do stuff with it. It's just a matter of figuring out what the right code is. A++ creates another variable that will need to be cleaned up later. ++A does not. Why? That's so weird. See, I feel like now because of that, I'm gonna start using that, but I'm gonna hate it every second because it's like, no, it's different. I understand it's probably like, it's negligible in terms of performance, but like, I've been doing other things that are negligible in terms of real performance increase. I've never heard that before, nor have I. I knew that this was a thing. I knew this was a thing you could do, but I know there's some cases where it can kind of matter. So that's why also, I imagine, I guess it is, and why is it not the common case that like, that means that the ++ of an I've seen this like sometimes before as well. This is then probably way more efficient for a for loop, right? This makes a for loop more efficient? I could have used that information when in Ultra Tag, we have like a for loop that repeats like 4,000 times or something. That the performance of that matters a lot, where if this is slightly more performant, I could save time on that, that's hilarious. It's loop number less ints being instantiated, very, very small performance bump. Yeah, so like negligible, sure. But when you have, actually it was like, because of shortest path algorithm stuff, because of the way you have like for loops inside for loops, it had to basically go through the whole graph and like, for each vertice, look at every other vertice, and then like, do stuff, whatever. It was like 3 layers deep or something, through like 1,000, I think it was like 4 layers deep, through 4,000 points or something like that. It was a lot. But this was editor code. For people who don't remember, we were doing like a custom pathfinding thing where what I did was calculate stuff in the editor, and then it boils down to the 2 3 machine instructions. Sure, yeah. Which like I don't like, yeah. But it's interesting to know these kind of things. Like, here's a fun thing. If I have like a float, let's say that multi-block thing, whatever. If I want to divide it by 2, you know, divide equals 2. Wow, or equals it divided by 2, right? This is a thing. Dividing is significantly slower than multiplying because reasons. So it's actually faster to multiply it by 0.5. Yeah, it's faster to multiply It is faster to multiply it by 0.5 than it is to divide by 2, I believe. And then same for other things. Divide by 4, you can multiply by 0.25. But again, it's also something that's like so insignificant, it doesn't really matter that much. If you were wanting to multiply something by 2, I mean, technically you can either multiply it by 2, or you can bit shift. I forget the exact, is it like this, or this way maybe, or equals. I forget the, but basically you take the binary and you move the binary digits 1 to the left, and it basically because it's a float. Okay, so I guess it's only on ints, but if I put in blocks to spawn as an example, yeah. I guess that's bit shifting to the left, that's bit shifting to the right. So bit shifting to the right would divide by 2, I think. Actually, wait, do you put a 2 or do you put a 1? Is that bit shift 1 over? I forget exactly how that worked, but yeah, anyways, but again, that's minor stuff that doesn't matter that much. Let's, as Lathe pointed out, yeah, productivity levels dropping. Let's quickly just see if I can get this actually somewhat functional. I would like to make that less repetitive quicker than later. Right, 1 is divided by 2, 2 is divided by 4. Yeah, it makes sense, because you're moving, taking all the binary digits and moving it 1, or you're moving it 2. I just forgot the syntax of it. The 2 meant, well, I guess there's no reason why a 1 wouldn't mean a 1. Yeah, if it's 0, then yeah, that'd be 0. But yeah, anyways, okay. Soda. It just goes through and instantiate these, but then I need the new position. So the new position is going to be, I need the spacing. Oh, it's going to change to an int. No, it's going to be a float. So it's not going to be, I think I need, just the way that I want to do this for this specifically. I want to go, well, the spacing on each axis is going to be slightly different, and that's why I'm like, do I have stuff be slightly different? How about I? Okay, no, maybe I deleted stuff to then undelete it, but whatever. I think actually I can get it to do this effectively. Spacing, where it's like consistent spacing and then like some randomized spacing after it. Words. Try programming it where it translates to try. Word. Try programming where it translates to trinary code instead of binary. Oh no. Bleh. No, thank you. Gross. Yeah. Alrighty. I have written code to translate stuff into binary and out of binary. I've done that actually several times. Back, one of the earliest things I did with learning programming in school. That was a thing. Okay, so I'm just deciding. So there's a slight. So, okay, what I'm trying to figure out mentally is just mainly the difference, what kind of needs to be different from the, if this is the conveyor belt, we're starting here. Basically what I'm treating it is, do I want consistent intervals? Pretend these are consistent. Just pretend these are consistent. Do I want consistent intervals where then at each point I then say, oh, there's some randomness, right? This one's over here a little bit. Oh, there's some randomness, it's over here. This one's over here. This one didn't move at all. This one moved over here. Either I do the randomness like this. This is if I have the randomness be fixed plus some random offset. And this is what I want on the up, down, and then the vertical towards, like, no, this is 2D, right? All the other axes is, yes, this is what I want. But for the towards and away, I feel like it would be more random and look slightly less uniform if I, instead of doing it this way, it actually did just, it calculated this way by, go this way a random distance between 5 and 10. If it actually did like these hops, I feel like I like the randomness that outputs more. But then at each point have a fixed randomness like up or down, and then towards up or down. Not going down so far it goes through the conveyor belt, right? But by putting it up, it will fall. But then because of rigid bodies, it will fall and that will jostle a little bit, and that'll probably be something I want. Can't even imagine programming analog systems. Binary is too ingrained. For analog. Oh yeah, like yeah. Binary is too ingrained. Yeah, yikes. Yikes. I did. Well, not on the same level. I did do assembly code stuff at one point, and I even had to. Like in some class stuff, I'd be like, here's this very simple assembly code. What is the literal binary that this translates into? back and forth, and I had to memorize some stuff of that. Well, okay, technically, it's like translate it from the assembly code into the hexadecimal stuff. Turn it into the hexadecimal, but then with the hexadecimal, then you can turn the hexadecimal into the binary. It's a two-step process there. Yeah, that was a whole thing. And then I even had to like do a very rudimentary. Here's super simplistic C code. What is the equivalent-ish assembler code for that C code, and then the assembler to the hexadecimal into the binary, which is like, no thanks. Yeah, that gets complicated. You know, not something I need to do on the daily, but like learning how that actually works. I forgot that set is a thing. Is this faster than being just equals new vector 3 blah blah blah? I guess if you maybe there's like less garbage collection needed with this. Weird. But this is only if you're specifically going X, Y, and Z, and you're not going equals vector 3 dot up times some number. Anyway, so I want to calculate this separately. I guess, okay, for right now, just to be quick, because I'm a little bit against the clock now, it's the X, right? Yeah, just the X specifically do stuff. X minus equals, yeah, I'm gonna do, I want, I could do this. It could be a vector 2 for the left, right, up, down, but they're gonna be different and treated differently than I'm going to, looking at the implementation of set, yes, it would be faster. Yeah, I mean, that's, zeros and ones and zeros are what I am used to as well. Yeah. But then at least the implementation of set, yes, it should be faster. Yeah, that's seemed that way, but I don't think I'm going to use it that much. But again, always learn. There's always like random little tiny things that you can do to be slightly faster, which again, don't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. But when you are in a phase of like, oh no, the game's running poorly, some of these, some of the improvements can matter a little bit. And if you have too many sloppy things, then it can start to add up. But yeah, anyways. Float, min, whatever, okay, min X, max X, spacing, this could be a vector 2, but I feel like by having me separated, I get to like, the naming be better and make more sense. I'll come back to it, it's fine. So, random.range, and then this can be 5, -5. Yeah, or, sorry, 5, 10 kind of a deal. I wish it just returned itself instead of void. It went. It's directly setting the thing rather than that it returns a thing that you'd spit into something else. Just like if you do mathf.clamp. I guess it's different because it's not coming out of a thing. You put in a value, but it doesn't adjust it. It doesn't change this value. It will output a float that you then gotta put back into that value because, yeah, that's just how it works. Because sure, why not? I'm sure there's reasons. I mean, because I guess there could be a case where you don't actually want to clamp that thing. It's like, clamp this new thing based on this other thing, like old into the new, whatever. Like, yeah, sure there's reasons, but, so then, okay, Y. So the Y is tricky because I want it to not go through the floor. I need to make sure it doesn't go through the floor of the conveyor, so I won't worry about that right now. And you know, I shouldn't even worry about the Z right now. I should actually make sure that the X part of it actually works in the first place. So, okay. So, 100, so I guess now we're at a point where I'm fine to also delete these blocks. I did save the prefab, right? Yeah. Adds, no. Okay, well, I'll do the tedious work real quick. No, hold on, block generator. Blarg, and then spawn. We're gonna go ambitious and say 100 right now. And we'll say 5, you know what, 2. Them being close together isn't the worst thing. And then 10. You know what, actually, ideally, the more randomness, the better. I was gonna do like 2 and 5, but I accidentally attempted 10. So, you guys are back just in time to see this. Oh, right. Oh, God. Wait, what? I actually don't know why they functioned differently.
they were in the floor, right? Is that it? Because you were, you're not, no, wait. Can I spawn you in the air? Is it because when they spawn perfectly on the ground, they, it's a thing with, like, the first, because they shouldn't be rolling like that. The rolling was, like, a temporary thing. I actually want them, I want them to move smoothly because reasons. So, okay, let's, now's the time to, I think, do that. I think they're slightly in there, as they're falling, they're, like, gaining a lot of speed, and then, yeah, so, okay. Real quick, conveyor block. So there's two ways, as I said, to handle this. Either this thing is like, hey, I'm on a conveyor belt, I should, get speed. Oh wait, this was just, I just handled this by, the super polished version of this, it would be cool that, like, there's actual literal conveyor chunks, like the conveyor itself is moving and then dragging the blocks along with it. Actually, that really should be how it's done. Real life conveyor belts don't apply wind to objects. It's just the fact that, because we're not moving this, but eventually we will be. I mean, in a game sense, if we just wanted like a scrolling conveyor belt texture, we could do that. But I know that I want the far off version of this to be a physical, literal, actual conveyor thing that's going around. Because of that, I should just do that behavior now. So it should be that the conveyor itself literally just moves, and then the block itself just responds to that. And then I make sure that physics stuff works with friction and then drag and all. So I'm just gonna make a thing called just conveyor. Okay, so wait, you didn't actually open the thing. So I've had this open for a while. I'm gonna close it. It's fine. And I close this as well. And I should close you, and... yeah, okay. So, blah, 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 blah. You convey... open you. And then this... so, okay, I mean, the partial problem right now... If I just say, like, move, if I have you over here, I'm sure I could just have it, for now, just be long enough to finish the animation before it, like, moves all the way. But then in the future, I could, like, have it move a bit, teleport, like, have the segments that, as they move off screen, teleport back, right? But for now, because I am actually running out of time, like, I want to keep going, but I just don't have the time to. So that's the thing, like, I would stream more hours if I could. Yeah. We got all the people here, though. That's really cool. Let me just shout out, like, we have 7 people, and, like, yeah, hello, welcome. Glad you guys are enjoying this stream where I'm just rambling about nonsense. I'm not even, like, making real content-y stuff right now. I'm not making a game. I'm just making a little conveyor thing down there. But I guess it's mildly interesting, then, like, yeah. It is cool. We're making some cool stuff. With the potential, the promise of making even cooler stuff, eventually. Yeah, anyways, so... But yeah, I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here listening to me ramble about nonsense. What am I even... just... Float, speed... Do I need a direction? Just... It'll move in its forward direction. And it'll move with as it being a rigid body. Public... I just realized that, no, if it just moves without gravity. I was like, wait, it's gonna fall. No, of course not, if no gravity. Not private, rigid body, RB. And then RB equals get component. I really need to, like, I don't know, somehow I can make templates that, like, because very common things I type all the time. Just, like, I can automate that stuff. Add force. I guess the conveyor belt should not be speeding up and slowing down. In theory, it should be speed the transform dot, we'll transform dot forward, and then I'll actually make it so that the forward direction is the forward way of the conveyor belt. That probably should be how it is. Times speed, and then force mode dot impulse, say. Wait, is that gonna be like explosion? Wait, am I forgetting how exactly that?
So velocity change adds an instant velocity change to the rigid body, ignoring its mass. Acceleration, or impulses adds an instant force using its mass. I guess it doesn't matter that much whether it's using its mass or not, but I'll like. So okay, I think it should. Right, when you use it as an explosions force, you're like apply 100, and then it's gonna be going down from that. Okay, yeah. I learned to find out though. So we'll go 1, and then rigid body with not that bad. No gravity. I don't know if your drag is gonna matter that much, but for now I'm gonna freeze your rotations because I don't want it to be rotated. In theory, I should also be freezing its other. I guess you should. If you have a high mass, then that'll mean nothing should be like actually moving this. Put the drag as well, just whatever. Which that means that. So this should be hopefully override a lot of this. I can make the I can make the mass infinity, right? Oh, but then it's gonna use the mass. Whatever. Wait. Whatever. It's probably not gonna make that much of a difference. Let's just see what happens. So conveyor is gonna do that. I am gonna preemptively. I search for FBX file. Directory.get files application data path. Application.data path FBX. Yeah, that's that do be away. That's to like the problem isn't just getting the file, because getting the file is the same as how you get a text file. The problem is the reading it and like doing stuff with it. That's the part that I have no idea what that process would look like. For now, I'm gonna turn off the box collider here because I just don't want that to mess with the rigid body. But in theory, eventually that's like properly handled. And then we're just gonna. I guess the blocks themselves should no longer have the conveyor block thing. Although I guess I'm gonna need code to change the color, but that shouldn't even what that name is. Speedy Cubes Incorporated. Oh yeah. What? Okay, so I mean, it didn't work, but oh wait a minute. That's because one, you're moving the wrong way. Because your forward direction is that away. So I will just quickly rotate you so that your forward direction is the way that I want you to be, which is the blue line, and then swap that 500 out. That here? No. Yeah. Then what was this, a 3? Wait, what was the 3 from? Oh, the 3 was this? Yeah. Look the same. So I'm gonna go and have the first frame be paused. Incoming instead of incorporated. Haha! Yeah. Yeah. So like, what went wrong here? Is it just the cubes are physically like pushing it down because there's just so many of them? Huh. But is the velocity change really not like messing with that? If I do this, then are you gonna now stop that? Wait, I'm not seeing you like move. Move, you. Did I put you in fixed update? Yeah. Move! I'm moving. Why? Oh, because I froze the Z axis. Oh, the X axis was the right. Yeah, of course. Right. I just, yeah, pressed the wrong ones. Okay, so there you go. But I guess I make this mass infinity. I believe that's what you do. I mean, I can freeze the Y, but that should be the extra step that should probably happen. Probably need a delta time. Oh no. Yeah. Physics stuff isn't supposed to, or shouldn't have delta time things. I guess I now because I'm, this should be velocity change. I know that you can go rb.velocity equals blah, but I might be wrong, but doesn't that like not play nice in terms of trying to have physical stuff like moving off each other? Oh, well that's, oh no, why is this being... Okay, 1, you're moving way too fast. 1 is, yeah, way too fast, okay. Should just be chugging along is the idea that the behavior that I want in theory. Okay, so the speed is too much, okay. The shadows there are bad, but you know, whatever, it's progress. Where's the, Wouldn't the light be going that way? Didn't I put the light behind the camera? Well, no, you're not like, okay, I mean,
this also, again, will be eventually handled. It should probably be the case that, like, either these... Whoa, wait, why is everything lagging? Oh, no. I'm sorry? Fixed delta. There's a physics-specific delta time. Yeah! Usually you use... I mean, like, delta time is already... Or physics is already... Oh, how many cubes are you spawning right now I tried 100. I don't know. We'll see. Enough to make, like, they slowly go by and it takes, like, a couple minutes or something. Before I, like, then loop the animation. Yeah, there's a physics-specific one, I know that. But, like, it doesn't seem as necessary, because, like, physics is already at a fixed time stat. I guess if, like, the game is lagging, and then lagging so much it's going under 50 frames per second, then maybe then that would be something you'd need, but... Nah. So, wait, that legitimately was lagging. Why? Like, that was actually making the stream go slower, how bad it was, right? I mean, I get it's a lot of cubes. So many they don't even all fit on. I mean, I don't need 100, but, like... This is, like, the most simplistic game ever. How come it can't handle it? What's going on that's actually being, like, that bad? I don't actually know. I'll put you down to 1 just for funsies. Even at 50, is it gonna... 100? I tested it and it chokes at 75 for me. My code. 75 just things with rigid bodies on them, or do you actually specifically put in my code? I'm sure there's like, I'm sure it's something that like... Is it just, is it really bad for 100 things to be trying to physically interact with one thing? Is it a problem because of the mass? Is it, like, I can get out the profiler, but like, I don't know what I'm necessarily looking for. Let me just double check something. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, okay, wait, part of the, no, never mind, no, sorry. Premature me thinking that I knew why it was. For a second, I thought that the, all the blocks were spawning underneath the conveyor, and then I was like, oh, right, if the conveyor is, maybe that was something that's happening, but no, seems to be not the case. It is bad for them all to... It is bad for them all to spawn same time in masses. Yeah, but that should only affect, like, on start, right? Once they're spawned in, then they're spawned. Then the spawn code isn't running anymore. So then it's just a matter of, like, the code that's individually on them. But they're just blocks with rigid bodies and stuff. Like, I don't know why, what that's, like, I get rigid bodies can be complicated, but I don't know why, let me just double check something to confirm my suspicions. It's specifically... Wait a minute. Not this again. Oh, I know what this is. I don't know why. But I actually, wait, that... Unity has had some issues when the game window and the scene window are at different resolutions. I don't know why. And it doesn't happen all the time. Am I legitimately close? Yeah, I don't know, weird. But I'm sure me streaming isn't helping. Is the actual, so the videos gets choppy. Does the audio get choppy by any chance? I don't know if that's a thing. I can also close these, whatever performance is. But yeah, I actually don't know what causes it. It's like a sometimes thing, but yeah. I don't know. Weird. But okay, so it's, I was gonna say, because like, yeah, it's a lot of physics, but it's not, it's 100 rigid bodies. Like, there are definitely games that are like more complicated than what was happening here. But I also understand that the fact of streaming is taking some amount of processing power. But also, I have a pretty beefy computer. I spent a lot of money on a new computer because of, well, not just because of streaming. I use a computer every day for my job, and like, it's like I'm buying back hours of my life in terms of less time twiddling my thumbs waiting for stuff at my work to do. So, yeah, worth it just for that. But also, yeah, if I didn't use my computer many hours a day every day, then it wouldn't be as justified. But like, yeah, I have reasons why it is. Anywho, where's the scene? Come back here. Why are you trying to... Why is that the size that you were trying to be at default? Whatever. Anyways, I mean, it sucks that it can't, like, because I'm on a 4K monitor, it's like less, but whatever, it's fine. Oh, I wish I jolly build my own computer. Yeah. I mean, I got to tax write-off, not tax write-off, that's not the word, like, tax, what's the word? Oh yeah, no, tax write-off. That's not the word. Why am I, there's a different word, I think. It's not that I paid no taxes, it's that you paid less taxes. Or whatever, but I'm forgetting the exact terminology. But yeah, I got to, you know, have less taxes on this because I work from home and a remote job, and this is like my office. It's a work expense. That's the word. That's the word I was looking for. I'm going to where I set up mouse without borders that I can use my personal side-by-side my work one. Mouse without borders? I'm not sure what you mean. What? Yeah. Oh, you have a personal computer and a work computer, and you kind of just like, woo, now I'm using this one kind of thing. I just have the one computer. I have an old computer because it's what I had before I had this one. But I did build a computer. Like, I bought all the parts and then I put it together. But yeah. Anywho, what am I doing? Blah. So now the resolution of this is more acceptable. I still need to fix the actual like grid, but I'll save that for another time. The lighting on this is still bad, right? Yes. And that's hard to kind of see the lighting on those cubes when there's no Did I change that in edit mode? I must have. Well, there's two things. Like, I mean, moving the shadow direction, but even like the thing down there, the shadows themselves should be lighter. I just didn't. Actually, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. So, I think I'll have the light and go kind of like. So the shadows themselves should be. Actually, I'm gonna try like a low lit thing. I don't know. I mean, okay, low lit is like if I'm gonna actually put like spotlights everywhere. Let me just, wahaha, not that. It's a program. It makes it to where you can basically treat two computers running side by side as if it were one computer. Whoa! Can move mouse between them. Keyboard works on both. Can copy paste between the two. That's really cool. That's very cool. That actually could be very useful for me potentially with this thing. Well, I'd need more monitors potentially, but already. But yeah, the idea of that is conceptually very interesting. So then like offload, yeah, some stuff from one computer to another. You can't, like, they're not the same computer. I couldn't drag this into another window on, like, the other computer. Probably not, I assume. But, there's definitely, you know, stuff, like, other than that, like, I imagine that, yeah, there's definitely uses. Like, if they specifically set that up to, when I get to the point where if that, rather than being a pre-recorded video that's running on loop, if it was actually, you know, live thing, you type in code and then it does stuff, yeah, I can't drag it. Yeah, that's fine. But like, yeah, thought I might as well ask. If I get to the point where like that's like a custom Unity thing, having that run on the other computer, but then able to switch between it would definitely offload some of that. But like I do all my. Well, I do all my Googling on my personal to offload that. Fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, that could, yeah, maybe it's something I'll look into some point. Not right now. I think that one, need new monitors, and two, before I do any of like buying more hardware, I'm going to be moving soon. So like want to figure out. I'll wait till I move before I buy more hardware, both for moving less and also for financials. Anyway, so I think I probably should before I parented the lights to the camera so that this is always brightly lit. I should eventually put these on separate layers where like these get their own lighting and are just brightly lit, but then I like the scene itself differently. But we'll get to that. I know that, yeah, that's the thing you can do. I can have two cameras that are rendering stuff differently. Which, well, I mean, I can do that. There's a degree to which it'd be cool if once this stuff is properly, you know, shown with the stuff,
like this will eventually turn into like a frame around that stuff potentially. It'd be cool if that was slightly affected by the lighting of the scene and actually got like shadows and stuff would be potentially cool. That'll be more when the camera is like actually, if I have the camera itself moving around even just a little bit. Oh wait, how did these get flipped? This was the camera. Oh wait, no, never mind. These are just having a light that's like going up just because the things from below are lit enough. Also the side of here that's white, making sure basically that's more to light stuff with the camera. Oh, I mean, I could have two lights here, light from the camera, light from everything else, but whatever. It's fine. So actually putting this back this way maybe to get those shadows, but having it be more down. But then, I don't know, 0.5 and then well, point light. I should have a and let me do this before like lighting. Lighting. Set. Put you up there. Blah blah blah, and post processing too because it's lighting related. Why are you miles away? I didn't even realize that. These directional lights, the positions don't matter, so like put them at 0. Put you up on the Y, whatever you can be, it's fine. Even the rotation of a point light doesn't matter. Could potentially have it actually be like spotlights, but right now we'll just do point lights. For fun, it's easy, it's fine. This I should look at it in this view a little bit. Bit hard to tell with the lack of yeah, better textures will make all this better. We'll get to that stuff eventually. Why are you not? Oh, not that way. Maybe be a bit more against the wall, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that shouldn't be so metallic that's. No, I don't know. I don't know. I can pretend to know. I don't. Let me just copy a few of these, and maybe I'll actually tint them. That would potentially help. No, I don't even need to light the thing the whole way back. I only need to light it as far as the camera can see. But we'll put it pretty consistent. Asymmetry can be nice, so doing a bit of asymmetry, I think, can be good. If the cubes themselves actually glowed, if there was some that glowed and that had its own like lighting, that could be cool. But okay, so let me just. Yeah, you can be green a little bit. Not super green, but like, just like, maybe, yeah, tint stuff green a bit, I guess, as a color. You're not copied down far enough. Hold on. Because it's not supposed to, it shouldn't look like the level, you know, it cuts off right where the edge of the camera is. It's meant to look like it goes beyond the camera. Even is the... Why are these spaced differently? Oh, this was because this was on this line. Or this is, and thus this shall be, and then this can be over here. There might be a little bit of light that comes in from that. I could light different things. I could, you know, have different things be different colors. I was like, I could light things differently depending on like the season. Make it red, that's just like Christmas. So you know what? You get to be a little bit of blue. Yeah, I don't know if I like that as much, but maybe I have these lights be slightly less intense. I don't know. And even the green maybe is a little bit not so green. For the industrial look, actually, like more orange is good, but I'm gonna go over like a little bit. I don't know. This is all stuff we'll come back to because I don't know what I'm doing with this. Oh, these are all gonna cast shadows. Is that gonna be a problem? Well, I can go into play mode and see. I need to get the colors to be better too. I should do that soon of just having it randomly. For now, it'll just randomly take one of the random colors. But I guess it can have all the shadows, but I don't know if that's going to cause me any issues. I should do, you know, baked lighting stuff. Wait, okay, it's harder to... All this, I guess, just brighten up a little bit so that there's not the darkest of darks. Oh yeah, I can... Wait, maybe it looks... That's like the same as if I colored it that color, but that the consistency of like... The skybox I could potentially change to different stuff. I just kind of get an idea of what this is sort of looking like. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I feel like actually the conveyor belt itself, I think, should move slower. It would be cool if the animation actually started with them all being on screen. That's what I figured a better system for the looping. That in theory, the first frame is everything kind of being on. But yeah, also interesting how these all kind of rotate a little bit. Why is this getting this like bit of red there, but then not? I guess it is a little bit there as well. Let me just test this where it's easier to. I could actually tint stuff. I want to be like, it's a factory. I don't mind the tinting yellow, maybe. It does feel more industrial. But like my brand colors are like a cyan, magenta. We can ignore these because these don't show up at the moment. Just looking at, I'm looking at purely the down here and what that's doing. I go for like I can go the industrial like greeny yellows is maybe I don't know if that's maybe okay I do this but like less intense. But yeah, while I don't know at all what I actually want. Oh no, I did this all in play mode. No. Although I mean this I'm mostly just tinting stuff, so I don't know if I should be doing this through this the color here or if I should be doing this through like post-processing or actually tinting the color of things. I mean, while I'm doing this, I could actually experiment with this is the ground material. I could go back to, I mean, what does this look like? Oh, that's weird with it being pure white. Okay, I kinda actually like the white with the lines more, maybe. I mean, I can go for either dark, gritty aesthetic, or for bright and colorful aesthetic. I kinda like, I don't know, a bit more bright more. Let me just, or do I? Hold on. Just because it's a factory, I mean, it would be kind of cool if I could actually go down more the line of a... Not just a dark and gritty factory, but it's this advanced sci-fi kind of factory. I do, as an aesthetic, I do really like... In general, I personally really like... whites and cyans as a color palette. I don't know, something I really like about it. So... Because this isn't just an animation at the bottom, it's a little bit more of my brand a little bit, so having it be more the aesthetics I want my channel to have would also be good. This isn't as bright as it should be. Didn't I put in a glowing thing with this? What is the... I ran a glow material. Oh, that's just a glow a solid color. Oh no, you were an HDR color, which means I can... Aha, right, yes. I mean, these actually glow is an interesting idea. You don't need to be that bright. Maybe well, maybe slightly brighter than that. You're bright. I don't want you to be so white that you're basically not getting any shadows. Hold on, let me just get out of that. Get to like normal, just white that isn't like. Wait, why do you look different? Am I crazy that you just look different now? What happened? Oh yeah, I never also did stuff with like the metallics. I never also, let me just before too long put in a,
render probe thingy, because that's supposed to be a thing. And eventually we'll get in light probes as well. Well, yeah, it's on the way for eventually. So take the skybox. Yeah, take the skybox, I guess. Background color, be white. Brighten things up. And then so then like blah. Yeah, down here's doing stuff. I'll let that go. Oh, that's something. Oh, why is that behaving that way? What the heck? What the heck? Oh wait, that's because it's still baking, which it's trying to use my CPU for that. Don't stop that. Use the GPU password. I never understand how to best properly set up all these settings. Ambient occlusion, that can look good. So, did I mark these as static? Oh, let me make sure I mark the correct things as static. I think I can mark the lights as static because they're not gonna move. Well, I might move them as I'm missing things around, but for now they're not gonna move. I have some lights that like flicker or something, but just double check that everything. The conveyor is not conveyor. The conveyor is not static because it moves. But maybe I should actually. I should do some of this that like I'm being too lazy to not do. Just be at 0, edit light probe positions, because I can do this in theory quick. Are you like through the floor? Oh no, you're not. Okay. I essentially just want like. I mean, all this is going to be coloring is the conveyor, kind of. What do I again? I guess I'll just go at every grid space. It'd be cool if there's a way to kind of better automate this. Let me just maybe go like just to be consistent. Actually, I mean, I can in a way. I can still go like blah. Again, this doesn't need to go all the way back. It just needs to go until it's basically off screen, maybe like a little bit more just for safety. You get one more past the lights. I can delete what you would that next thing. And then I guess you'll go like, because these should basically match where stuff's gonna cross. Because the cubes specifically are going to be in the middle of the conveyor belt. There should be one of those in the middle of it. And then I guess I'll do one more. Put these at like where the lines are, even though topology does not matter too. This is also like a little bit, like I'm not necessarily gonna have stuff this tall. It's like future-proofing how things might change. I got Unity finding, or wait, I got Unity finding and reading it, but it is not adding it to a list. Not adding it to a list on like what conditions? Is that just like an if statement that's like not maybe working as you hoping or something like that? Exit. But that like all saved and stuff, right? I don't do enough with light probes that I should. So I guess yeah, that's gonna go. It should be decent fast. Let that go. Why not? Why not? The again, the lighting on this stuff looks bad, but it will in theory be less bad. I mean, I guess I actually should be brighten these. I can brighten these up by the fact that I just can do blah. Well, okay, I don't need to go that much. Hey, it finished. Just a little bit brighter, I guess. I'll come back to that stuff at some point. It'd be cool to, yeah, as I said, actually have a sort of order kind of deal.
It isn't adding it to a list game objects like I am telling it to. So if you import an FBX, that's not a game object. So it might be because you're like trying to add something that's like the wrong data type. At what point is your FBX becoming a game object? If that is some kind of conversion that you're trying to do. It shouldn't, in theory, unless you're spawning a game object and like attaching it to it, like connected to like a mesh renderer or something. But yeah, an FBX file is not a game object. Okay, so I guess I actually should rename some of these. This was grid local. This what's on the that purple. Oh, that was the temp. So we'll call this monitor placeholder. Hey, look at this. We're actually making stuff. Wow, and this is webcam placeholder. These don't even really need the lines. It's just for slight aesthetics right now while we're working on it. Never mind, I thought prefabs retained FBX. I just looked and it didn't. Oh. Chat placeholder, which I don't even know if we're gonna really have. See, right now we're only using the bottom and not really anything on the side. Although the side, because it has chat, like there'd be a little bit, but like not too much going on there. In theory, eventually would. Maybe like, as I said before, I could have like a little, like a chute or something that blocks are dropping down onto the conveyor belt and then they go that way off screen. Like how we have a thing. That way I'm using more of this. Or the other way around where something's like coming down and like sucking them up. That can be interesting. Trying to use the reverse L to our advantage. The only thing is I don't want too much stuff to be happening here because that's where chat is. Most of the interesting stuff should be happening here. This can just be for a little bit of extra, like there could just be some gears here that are spinning or something. Looks like there are a ton of YouTube videos on several videos on YouTube for importing FBX at Unity. Is there now? Well, there could be one more at Cyberchroma. No. What I am probably gonna do is have players stick it through Unity and make it into a prefab, then porting it to a proper folder because prefabs have the .prefab ending. Whoa. Well, a prefab, like the diff, so you might be able to like generate, can you generate a prefab at runtime? Probably. That sounds like the process of, you make a game object with a mesh renderer and all that, you attach like the FBX, you say this is the model that's going to use or something like that, or that works, and then save the prefab or something, I don't know. How fun the tutorials are using $45 assets. Oh, no, that's not what you want. Yeah. No. I did give out the code to my grid game for free. Feel free to use that however you'd like. I also made this a while back and didn't, as they were testing things, which don't actually. So conveyor, do I actually want it to be this? Do I want to actually change the conveyor color itself? I don't know if I don't want to like have too much of the same color, and like I don't know if I want to have too many blues. Or like go gray because gray is like a conveyor belt color. I mean, like a gray that's like mostly gray with like a tint towards yellow for now. I imagine this will look very different when it's actually like do it. Did find a 9-year-old GitHub repo though. Ooh, very cool. No, player will load a Unity scene, save the prefab in their own dummy project, and then report it into the folder named player models. I mean, sure, if that's what you, yeah. I don't know if that's too much of a hassle for with what your game is, but I mean, yeah, if that works, then yeah, you can go for it for now, and then maybe in the future figure out a more streamlined way. But yeah, just like me right now, I'm building the this more condensed, smaller version of what this thing is, and then making the more complicated version later on. Yeah. VRChat does the same thing, Chroma. Really? It actually, like, you don't just import an FBX, you have to convert to like prefab stuff. VR chat is Unity, isn't it? Isn't that a thing? I mean, I'm not super familiar. I'm not I don't plan on doing VR chat anytime soon. It's not really my thing. Oh yeah, I mean, I keep making stuff as I'm teaching things and then forgetting to delete stuff. Even there's this testing thing that doesn't need to be a thing. Wow, why would you do that? I also close this while I'm at it. Conveyor block. This doesn't need to be on the players, but this will be potentially converted into... I mean, okay, I'm not using this, so I'll delete it hesitantly. Yeah. And then I can put on... I make the thing to randomize material. Zero script. Randomize material. This... So right now I'm saying it's just a multicolored cube. Or like a cube with a couple different colors. I have it to be completely like... There's a thing that's like color.random, I think. No, why am I... Or... Color, yeah. There's a random color thing. I don't want to do this because most random colors are ugly. Like 90% is Unity. What's the other 10%? Server-y code or something? Or like... network, like other networking-y things? Yeah, I'm not familiar with that process or what's involved with that, but yeah, that's what you gotta do. Then you go for it for sure. Yeah, so for right now we're just gonna randomize a bunch there's a bunch of materials, and then on start just go. We need to get our mesh renderer. Yeah, mesh renderer. I would go for this kind of name, and then on start, just go mesh renderer dot material equals materials of at point random dot range 0 and materials dot length. Is there? Hey, Distolsis, you have crazy powers of better code thing. Other than link stuff, I don't want to do that right now because it's gonna be changed. 10% Udon spaghetti code. Fair enough. I don't actually know what Udon is. Yeah. The like one line better of how you just pick a random thing out of this array. I'm sure there's maybe a better way, but I mean this works. Oh wait, -1, -1, -1. That's a requirement. Yeah. Okay, so. You, and then, I don't know what the magenta one is, the like default color, but whatever. Randomize material, and then like, we'll just go with all these basic color ones for right now, which is fine. I can make more later. Don't try to learn Udon. It's a worse version of a spliced Unity API. Yikes. I don't have anything fancy for that. Really? No. I imagine there's like some weird thing out of some library somewhere. But I mean, it's not even that like hard to... You didn't, no good, wait. Did I not? Gotta actually... Whatever. Technically, this could be one line. Because I'm just getting it and immediately using it, I could just be like, get component this, dot this. But this is usually, yeah, cleaner. And it's probably a bit temporary anyway, as I said. I think, you know, if we get to the point where you have, like, more complicated, like, rather than just being cubes, it's like crates of different kinds or different, like, game dev-y things, then it'll be just an array of prefabs or something. But for right now, this is a good, like, temporary thing. Let's just see it like... I guess actually right now I could oh wait, that's a lot of white blocks. Why are you getting so many white blocks specifically? I get just a part of the randomness. I mean, some that are close together, which is fine. I want the random, not rotation in it. Well, okay. Technically, see, this is a modular stuff. I say I want the blocks to have a random rotation. That should technically be so randomize rotation.
and just on start. I hope this. So I should do that because I'm in this context. I know I'm randomizing the rotation of something with a rigid body. This should have private rigid. Like I should do. Yeah, this is a case where you can do rb.rotation equals blah because it's like an on start thing. No. And then rb.rotation equals. Here's a cool thing with rotation stuff. There's quaternion dot. Is it random? No. It's random dot rotation. Yeah. What's rotation uniform? I get. Again, I forget. Uniform distribution. Well, I'm gonna go with just the normal one and hope for the best. Wait, did you take an input? No. Or wait. It's just that? It's just a get thing? Okay, sure, why not? I shouldn't need update. Nothing of this is happening like every frame. Okay. Ooh, 45. Yikes. Okay, well, I want to at least get a new thing rendered in the bottom thing before we stop. But, yeah, things are kind of like, it's being tricky at the beginning, but we're so far on a decent roll with this. RB equals, did I not have... Right, yeah, of course. Whatever. Yep. Ignore me. Like, thinking ahead to what I'm typing at the next line before you, like, looking at if what I've even typed is proper. So that's just... So the only weird potential... Wait, those don't look like they're having random rotations. Oh, wait, okay, maybe they are. I don't know why they're just the first few just decided to be special. I think one just fell off, and you know what? That's fine. It's just extra spacing. I could put like a kill plane if I really wanted to. A lot of these are not looking super... Am I crazy that there's just not being as much like variety in the colors as I want? Let me, I guess, start making some of the orange, just other random colors that there can be just for the funsies. This won't undo when I go to play mode, so I don't, magenta and purple are too similar, but whatever, it's fine. You know, just for the sake of more colors to choose from that aren't, make it like a turquoise aqua, a more variation than the black and white than turquoise. How do you spell? I'm gonna go aqua. Oh, whatever, it's fine. Turquoise, whatever. It's what else? What other? Just picking the colors around the color wheel. I go like a lime. Why not? Well, I mean, okay, those are very like greeny colors, but at this point, I actually could. What I'm currently doing is just picking random hues around the top. I could have pick a random color where the hue is all the way up, because it's essentially all that I really want right now. And I'll keep these, because as I'm just making other test stuff, I could just use them, but like... let me just, like... I mean, I could make magenta and pink. Just two separate things. Okay, I mean, this is an exception, I guess, but whatever. And then I'll make a gray, I guess. Have one more that's like the, like half. Just, I imagine I will totally be using these at some point. Go to grab the RGB values from the built-in color struct for easy, like 100 colors. Grab the RGB. But see, because I don't want just any color, because if I say generate a random color, a lot of them might look bad and, you know, weird like grays and browns that don't look super good or whatever. Which, I mean, I guess I can do if I want to be like, okay, generate a truly random color. I was just like, here's just some common colors, generate one of those so I know it's going to be like a decently good looking color, I guess, was the idea initially. But yeah, not that it matters too much. But I'll try this just real quick with, why is that letting me, what? I did type in a 0 for it to like actually like go away. I thought I could, okay, whatever. If I really wanted to, I can be like, grab every material in this folder, but again, no. A lot of this is temporary anyway, because the idea is eventually we'll have like, I guess, a bunch of different models. It'd be cool to just, here's models from different things that I've made. My like submarine, the animated me, like a pedestal or something. Okay, those are getting like too far off. I could widen the conveyor belt. I don't necessarily want to.
So many are falling off. Which, you know, shouldn't happen. I mean, I could widen the conveyor belt a little bit. Is it? Oh wait, it wasn't. It got thinner from before. I didn't even notice that. Okay, so sure. Okay, the one thing I think there might be some that are spawning. Yeah, in. So on one hand, that's some more random rotations and stuff, but it shouldn't really do that. It should be getting more random stuff from like actually as it's, like the moving it left, right, up, and down. So conveyor. What was I doing? Oh, wait, before I go any further, on all of these, the actual, I don't know how metallic or smooth they should be. Yeah, taking some of it, I guess. You might be extra shiny, I guess. I don't know. Well, okay, let me modify some of these going into, random rotation could be potentially be starting them partially. Like, yeah. Or more specifically, they are, I think they're being inside the conveyor itself. Easy fix just spawn, like, how do you unit up? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. What the heck? What the heck did that thing do? What the what? What was a weird halfsies thing? What the heck? Is that because of the light probe? Why are you deciding there to be like halfsies? Okay, weird. While that's kind of interesting, it probably shouldn't be like that unless it's intentional. I intentionally make it that way. Let me just go on the material instance that you have here. Just okay. Why the heck is that? Why is that the behavior of? Oh, you're getting the render probe thing. I don't know why this side is so messed up, but I'm gonna assume this is because of the custom shader that's making this grid stuff happen. That just isn't like proper and should be redone at some point. Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow. So okay, we're gonna no super amounts of smoothness. The metallic is doing that. Oh, because of maybe the to do with the because of maybe to do with the words skybox is the words I was gonna say, but let me maybe just try. Okay, let me just try a 0-0 on these and just kind of see how it looks. It can look potentially fine. Even though that looks pretty fine, maybe just like that. I don't know if I've baked the lighting since changing stuff. Let's just generate the lighting again for funsies. And that was super fast, which is awesome. Okay, so but first let's fix the position because this was supposed to. Where's the actual block generator thingy? I'm perfectly at 1. I'd rather raise it up by 1 in the code. So here's what I do. Dot y plus equals random dot range. No, I don't want to add on to it each time, right? I don't want each, because then each frame will go higher and higher, right? So I need to like, can I go? Maybe I actually can combine these and go vector 3 min spacing, but just apply the X differently, which might look weird, but maybe it'll be fine. Go min spacing dot X max spacing dot X, and then like, so this can't be this, and the Z won't be like this either. This, I need to go, like, here's your sort of global position, and then get a sort of modified position from it. Likely due to where it is in relation to the reflection probe. Yeah, more, you want to put multiple reflection probes at various points along the conveyor. So, like, I thought I did, but I guess I just didn't enough. The light probes group right now is looking like this, which is like, there's a bunch, but I guess the ones right here aren't good, and I guess should be better. But does it look weird if a conveyor, like, they shouldn't go through the floor, right? If I did this, then that's like through the floor. Surely that's gonna do weird things, right? Then I should just have another one here? I don't use light probes enough to know the proper spots to have them that isn't like overkill and like bad on performance or whatever, right?
I guess I'll just do this and hope for the best. Like, I don't know. There's also that the conveyor itself isn't set to is being static, so that's also a thing. Whatever, it's something I can come back to later. So I'll say, Vector 3, I'm gonna call this offset position because this is like, here's where you want to spawn based on the random stuff, and then you get an extra offset thing, which, I mean, I might as well for the offset position. Technically, like, I don't need this if I do a bunch of stuff in like one line, I'll do this. Hold on. Because it probably should. So offset position equals current position, blah. And then I'll do just the extra stuff, just so it's more spaced out line-wise. Y plus equals random dot range. This is only go up by some arbitrary amount. Which, okay, is a little weird actually, but whatever. Yeah, okay, this makes me want to have these be individual just because they're treated so differently, but you know what? Whatever, it's fine. Pretty sure they'll go through invisible edges, so if you put inside an object, yes, it'd go through the back side of the faces. Okay. Let me just do this, and then the Z is gonna be either in like. Well, I guess then I could put this negative. Okay, maybe this can be. I was gonna say that like this should be what it is and only go up. This should be at whatever the thing is and go either to the left or the right. But I guess I could just define the variable that way. Okay, I worried it feels like this is this, so I don't have to move my head again. Yeah, this is awesome. This is gonna look weird in here, but whatever. So this is like 1 and 10 and 0. We'll say 1 and because when you get too high and then you fall and you get to bounce, that can be good. But you shouldn't bounce too much, then you fall off completely. It's fine if a few do, I guess. It has more randomness, but hopefully not too many. And then this will say, yeah, -1 and 1. The fact that I have to think about each of these completely differently, it's weird. Whatever. That's only because of my decision that I want slightly different logic on the different parts. Hey. And also, I'm fine with, yeah, these being, slight things like touching like that, I'm okay with. Why does it feel like, there's a lot that are, feels like there's like 1, 2 space, 1, 2 space, but that shouldn't, well, no, I guess not really. I guess it is. There's a bunch that fell, but you know what? It's fine. Who needs them? Yeah. What's also cool with this is I don't have to start recording at 0. I could let the stuff fall, let them all come into frame and then start that. But I would just need to be able to recreate. I could potentially use my physics baking code. I do have that as a thing from another project where I can put a script on an object, have it bake the physics of how that object moves, and then dump that in a file, and then I can have something that sort of replay that physics. But I think for now what we'll do, right now it's easiest to just have the replaying is just have all this stuff come by, have it run out, and then once it's empty, then have it start fresh. That's just the easiest thing to do right now. We'll address that another day. I think, so I can keep changing stuff with lighting and whatnot. Wait, let me just do the quick thing that's gonna make my life easier with this. Let me just group these lights together better. I don't want to call them green lights because I could change the names of them. Let's just go like light. I like primary point lights, and then put those at the top, and then like these are like secondary or point light secondary. Then okay, point light primary. There's an ad break. Whoa. What the heck is it? Why is this a? What cube is this doing? Is that because of something to do with the... Or why is this just so much brighter than the other ones? You know, it's made it. It's made like a... It baked a cube in here. Why? Is that because of the... Like, the render probe is... The bounds of it aren't maybe good. Oh, wait! Oh, I forgot that's the size of how much it actually affects? Why did I think it was not that? Yeah, I guess. Ooh, no, wait, hold on. Wait, now you're getting way too much cyan. Stop doing that. Why is this... Oh, that's a big no, because that's just everything behaving not good. Wait, I thought the more metallic it was, that was like the more it showed the render tech, the light probe texture thing, reflection probe texture. I thought smoothness was it was more not that, but so I need these to be all like 0 if I want this to not. I mean, okay, so the reflection probe is taking in. I mean, a lot of from the environment and then from the... I quickly just do a thing. Clear big data, just so I can see kind of how things were looking beforehand. Maybe then I make some of this stuff a little bit less bright. Mm-hmm. I think pure white for the back. I don't know. And then the environment stuff, which is these, and then maybe the reflection probe. I did say your background color would be that. Be black maybe, and that might have better results. Shadow distance. Right, you actually have an intensity. May I just put the intensity down? Box projection, I guess that... Past your bedtime, mister. Oh yeah, it totally is. Hello, Reptilian Goddess. Welcome. We are making cool things. Very cool things. But it's coming along. Most of our issues are happening with just like lighting and stuff to do with that. So let's see if this baked out will turn out a little bit better. And then I think we might render it here just I'll just swap out what's down there at the very least. Yeah. And then okay, it's 3 a.m. I definitely should be stopping soon. But I'm having fun streaming. Yeah. Wait, this is looking like after it's being baked, or it just baked the light probe, but not the everything else. This is the after? What? Why? Well, okay. I mean, it's I guess with the things turned down, it's not as affecting things as much. Can I turn this up now and expect things? Wait, now you're basically just black. What the heck? Weird. Guess I'll, yeah. Ooh. Not up all the way. But I guess getting some of that stuff, it's slight differences or whatever, but I don't know if I want the lights to be that pointed out. I don't know if I want this, white line thing there. Yeah, I like being more subtle, I guess. I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at what's currently there. I don't know if I actually like the... What's there currently, just in terms of the grid, better. I don't know. Unsure. Let me go back to... round here. Do I go back to... Wait, why is this white not being... Wow, okay, yeah, that's white. Oh, but I like this. Maybe I go for more of a... For this, I go for more of a blue or... And turn you down a bit. But yeah, it so quickly goes between kind of how I want it and how I don't. No, I don't know. I don't know. There's also the weird possibility that I could swap. There's no way this will look good, but I could swap these effectively. What happens by wah? Oh, that's a color. And then this was what was like white or black. Eh. Okay, one potential thing that's kind of interesting. If I specifically go for like this, if this is almost like a blueprint looking thing, that's kind of something. I specifically went for the blueprint aesthetic, but I don't know if I want that either. The idea was like looking like an unfinished Unity level or something, while also having a bit of the aesthetic of a brand, which is the cyan, magenta, yellow kind of thing. But also that maybe this like old factory kind of look maybe, but also sci-fi, but also grayscale, because have the colors be simple and the lighting be cool, which we're still far from that, so maybe I have colors as a substitute. Well, we're not there yet. Oh, I've backed up a lot, then I need to... Let's go over a darker thing for now until the lighting's better. It'd be better. Yeah, okay, actually that looks kind of nice. Okay, let me have a second go at... affect stuff? Oh, you're not going to unless I, get a big data. So. Go blue like it's more like a nighttime thing, even though it's kind of meant to be an interior, but... Okay, wait, I can work with this, maybe. This is Simon Jadiel, that's kind of funny, but that's not, wasn't initially intentional. From this, let me see how the cubes themselves are looking. I don't want that in theory, but with it being random each time, in theory, we'll. I didn't set it to a seed because ideally I get like, okay, one, the random generation of this that looks pretty good. Which even I think I might actually make the conveyor itself move just a little bit slower. But it could be, and one, the slower it moves, the longer until it loops. But yeah, then it's just more. I don't know. The animation itself gets to be longer, and it gets to just help be more subtle because, as I said, it's meant to be more just a subtle thing. Yeah. May. How do you set a seed again? I've done this before. And then... random dot... you just go random... Wait, no. You're gonna tell me to do... I need another thing. Init state, that's it. I don't know if this is gonna cause the like other bits of randomness to then go off of this seed. I don't know. I don't actually know exactly how that works in using the random stuff between two functions like that.
Where the blockhead thing. I guess seed 0. What does that spit out? Yeah. Okay. Just so I get something that looks like decent for a start. Ooh, the lights are like the lighting is different. It is changing like very kind of rapidly there in a way that like, I think looks a little bit weird. Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of was coming across. It's like it's getting brighter or darker pretty fast, really. Maybe if I bump up the intensity of this light, not by that much, but just get it so that it's like closer to the intensity of the other one. Maybe it'll be fine. I can also at this date and time. Oh yeah, I turned off all this stuff. Tone mapping. Ooh. My one problem with the tone mapping is that it's hard to, if I want anything to be a pure white, it doesn't, work so good necessarily. But this actually looks kind of nice with let me mess. Just see if if it looks a lot better, then we'll go with it for right now. It is. I don't know why that's looking like it's. Is that because of the light probe? It's probably because of the light probes. Which I put one probe in between each, like, and I thought that was good. Can light probes be too dense? Is that like, should this be? I mean, should it be that, like, should be like blah 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 blah? Should it be more dense than it currently is? Like, I don't know these things. Can I easily scale? I can't easily like. Or do I just... I mean, I can see what happens if I do this, test it, and then make further adjustments, just for the sake of learning. I'll probably have to remake the lighting, don't I? It's probably not going to do properly. Yeah, I mean, you still do that, but I'm going to remake the lighting first. Oh yeah, right. Even now the why is it doing that? Any ideas? Anyone know why that's behaving that way? So if it wasn't the light probes being that way, the way they just were, I should probably. Can I undo? Is it too late? No, it's not. I guess to some degree, there's probably a point where overdoing it is a problem in terms of like performance and whatnot. But let's change this also to seed 1 now for some degree. Well, let me just. Well. Is it the range of these? But you don't need that. Okay. Mixed. Wait, if I put you to mixed, and then then you can have that maybe. The directional lights, I set them to important, I guess. Big. You always go to bed, and next time you get you'll probably think what to do immediately. Yeah, right now I'm more just tinkering with like settings and all that. Well, 1, tinker with settings. 2, there's like a minor weird lighting issue that I don't know enough about Unity lighting to know why exactly something is behaving a certain way. Oh, wait, it's better now. Seems a little bit less. Okay. Alright, now we're just gonna find a good seed. Maybe that first one was fine, but I'm just gonna go like 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're just gonna find a seed of block spawning that looks decent. I guess I more care about like the first few. Just the first one is like an alright color. Not orange. I will die before I say that orange is the first color. Doesn't have to be cyan, but lights are overage, just turn them all off and go to sleep. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Okay, I can work with blue line. Fine, orange can be. It really doesn't matter too much. Okay, I'm gonna say that, let me just have a glance at, like, the overall line. How long is this actually gonna take? You know what, it'll take a little bit, it's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna say that that's cool, and let's render this out, shall we? So, I'm gonna start recording on going into play mode, and then I just have to manually. Actually, we're gonna resolution go back to just 1080p because that's the resolution of the stream. Yeah, I'll figure out some of that. Like, there's other things we can do to make this process better. I mean, if I could, can I manually code something to that, like, once the last cube crosses a certain threshold, then it, like, auto tells the recorder to stop? That might be a thing. Might be, like, editor code stuff, but, yeah. I mean, eventually we'll, in theory, have it be, like, a thing that actually loops perfectly. I mean, technically this will be a perfect loop because I'm cheating to make the perfect loop by having, the nothing at the beginning, and I'm going to keep going until all the blocks run out, and then I'm just gonna stop the animation when there's nothing. So that's the cheating way. But in theory, it would be cool that it's just a constant stream that somehow I make the beginning match the end. I have ideas of how I can cheat with that, especially with having like a random a coded seed. Oh wait, I put in its seed and on the spawning, and then it did carry over onto the It did carry over to the spawning of the colors. The colors were consistent. Neat. Okay, so interesting how that works. I wasn't sure if the random init stuff was like, oh, why is that? Why there's so many of those back to back? Whatever. We could try this as well with like a pure perfect random thing, but yeah, we'll see. We'll right now this is fine. I'm not gonna restart it for this. I do have to just catch. Oh, is that the last one? Okay. So ideally, the frame that it's out of, even the shadows have to be out of frame. May I wait an extra second just to make sure. 1, 2, blah. Okay, so now that should have spit out a thing, and we're gonna put that in, and yeah, and then we'll probably call it. I should call it soon. Gotta. With this one, I'm just gonna assume that it was good. I wanna basically the ones that are like that we're going with. I'm putting in this like finalized video thing, which I should. Rolling cubes to whatever, yeah. I definitely need a better like naming convention at some point. I'm just gonna double check. This seems like decent. So now we try this. Say goodbye to this one. Ooh, the one that's only like 20 seconds long and has been going this whole time. That may have gotten annoying, but oh well. 3, 2. Make sure things are flared. Oh, right. Yeah. Woo! Yeah, nice, cool little thing, and I don't know if the darker is better or not, but it has slightly more. It has slightly more going on in terms of like lighting. There's slightly more variation, which gets to be cooler. It's. I think I might even still want them to move slightly. So I think when there's like more, when it goes the fuller mile of each crate is like more special. Like make a couple models that are interesting things that I might have the conveyor move even slower. Maybe we'll see. I mean, there's also, hopefully we get to the point of it being an actual cool conveyor belt eventually. I do have to find the line between, like, how much movement is too much movement, because again, this shouldn't be too super distracting. I mean, right now, it's almost like a screensaver in a way, of just stuff happening, some slightly visually interesting movement while I am just doing stuff. But you can add, like, VIPs on the channel, you can make some of them have, like, a profile picture of them on Ramboxes. Oh yeah, have like people's profile. That could be cool. That'd be interesting. Yeah. Also, just the idea of having it like, if this actually did stuff with code, like you guys type code and it does stuff, that'd be super cool. Maybe we could do a simple test of that where like, once this is looping perfectly, we like. So right now it has to loop perfectly because it. Oh hey, there's the end. Oh okay, that was fast. Hopefully it was kind of longer. And then come back, and that's fine. Ideally, the eventual thing is to have it, instead of being just an animation, it's like a live feed kind of thing coming from a Unity thing that is running on my computer somewhere, and then people can type stuff in chat and make things change slightly. Like that would be super cool. And even then, whatever the thing is, I instead of just being a conveyor belt, so the conveyor belt idea is cool. Eventually, it would be cooler if it gets a lot more complicated than that, and we can like switch things out from time to time in theory. That's why as long as I keep all the old versions of it, that'd be good. But in theory, you know, if down there was more, rather than just a conveyor belt, if it was more like a little game thing that was happening, that'd be cool. It's running the grid game down there, but somehow the game has changed so that it works in like that aspect ratio, and then people can type up, down, left, or right, like it's a Twitch chat plays thing, and then you get to play a game and try to beat it. Not right now. That's too more like ambitious, and also that would like flood the chat potentially. So yeah, we'll see. But that'd be kind of funny. But again, the idea that we switch things out, maybe actually having my own, so people do like Twitch chat play stuff. Having, here's my own game that I made that you're controlling on like my not here screen. If that was that could be interesting. Yeah, maybe. That'd be cool. But anyways, yeah, so this is a decent start for this. I think it's, you know, looking decent. Definitely more stuff to potentially improvement, but it's, yeah, a decent stuff. There's like more to potentially do with camera angle things, having it loop better, having the actual cubes themselves be better, having the conveyor belt be better. Even though this was like, oh, simple idea of just, oh, cubes moving on a conveyor belt. There's like so much that this can be polished and attempting to make the lighting better, the environment itself better, incorporating the what's below Twitch chat, like that area of screen space, but not having too much be there. Like most of the focal point should just be along the bottom, just because. But eventually getting to the point, like, so I don't know how polished I want this to be by the time I'm like in theory, tomorrow's stream I'm going to be doing more stuff with that, I guess. I don't know what point I'm going to consider to be like, okay, it's good enough, let's move on to other things. Although I might go back and forth. I did say that idea. Like, tomorrow I could do something completely different, and then, like, you know, one stream of improve down there, and one stream of random new thing, but, we'll see. Because I did say I had more potential crazy ideas. Like, if somehow I could have this be running some code that hooks onto like OBS, like it actually goes into some OBS API stuff, and like I could potentially have like, if I move this thing that's like the placeholder meant to represent where my webcam is, if I move this down, it physically moves down the me in OBS. It like moves to follow it somehow. Not just me moving in Spectre theory, like I move like code anymore, so it just had to be in sync. I don't know what cool stuff I could do with that, but in theory, well, then maybe I'll have to move. I have to figure that out. But what would be super cool as a transition, even just so much work for something so small, but it'd be super cool to get it working. If at the start of the stream, like I, you know, hide these two things, like these things are gone, like whatever, I potentially have extra stuff that's like here. Like down here is the, actually, here, if there was more stuff going on, but then says like, yeah, stream starting soon, something hyperchroma, whatever. So that's thing one that would be cool. And then, I mean, then it could just be this and then it fades in, like as I just changed scenes. But it'd be extra cool if how I changed from those scenes is if these things actually, like, I set up like a placeholder like pivot thing. Actually, let me just, I think you should still be working. Why can't I move you? What? Sure. Let me, what the, why are you even? Why is it not letting me, you're not like marked as, what the heck is going on? What the heck? Give me the pivot thing. What the heck? Oh wait, you're not moving in general. Why? Even this you're not moving. Why did this break? What the heck? Have I'm assuming I pressed something somewhere. Anyone know what how to unbreak? Oh, that's so annoying. Arrows?
please come back to working? I could do some Googling, like, between now and the next stream, but that's just... weird. To say you should go to bed? Yeah, but, like, now I'm like, I can't until I've figured this out. See, okay, also, okay, a separate thing while I'm figuring that out. I just realized that, like, so, I have this Trello board of potential stream ideas. I might want to make a whole nother Trello board about specifically improvements to make to this, just to make sure all the ideas of little things are written down somewhere. But I thought you could use wait for seconds in normal methods. No, those are specifically for coroutines, which, yeah, you have the IE numerator. Blah. I think I've maybe playing coroutines at some point, but yeah, those are coroutines only. I don't know if there's other situations where they can be used, but I believe it's mainly coroutines where you have the yield stuff. Yield, return, new, wait for seconds, blah, is of that. Wait, did you just fix yourself? Okay, so it wasn't even that I pressed a button somewhere, it was just Unity just deciding to break. Okay, great. Very well then. It's fixed, so I won't complain. So all of that, I wanted to turn the pivot just to say, woo, it'd be super duper cool if I hook up some custom things that instead of changing from scenes where it just fades from one thing to another in like the be here stream starting soon or a not here screen or whatever the stream. If it's basically this, whatever this looks like, I press a button on my keyboard or like especially a hotkey thing, and then this like, well, without clipping into the background, this whole chunk, and then it like, exactly that. Then it automatically turns on the you know, the layer that is the main display, right? Like it is this, it like whooshes in, and then this turns on, and then when I go to the not here screen, this turns off, and then this whooshes away. Same with the webcam, like they both like kerchunk would look super cool. And then if I do that, then the sides of this, making it look like it's kind of like a fancy robot arm kind of thing, as part of the frame, would look cool. Yeah, so stuff like that could, you know, potential ideas. I don't know how good that would look in practice, and one, that would take so long to actually implement, in theory. I should potentially be focusing more on, I'm gonna sleep, I'm 12 to 9 tomorrow. Oh, you should get some sleep too, love, good night. Thanks for dropping by for Tesco. I think, yeah, I'm gonna end things off soon as well. But now, basically, at least we've got the thing down there. We have cool ideas of how we're gonna, potentially continue to do stuff. So yeah, these are just weird ideas I had for potentially doing stuff that I think it turned out well. I think that's neat. It's more neat with where it can go. And also, I am enjoying the fact that I'm not having to worry about my face blocking the inspector way more than I thought that. Like at first, like, oh, that's a minor thing. But multiple times in the stream, I'm like, yes, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah. I know that is slightly smaller, which can potentially be a problem, but like, hopefully it's not too bad. I can still, especially just like readdress, like, I don't know if as we continue to tweak things, if I make that slightly bigger, make my webcam slightly smaller, we'll play around with it. We'll see. I like it. Yeah, me too. I think it's certainly cool. And just the potential of doing more stuff is this. So yeah, okay, I guess we're gonna end things off here for now. I'm gonna just raise the desk for the finale. I think there's a decent chance that I'll stream tomorrow, but I don't know what time. I will not know what time. It's doesn't matter. My schedule's all over the place at the moment. So I don't know what it's gonna be. Or I don't know when, and I don't know what. I gotta figure out the what. Either it's continuing to work on this. So it's basically going to be continuing to work on this. If I've done enough of my own planning on my own time with stuff related to this next tutorial that I want to make, it's going to be stuff to do with that. Or it's going to be just for the funsies, starting one of the list of things I've never done in Unity. Let's start a new Unity project and just work on that thing. Like, you know, making fancy lasers that redirect off mirrors, making a character do like a ledge grab. I'm hesitant on doing that one too soon because making a character do a ledge grab first starts with having a character, and there's several things I want to do that involve get a character to do X, Y, Z. So we might do a bit of a before we do some of those, make just maybe I could copy stuff from like. So I know there's default Unity character things, but I kind of want to make my own for these kind of things, especially how much I need to be modifying stuff specifically. And I could take stuff from like the Handmade with Unicycle, but I think for the purposes of this, I'll try to code like the simplest player possible that just works well enough to then use as a base for multiple of the things where I'm like, get a character to do X, Y, Z. Well, we'll see. I don't know. But I don't think I'll do that tomorrow necessarily, but yeah. I think you move around too much to make your cam smaller, you'll break out. Oh no, yeah. You make your own, you can make your own character again, use for your profile picture and use that. Oh, that's a whole other thing on the list, is I want to remake the animated me that is, you know, my background. Actually, what's like the background of, you know, this stuff. There he's being blocked, no, yeah, there he is. I want to remake that, and so there's so many things that I want to do, but like, yeah, we'll get to it. Hey Chroma, you should make some cubes randomly jump occasionally. That'd be a cool thing. Just have, okay, very weirdly, I was looking at this in the OBS, seeing the cubes, looked back and saw no cubes and got confused for a second when, of course, yeah. You'll get to it after you see. Yeah, definitely not today. I think I'm hands-off coding for right now. I will, like, with how much I move around, I'll have to see how much of an issue it is of me going off screen, but, you know, we'll see. We made a thing and it looks cool and I'll tinker more with it. I don't think, if I do change the dimensions of this, I might have to, or I change the dimensions of this, I don't know how hard it'll be to then modify that stuff, and hopefully it won't be. I should maybe for now, while I don't actually have this as a border, I should maybe hide these so that if I just rendered out like this and put it in the background, then if I want to resize some of this stuff, then it won't be as much of a problem to do so, but we'll see. But eventually I want this to actually be like a frame around the thing and have that also look cool, but I think that'll be a later process. Because with this, we still gotta do something to clean up, I think, of having, maybe having this stuff have its own lighting that's not affecting the scene, but it'd be cool to cast the shadows, but... So it looked like this window was casting a shadow on other things, but, you know, we'll get to that. But anyways, I think I will cut things off for right now. Gonna raid somebody. I got 4 people. Let's have a quick glance. I don't have the time to even... That's me. Let's go... Game development, blah blah blah. Let's just go. 6 viewers. You know, okay, I got 4 people, and let's see. Someone, hey, I'm the second. So I go to the Unity tag. I'm the second highest person doing that. Let's go with this Arbuts Alchemy person. Yeah, he's making something in Unity, probably cool. I need to also make this more streamlined. I have to, like, do so many steps when I want to raid someone that then people probably leave while I'm in the middle of doing this. But, yeah, at some point. I want to get a Streamlab, you know, the thing that with all the hotkeys, and then potentially I could hook up stuff to hotkeys to automatically happen, but then I gotta figure out how to actually do all of that. Okay, so we just got that ready. You guys just type in chat to raid. I worry that if I go to type something and then I like mistype, then it just would come up as a normal message or whatever. Actually, if you go to /raid and then you mistype something, if it recognizes it as a command, does it still show up in the chat? I have no idea. But yeah, that also requires me to still like get the name of the person correct or whatever. Anyway, no. Fair enough, okay, that's news to me. Not that it matters too much. It's like, oh no, my message went in the top. Whatever. Anything that was the /show. Really? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, maybe I'll do that more from now on. I keep just going manly into like the my stream manager thing, and it has a raid button, but okay. Good to know. Neato. Anyway, so, but, okay, any other, like, parting messages that I have? Well, first of all, thank you all for dropping by. Super cool, I think the stream went well, and, yeah, we will continue to make cool things and make them cooler. I'm a little bit, one thing I'm worried about with continuing to improve some of this stuff is that some of the more, polished side of things with this, especially with the lighting, I know there's I've had so much time being very finicky and, like, not knowing what I'm doing with this. I'm hoping that that's gonna, you know, turn out well. I don't know, the next thing we do with this is start turning this into like a real conveyor belt and, oh god, do like Photoshop texturing-y stuff. I gotta actually, before too long, one thing that makes that look worse is the grid thingy is not scaling good with the way that I is. So I need to replace the grid texture with a proper implementation of. It might look exactly the same, but replace it with the underlying stuff. It's not just a texture. It's like it's being procedurally generated. I need to fix some of that. So that may be the first thing because that's the longer I wait on doing that, then it'll just continue to look bad. But then I might do something more on my own because this was a lot of like playing around with ideas and went in different directions than I maybe initially thought. So I might do more thinking about and like actually plan more stuff with that. Because we have this, but also the my not here screen. I want to make a new one of those, but I got to plan like what that's gonna look like. It's gonna look similar to this or whatever. Although, like, some of that, it's like, I guess I gotta consider also, like, what's more high importance, like, the not here screen that shows up, like, maybe sometimes for 5 minutes in the course of a many hour stream. Yes, not super important, but, like, the stuff that's happening all the time on the stream, like what's down there, I care about that a lot more, I guess. But just, I like the consistency of the branding and in theory or whatever. Not that that matters too much. I should be caring more about the content and the making cool stuff, but yeah. We'll get there. So, anyways, I can continue to ramble for hours and hours, but today was a great stream. I think it went very well. First stream after doing the 9-day challenge thing. Yeah, super cool. And as we continue, we'll continue to do more cool things. Yeah, we'll figure out what those things are as I figure out the order that I want to do those things. So anyways, though, I think that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Thank you. But now I actually start the raid. It's always like, I have like an outro that I do, and then I gotta do the awkward steps of raiding and or actually pressing the stop stream button. So it happens, but oh well. Let me actually do. All right, and that's what end screens are for. I mean, yeah, I guess, but yeah, I still gotta verbally communicate that I'm pressing the buttons. I guess I don't know. All right, and I was ready to go. All right, here we go. All right, bye for realsies. Yeah.